Hey you! Yes, you. Do you usually buy your video games directly from Steam or Origin?
Welcome back, MTG Joe here. Today we are going to be looking at the weekly metagame breakdown for Final Fantasy Standard Best of 1 Best Decks post-ban. So we've had a couple days now for the metagame to start settling, seeing where things are at. Some folks are already making it into Mythic after the ladder reset. Today we're going to be looking at Diamond and Mythic rank to see what folks are playing. There's actually quite a few cool, not heavily played before or new takes on decks that community kind of brought together. So I'm going to leave out some stock lists that are just continuing to do reasonably well. Things like mono black midrange that have remained unchanged. It's at 55% win rate. You can imagine what the deck is at this point here. If you want to see it, look at literally any other video from the past weeks. You'll find the exact list. So we got a return of some various red decks for those who have been asking me, but I had mono red crafted. What do I play now? So got some ideas there for you. Myself, like I've been climbing with Gruul Delirium. I put out a full video demoing that as I'm trying to get prepared for both qualifiers and RCQ season with the deck and paper, since they banned my mono red mice deck. So we will take a look. Quick thing before we jump into it, we are 12 subscribers. Yes, only 12 from 18,000. If you'd like this type of content, want to support, it's free, easy, helps out the channel. So like, comment, subscribe. Try not to do that, self-endorsing stuff too often, but we're close to another milestone on the channel. So all these deck lists will be in the video description, along with the link for Untapped, what you're seeing the data from on the screen. If you want to access any of that, follow in the video description. So looking at where the metagame is settling, the Dinosaur Reanimator deck at 11%, Rabbits at about 11%, and then pretty big drop off. Mono Green Landfall, it's got like a 53% win rate. We're not going to cover it today. It's pretty glass cannon-y. Azorius Control, 4.2%, 4% for life gain, 4% for mono red. Then we have various kind of Is It Monument style decks that are kind of popping around, like the PT lists. They're doing pretty mid. Something, again, we're not going to cover too much. And then people are just trying to bring in their Dimir mid-range decks from best of 3 into best of 1. A deck that's probably better in best of 3. The last standard challenge, 7 of the top 8 positions on MTGO were all Dimir mid-range. So it's doing very well in that format there. Just at least from what I'm seeing in Diamond, it's been a lot of like blue-white control. Not necessarily that it's winning, just feels like it's a lot there. Could just be like confirmation bias though. So we are going to jump into it. 25,000 games from the 30th of June through to the 5th of July. We'll cover really quick, but mono white life gain is actually the highest win rate for the week. 61%. Pretty stock list. We see Leyline of Hope that gets you extra life and acts as like the Righteous Valkyrie effect. Night Air and Evios for kind of card advantage. Then you got your Johnny Pridemates, Essence Chandlers, and just a bunch of ways to gain life. Healer's Hawk, Leonin Vanguard, Rune Lurker Bat, Sanctifier is kind of your Soul Warden style effect. These get bigger. Sheltered by Ghost is your only removal. Can have some aggressive curves where you go like 1 drop into Pridemate into Linden, gain a bunch of life to kind of go from there. But between Banishing Light, Sheltered, kind of luck out, get the Leyline in your opener. But pretty linear deck, doesn't have really much long game, very dependent on how your draw goes. Pretty simple deck to pick up if you're newer to Magic, just kind of executing the game plan. So I'm going to cover 3 different types of red based decks that are picking up. So we have Rakdos aggro. We have the return of the dreaded Rakdos only basic mountains. These lines are actually really sick, these mountains. But Callous Sellsword as the quote-unquote black card here. So this is an update on the Fling deck. So you have your Scamps, no Heartfire heroes anymore. Swift Spears is your other 1-drops. Miram Bane Splitter as a pump effect. Auto equips, Felonious Rage for haste, along with Wild Ride for haste, just extra power. Demonic Ruckus in here. And then we have Red Mage's Rapier. So 2 mana with drop select, so it comes in with a 1/1 that gets equipped to it. Then whenever you cast a non-creature, it's kind of like the super prowess, similar to Slickshot Show Off. So think of it as not hasty, not plottable, not evasive, Slickshot Show Off in that place. There's that version. There's this one here, Hidetsuku's Second Right. This one's at 58%. So actually, from when I just someone must have won a game and it jumped the rank. When I pulled these, this one was behind it in terms of the ranking. So someone is playing this and winning some games. So we have here 24 lands, seems a little bit much, but you do have Tursa to kind of loot away at the stuff. This deck is about getting your opponent to 10 life, and then you one-shot them with Hidetsuku's Second Right. Main offenders, Burst Lightning, Higher Claw, Swift Spear, Shocks, Lightning Strikes. You have Viashino Pyromancer in here as a 2-drop that can ping your opponent for 2 damage. Also hit Planeswalkers. You have 1 Rockface Village in here that can haste out. This is a Lizard Wizard. Lizard Wizard, best typing. And then you have Higher Claw in here. No mice, just lizards. We then have, this one is from Sewage Mage, 71 and 40. They came in at, they got up to 99 Mythic. And this is Boros Burn. So we have Bolt Waves as your kind of additional 1-drop burn. Your usual 1-drops in here for the Prowessy style shells, Ember Heart and Slick Shot. And then Lightning Strike, Helix, and Boros Charm, all as additional reach. 2 cases, 2 Screaming Nemesis. Case I really like just as a way to kind of refill your hand. You're going to be throwing a lot of spells at your opponent. You don't really reliably trigger Valiant on Ember Heart. It's more just as a prowess effect. So this kind of refills your hand in the grindier matchups. So we have that there. Moving on, we go to Selesnya Rabbits at 59%. So some of these people are playing games as we're pulling this up because I pull these in the order of what they show up on the list. But Rabbits, pretty stock. The only difference I saw with one list was playing a couple Get Lost in there. But the core of the deck is just go wide, kind of swarm, overwhelm targeted removal. Since you have things like the Hop to It that can make multiple bodies, Knight Errant refills your hand. This deck also kind of punishes targeted removal with things like Paw Patch Recruit. You can get pretty large with Trample with like Valley Might Caller. Valley Quest Caller sets up your draws through Scry and is a Lord. And then Sheltered is kind of your only removal. We then have Azorius Artifacts, 59%. So this is built around Simulacrum Synthesizer. 3 mana, whenever a artifact 3 CMC or more comes into play, you get a Construct. Power toughness equals to the number of artifacts you control. Playing it in a United Battlefront shell that lets you find your stuff. Repurposing bays like Birthing Pod that allows you to kind of find your next steps. Soul Guide Lantern for any sort of graveyard shenanigans. Also Torpor Orb shuts off ETBs, which is pretty sweet. And then if you don't need them, you could just go into more Simulacrums. I wouldn't probably spend a Mythic on Worldwaker Helm. 3 mana. You basically make a map token in addition to the token, and then you create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. So it's a mana sink once you get Constructs going. What I've been seeing some decks do is play 1 of Fire Crystal. Uncastable in the sense of you're not playing red mana, but it gives all your Constructs haste, and it's just something you can kind of pod into afterwards. So there's that kind of that element there. One thing cool is 3 steps ahead can copy artifacts, so you can copy your synthesizers as well at instant speed. Dynamites, Dinos is 58%. So this deck here is fairly explosive combo deck. So the best lines are Invasion of Urgamon, which seems like my opponent always has. On 2, into Zombify on 3. You bin one of the big dinosaurs, particularly Gishath or like Ghalta. The Ghalta could put cards into your hand into play. Tali lets you cascade, but Gishath's kind of the biggest way to kind of immediately push both damage and bring out creatures. With Rakdos joins up, similar effect in terms of reanimation, but if you have legendaries, they legend rule themselves when you get like multiples off, say, Gishath or Ghalta, and then when legendaries die, it deals damage equal to their power to target creatures. So it's a way to kind of get them that way there. So kind of like the way it is, if you interact with the graveyard, they don't really play too much removal, if any. Some of them play Bitter Triumph as a way to just discard, have like another discard outlet. Some are playing Seas of Soils, Collector's Vault as well. So 3 more community decks. So this one is from Exact Lethal, 76 and 55. They came in at, they've been hovering, like came in at the 300s, about 460s now. Went on a little bit of a bad losing streak here, but this is Grixis Discard Monument. So we got Kefka. Kefka's a sweet one. 5 mana, 4/5, kind of Nicol Bolas Ravager vibes. Enters or attacks, each player discards a card, then you draw a card for each card type amongst discarded. 8, you can transform, and opponent sacks creature. Then whenever an opponent loses life, you draw that many cards. You have kind of the overlords, kind of mill you into kind of pieces, as well as draw discard. You're playing the Monument of Endurance for value. So it's kind of a take on some of the loot, like Is It or Proph's Edict, Marauding Mako kind of style. Emmet also draws discards. Tursa, Steam Core all kind of play into that. Laughing Mad is another way to draw discard and then also get some value from your graveyard for flashback, some Cecils for early attackers, and then Bitter Triumph also plays into it, the draw discard of Ill-Time Explosion as well. I think a couple Soulstone Sanctuaries, a little ambitious in the mana base, in a 3-color deck to play 2 colorless lands when you have kind of, you gotta hit your colors in this deck. So a little bit, I think, ambitious in that regard. You can kind of just play more Verges or stuff like that. Then we have from Hasekura, they went 71 and 45 into top 200 Mythic with Is It, We're Gonna Be Here a While. So it's a Mind Splice Apparatus deck. Flashes in, and then beginning of your upkeep, you put an oil counter on it. Instant sorcery spells cost 1 less for it. And then it's basically just all answers all day. So you win either with Meringue River Regent eventually, or you win with Lindblom Industrial Regency with the Mage Siege, make a wizard, and then just ping your opponent to death. Monumental Facade puts oil counters, so you can move an oil counter from it and put it on an artifact, so you move it here, just get reduction. Things like Syncopate, Scale, you have Thunder Magic that basically can cost 1 at that point and deal 8 damage to a creature. You have just a whole bunch of removal, bounce, things like Fire Magic as sweepers. And then you have Sorcerer's Schemes. So return target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, or exile card with flashback you own to your hand. So you can get cards from exiled as well, and then you add a red mana. This can kind of just keep casting spells since you get the discount, and this lets you just kind of never run out of effects. You just keep returning cards to your hand, more stock up, stuff like that, and kind of go down. And then lastly, we have Merfolk. So 1 Kex, 5628, and they are 300-ish Mythic. Came in at like 200, hovering around 300. So Merfolk, one of the engines of the deck is Deeproot Pilgrimage. Merfolk's tap, you get more Merfolks with Hexproof. Counter stuff with Voldaean Hexcatcher. Mockingbird is honorary copies of Merfolks of your choice. Synode Scout helps you kind of explore, so you kind of have that explore theme with it too. Elves for early ramp along with the Wagon. Wagon plays really cool with the Pilgrimage because you just tap creatures and then you make more creatures. We have Deep Fathom Echo, which if you ask me what it does, I don't know because I've never seen this card yet played. 4 mana, 4/4, beginning of combat on your turn, it explores and you may have it become a copy of another creature you control on turn. So just kind of more explore value. And then we have Summon Leviathan. This is a one-sided kind of bounce since all your creatures are merfolk. So works that way, you bounce your opponent's board. And then whenever a merfolk attacks, you draw a card with a ward 6/6 body. So kind of cool way there. And that is it for the week. Let me know what you've been playing, what you've been liking. If you want to see my Gruul Delirium list, there's a video on my channel with it. I go over a couple games just showing how to play. I explain card choices, everything like that. Some folks are asking some questions. The deck's pretty much rotation proof minus a couple lands and stuff. So if you're just looking for a deck to kind of keep yourself, I think it's a fun deck. I've played it in RCs, different variations. I think the shell's quite explosive and can definitely win games. So we will catch you next week. Thanks for watching. Have a great one. Welcome back. MTG Joe here. Today we are going to be looking at the weekly metagame breakdown for Final Fantasy Standard Best of 1 Best Decks post-ban. So we've had a couple days now for the metagame to start settling, seeing where things are at. Some folks are already making it into Mythic after the ladder reset. Today we're going to be looking at Diamond and Mythic rank to see what folks are playing. There's actually quite a few cool, not heavily played before or new takes on decks that community kind of brought together. So I'm going to leave out some stock lists that are just continuing to do reasonably well. Things like mono black midrange that have remained unchanged. It's at 55% win rate. You can imagine what the deck is at this point here. If you want to see it, look at literally any other video from the past weeks. You'll find the exact list. So we got a return of some various red decks for those who have been asking me, but I had mono red crafted. What do I play now? So got some ideas there for you. Myself, like I've been climbing with Gruul Delirium. I put out a full video demoing that as I'm trying to get prepared for both qualifiers and RCQ season with the deck and paper, since they banned my mono red mice deck. So we will take a look. Quick thing before we jump into it, we are 12 subscribers. Yes, only 12 from 18,000. If you'd like this type of content, want to support, it's free, easy, helps out the channel. So like, comment, subscribe. Try not to do that, self-endorsing stuff too often, but we're close to another milestone on the channel. So all these deck lists will be in the video description, along with the link for Untapped, what you're seeing the data from on the screen. If you want to access any of that, follow in the video description. So looking at where the metagame is settling, the Dinosaur Reanimator deck at 11%, Rabbits at about 11%, and then pretty big drop off. Mono Green Landfall, it's got like a 53% win rate. We're not going to cover it today. It's pretty glass cannon-y. Azorius Control, 4.2%, 4% for life gain, 4% for mono red. Then we have various kind of Is It Monument style decks that are kind of popping around, like the PT lists. They're doing pretty mid. Something, again, we're not going to cover too much. And then people are just trying to bring in their Dimir mid-range decks from best of 3 into best of 1. A deck that's probably better in best of 3. The last standard challenge, 7 of the top 8 positions on MTGO were all Dimir mid-range. So it's doing very well in that format there. Just at least from what I'm seeing in Diamond, it's been a lot of like blue-white control. Not necessarily that it's winning, just feels like it's a lot there. Could just be like confirmation bias though. So we are going to jump into it. 25,000 games from the 30th of June through to the 5th of July. We'll cover really quick, but mono white life gain is actually the highest win rate for the week. 61%. Pretty stock list. We see Leyline of Hope that gets you extra life and acts as like the Righteous Valkyrie effect. Night Air and Evios for kind of card advantage. Then you got your Johnny Pride Mates, Essence Chandlers, and just a bunch of ways to gain life. Healer's Hawk, Leonin Vanguard, Rune Lurker Bat, Sanctifier is kind of your Soul Warden style effect. These get bigger. Sheltered by Ghost is your only removal. Can have some aggressive curves where you go like 1 drop into Pride Mate into Linden, gain a bunch of life to kind of go from there. But between Banishing Light, Sheltered, kind of luck out, get the Leyline in your opener. But pretty linear deck, doesn't have really much long game, very dependent on how your draw goes. Pretty simple deck to pick up if you're newer to Magic, just kind of executing the game plan. So I'm going to cover 3 different types of red based decks that are picking up. So we have Rakdos Aggro. We have the return of the dreaded Rakdos only basic mountains. These lines are actually really sick, these mountains. But Callous Sellsword as the quote-unquote black card here. So this is an update on the Fling deck. So you have your Scamps, no Heartfire heroes anymore. Swift Spears is your other 1-drops. Mirren Bane Splitter as a pump effect. Auto-equips, Felonious Rage for haste, along with Wild Ride for haste, just extra power. Demonic Ruckus in here. And then we have Red Mage's Rapier. So 2 mana with drop select, so it comes in with a 1/1 that gets equipped to it. Then whenever you cast a non-creature, it's kind of like the super prowess, similar to Slickshot Show Off. So think of it as not hasty, not plottable, not evasive, Slickshot Show Off in that place. There's that version. There's this one here, Hidetsuku's Second Right. This one's at 58%. So actually from when someone must have won a game and it jumped the rank. When I pulled these, this one was behind it in terms of the ranking. So someone is playing this and winning some games. So we have here 24 lands, seems a little bit much, but you do have Tursa to kind of loot away at the stuff. This deck is about getting your opponent to 10 life, and then you one-shot them with Hidetsuku's Second Right. Main offenders: Burst Lightning, Higher Claw, Swift Spear, Shocks, Lightning Strikes. You have Viashino Pyromancer in here as a 2-drop that can ping your opponent for 2 damage. Also hit Planeswalkers. You have 1 Rockface Village in here that can haste out. This is a Lizard Wizard. Lizard Wizard, best typing. And then you have Higher Claw in here. No mice, just lizards. We then have, this one is from Sewage Mage, 71 and 40. They came in at, they got up to 99 Mythic. And this is Boros Burn. So we have Bolt Waves as your kind of additional 1-drop burn. Your usual 1-drops in here for the Prowessy style shells, Ember Heart and Slick Shot. And then Lightning Strike, Helix, and Boros Charm, all as additional reach. 2 cases, 2 Screaming Nemesis. Case I really like just as a way to kind of refill your hand. You're going to be throwing a lot of spells at your opponent. You don't really reliably trigger Valiant on Ember Heart. It's more just as a prowess effect. So this kind of refills your hand in the grindier matchups. So we have that there. Moving on, we go to Selesnya Rabbits at 59%. So some of these people are playing games as we're pulling this up because I pull these in the order of what they show up on the list. But Rabbits, pretty stock. The only difference I saw with one list was playing a couple Get Lost in there. But the core of the deck is just go wide, kind of swarm, overwhelm targeted removal. Since you have things like the Hop to it that can make multiple bodies, Knight Errant refills your hand. This deck also kind of punishes targeted removal with things like Paw Patch Recruit. You can get pretty large with Trample with like Valley Might Caller. Valley Quest Caller sets up your draws through Scry and is a Lord. And then Sheltered as kind of your only removal. We then have Azorius Artifacts, 59%. So this is built around Simulacrum Synthesizer. 3 mana, whenever a artifact 3 CMC or more comes into play, you get a Construct. Power toughness equals to the number of artifacts you control. You're playing it in a United Battlefront shell that lets you find your stuff. Repurposing bays like Birthing Pod that allows you to kind of find your next steps. Soul Guide Lantern for any sort of graveyard shenanigans. Also Torpor Orb shuts off ETBs, which is pretty sweet. And then if you don't need them, you can just go into more Simulacrums. I wouldn't probably spend a Mythic on Worldwaker Helm. 3 mana. You basically make a map token in addition to the token, and then you create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. So it's a mana sink once you get Constructs going. What I've been seeing some decks do is play 1 of Fire Crystal. Uncastable in the sense of you're not playing red mana, but it gives all your Constructs haste, and it's just something you can kind of pod into afterwards. So there's that kind of that element there. One thing cool is 3 steps ahead can copy artifacts, so you can copy your synthesizers as well at instant speed. Dynamites, Dinos is 58%. So this deck here is fairly explosive combo deck. So the best lines are Invasion of Urgamon, which seems like my opponent always has. On 2, into Zombify on 3, you bin one of the big dinosaurs, particularly Gishath, or like Ghalta. The Ghalta could put cards into your hand into play. Tali lets you cascade, but Gishath's kind of the biggest way to kind of immediately push both damage and bring out creatures. With Rakdos Joins Up, similar effect in terms of reanimation, but if you have legendaries, they legend rule themselves when you get like multiples off, say, Gishath or Ghalta, and then when legendaries die, it deals damage equal to their power to target creatures. So it's a way to kind of get them that way there. So kind of like the way it is, if you interact with the graveyard, they don't really play too much removal, if any. Some of them play Bitter Triumph as a way to just discard, have like another discard outlet. Some are playing Seas of Soils, Collector's Vault as well. So 3 more community decks. So this one is from Exact Lethal, 76 and 55. They came in at, they've been hovering, like came in at the 300s, about 460s now. Went on a little bit of a bad losing streak here, but this is Grixis Discard Monument. So we got Kefka. Kefka's a sweet one. 5 mana, 4/5, kind of Nicol Bolas Ravager vibes. Enters or attacks, each player discards a card, then you draw a card for each card type amongst discarded. 8, you can transform and opponent sacks a creature. Then whenever an opponent loses life, you draw that many cards. You have kind of the Overlords, kind of mill you into kind of pieces, as well as draw discard. you're playing the Monument of Endurance for value. So it's kind of a take on some of the like Izzet or Croft's Edict, Marauding Mako kind of style. Emmet also draws discards. Tursa, Steamcore all kind of play into that. Laughing Mad is another way to draw discard and then also get some value from your graveyard for flashback, some Cecils for early attackers, and then Bitter Triumph also plays into it, the draw discard of Ill-Time Explosion as well. I think a couple Soulstone Sanctuaries, a little ambitious in the mana base, in a 3-color deck to play 2 colorless lands when you have kind of, you gotta hit your colors in this deck. So a little bit, I think, ambitious in that regard. You can kind of just play more Verges or stuff like that. Then we have from Hasekura, they went 71 and 45 into top 200 Mythic with Izzet, we're going to be here a while. So it's a Mind Splice Apparatus deck. Flashes in, and then beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on it. Instant sorcery spells cost 1 less for it. And then it's basically just all answers all day. So you win either with Meringue River Regent eventually, or you win with Lindblom Industrial Regency with the Mage Siege, make a wizard, and then just ping your opponent to death. Monumental Facade puts oil counters, so you can move an oil counter from it and put it on an artifact. So you move it here, just get reduction. Things like Syncopate, Scale. You have Thunder Magic that basically can cost 1 at that point and deal 8 damage to a creature. You have just a whole bunch of removal, bounce, things like Fire Magic as sweepers. And then you have Sorcerer's Schemes. So return target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, or exile card with flashback you own to your hand. So you can get cards from exiled as well, and then you add a red mana. This can kind of just keep casting spells since you get the discount, and this lets you just kind of never run out of effects. You just keep returning cards to your hand, more stock up, stuff like that, and kind of go down. And then lastly, we have Merfolk. So 1 Kex, 5628, and they are 300-ish Mythic. Came in at like 200, hovering around 300. So Merfolk, one of the engines of the deck is Deeproot Pilgrimage. Merfolk's tap, you get more Merfolks with Hexproof. Counter stuff with Voldaean Hexcatcher. Mockingbird is honorary copies of Merfolks of your choice. Sinode Scout helps you kind of explore, so you kind of have that explore theme with it too. Elves for early ramp along with the Wagon. Wagon plays really cool with the Pilgrimage because you just tap creatures and then you make more creatures. We have Deep Fathom Echo, which if you ask me what it does, I don't know because I've never seen this card get played. 4 mana, 4/4, beginning of combat on your turn, it explores and you may have it become a copy of another creature you control on turn. So just kind of more explore value. And then we have Summon Leviathan. This is a one-sided kind of bounce since all your creatures are Merfolk. So works that way, you bounce your opponent's board, and then whenever a Merfolk attacks, you draw a card with a ward 6/6 body. So kind of cool way there. And that is it for the week. Let me know what you've been playing, what you've been liking. If you want to see my Gruul Delirium list, there's a video on my channel with it. I go over a couple games just showing how to play. I explain card choices, everything like that. Some folks are asking some questions. The deck's pretty much rotation proof minus a couple lands and stuff. So if you're just looking for a deck to kind of keep yourself, I think it's a fun deck. I've played it in RCs, different variations. I think the shell's quite explosive and can definitely win games. So we will catch you next week. Thanks for watching. Have a great one. Welcome back. MTG Joe here. Today we are going to be looking at the weekly metagame breakdown for Final Fantasy Standard Best of 1 Best Decks post-ban. So we've had a couple days now for the metagame to start settling, seeing where things are at. Some folks are already making it into Mythic after the ladder reset. Today we're going to be looking at Diamond and Mythic rank to see what folks are playing. There's actually quite a few cool, not heavily played before or new takes on decks that community kind of brought together. So I'm going to leave out some stock lists that are just continuing to do reasonably well. Things like Mono Black Midrange that have remained unchanged. It's at 55% win rate. You can imagine what the deck is at this point here. If you want to see it, look at literally any other video from the past weeks. You'll find the exact list. So we got a return of some various red decks for those who have been asking me, but I had mono red crafted. What do I play now? So I've got some ideas there for you. Myself, like I've been climbing with Gruul Delirium. I put out a full video demoing that as I'm trying to get prepared for both qualifiers and RCQ season with the deck and paper, since they banned my mono red mice deck. So we will take a look. Quick thing before we jump into it, we are 12 subscribers. Yes, only 12 from 18,000. If you'd like this type of content, want to support, it's free, easy, helps out the channel. So like, comment, subscribe. Try not to do that, self-endorsing stuff too often, but we're close to another milestone on the channel. So all these deck lists will be in the video description, along with the link for Untapped, what you're seeing the data from on the screen. If you want to access any of that, follow in the video description. So looking at where the metagame is settling, the Dinosaur Reanimator deck at 11%, Rabbits at about 11%, and then pretty big drop off. Mono Green Landfall, it's got like a 53% win rate. We're not going to cover it today. It's pretty glass cannon-y. Azorius Control, 4.2%, 4% for life gain, 4% for mono red. Then we have various kind of Is It Monument style decks that are kind of popping around, like the PT lists. They're doing pretty mid. Something, again, we're not going to cover too much. And then people are just trying to bring in their Dimir mid-range decks from best of 3 into best of 1. A deck that's probably better in best of 3. The last standard challenge, 7 of the top 8s positions on MTGO were all Dimir mid-range. So it's doing very well in that format there. Just at least from what I'm seeing in Diamond, it's been a lot of like blue-white control. Not necessarily that it's winning, just feels like it's a lot there. Could just be like confirmation bias though. So we are going to jump into it. 25,000 games from the 30th of June through to the 5th of July. We'll cover really quick, but mono white life gain is actually the highest win rate for the week. 61%. Pretty stock list. We see Leyline of Hope that gets you extra life and acts as like the Righteous Valkyrie effect. Night Air and Evios for kind of card advantage. Then you got your Johnny Pride Mates, Essence Chandlers, and just a bunch of ways to gain life. Healer's Hawk, Leon and Vanguard, Rune Lurker Bat, Sanctifier is kind of your Soul Warden style effect. These get bigger. Sheltered by Ghost is your only removal. Can have some aggressive curves where you go like 1 drop into Pride Mate into Linden, gain a bunch of life to kind of go from there. But between Banishing Light, Sheltered, kind of luck out, get the Leyline in your opener. But pretty linear deck, doesn't have really much long game, very dependent on how your draw goes. Pretty simple deck to pick up if you're newer to Magic, just kind of executing the game plan. So I'm going to cover 3 different types of red-based decks that are picking up. So we have Rakdos Aggro. We have the return of the dreaded Rakdos only basic mountains. These lines are actually really sick, these mountains. But Callous Sellsword as the quote-unquote black card here. So this is an update on the Fling deck. So you have your Scamps, no Heartfire heroes anymore. Swift Spears is your other 1-drops. Mirren Bane Splitter as a pump effect. Auto equips, Felonious Rage for haste, along with Wild Ride for haste, just extra power. Demonic Ruckus in here. And then we have Red Mage's Rapier. So 2 mana with drop select, so it comes in with a 1/1 that gets equipped to it, and whenever you cast a non-creature, it's kind of like the super prowess, similar to Slickshot Show Off. So think of it as not hasty, not plottable, not evasive, Slickshot Show Off in that place. There's that version. There's this one here, Hidetsuku's Second Right. This one's at 58%. So actually from when someone must have won a game and it jumped the rank. When I pulled these, this one was behind it in terms of the ranking. So someone is playing this and winning some games. So we have here 24 lands, seems a little bit much, but you do have Tursa to kind of loot away at the stuff. This deck is about getting your opponent to 10 life, and then you one-shot them with Hidetsuku's Second Right. Main offenders, Burst Lightning, Higher Claw, Swift Spears, Shocks, Lightning Strikes. You have Viashino Pyromancer in here as a 2-drop that can ping your opponent for 2 damage. Also hit Planeswalkers. You have 1 Rockface Village in here that can haste out. This is a Lizard Wizard. Lizard Wizard, best typing. And then you have Hired Claw in here. No mice, just lizards. We then have, this one is from Sewage Mage, 71 and 40. They came in at, they got to 99 Mythic. And this is Boros Burn. So we have Bolt Waves as your kind of additional 1-drop burn. Your usual 1-drops in here for the Prowessy style shells, Ember Heart and Slick Shot. And then Lightning Strike, Helix, and Boros Charm, all as additional reach. 2 cases, 2 Screaming Nemesis. Case I really like just as a way to kind of refill your hand. You're going to be throwing a lot of spells at your opponent. You don't really reliably trigger Valiant on Ember Heart. It's more just as a prowess effect. So this kind of refills your hand in the grindier matchups. So we have that there. Moving on, we go to Selesnya Rabbits at 59%. So some of these people are playing games as we're pulling this up because I pull these in the order of what they show up on the list. But Rabbits, pretty stock. The only difference I saw with one list was playing a couple Get Lost in there. But the core of the deck is just go wide, kind of swarm, overwhelm, targeted removal. Since you have things like the Hop to it that can make multiple bodies, Knight Errant refills your hand. This deck also kind of punishes targeted removal with things like Paw Patch Recruit. You can get pretty large with Trample with like Valley Might Caller. Valley Quest Caller sets up your draws through Scry and is a Lord. And then Sheltered as kind of your only removal. We then have Azorius Artifacts, 59%. So this is built around Simulacrum Synthesizer. 3 mana, whenever a artifact 3 CMC or more comes into play, you get a Construct. Power toughness equals to the number of artifacts you control. You're playing it in a United Battlefront shell that lets you find your stuff, repurposing bays like Birthing Pod that allows you to kind of find your next steps. Soul Guide Lantern for any sort of graveyard shenanigans. Also Torpor Orb shuts off ETBs, which is pretty sweet. And then if you don't need them, you can just go into more Simulacrums. I wouldn't probably spend a Mythic on World Waker Helm. 3 mana. You basically make a map token in addition to the token, and then you create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. So it's a mana sink once you get Constructs going. What I've been seeing some decks do is play 1 of Fire Crystal. Uncastable in the sense of you're not playing red mana, but it gives all your Constructs haste, and it's just something you can kind of pod into afterwards. So there's that kind of that element there. One thing cool is 3 steps ahead can copy artifacts, so you can copy your synthesizers as well at instant speed. Dynamites, Dinos is 58%. So this deck here is fairly explosive combo deck. So the best lines are Invasion of Urgamon, which seems like my opponent always has. On 2, into Zombify on 3, you bin one of the big dinosaurs, particularly Gishath, or like Ghalta. The Ghalta could put cards into your hand into play. Tali lets you cascade, but Gishath's kind of the biggest way to kind of immediately push both damage and bring out creatures. With Rakdos Joins Up, similar effect in terms of reanimation, but if you have legendaries, they legend rule themselves when you get like multiples off, say, Gishath or Ghalta, and then when legendaries die, it deals damage equal to their power to target creatures. So it's a way to kind of get them that way there. So kind of like the way it is, if you interact with the graveyard, they don't really play too much removal, if any. Some of them play Bitter Triumph as a way to just discard, have like another discard outlet. Some are playing Seas of Soils, Collector's Vault as well. So 3 more community decks. So this one is from Exact Lethal, 76 and 55. They came in at, they've been hovering, like came in at the 300s, about 460s now. Went on a little bit of a bad losing streak here, but this is Grixis Discard Monument. So we got Kefka. Kefka's a sweet one. 5 mana, 4/5, kind of Nicol Bolas Ravager vibes. Enters or attacks, each player discards a card, then you draw a card for each card type among its discarded. 8, you can transform and opponent sacks a creature. Then whenever an opponent loses life, you draw that many cards. You have kind of the Overlords, kind of mill you into kind of pieces, as well as draw discard. You're playing the Monument of Endurance for value. So it's kind of a take on some of the like Izzet or Croft's Edict, Marauding Mako kind of style. Emmet also draws discards. Tersa, Steam Core all kind of play into that. Laughing Mad is another way to draw, discard, and then also get some value from your graveyard for flashback, some Cecils for early attackers, and then Bitter Triumph also plays into it, the draw, discard of Ill-Time Explosion as well. I think a couple Soulstone Sanctuaries, a little ambitious in the mana base, in a 3-color deck to play 2 colorless lands when you have kind of, you gotta hit your colors in this deck. So a little bit, I think, ambitious in that regard. You can kind of just play more Verges or stuff like that. Then we have from Hasekura, they went 71 and 45 into top 200 Mythic with Is It We're Gonna Be Here a While. So it's a Mind Splice Apparatus deck. Flashes in, and then beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on it. Instant sorcery spells cost 1 less for it. And then it's basically just all answers all day. So you win either with Meringue River Regent eventually, or you win with Lindblom Industrial Regency with the Mage Siege, make a wizard, and then just ping your opponent to death. Monumental Facade puts oil counters, so you can move an oil counter from it and put it on an artifact. So you move it here, just get reduction. Things like Syncopate, Scale. You have Thunder Magic that basically can cost 1 at that point and deal 8 damage to a creature. You have just a whole bunch of removal, bounce, things like Fire Magic as sweepers. And then you have Sorcerer's Schemes. So return target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, or exile card with flashback you own to your hand. So you can get cards from exiled as well, and then you add a red mana. This can kind of just keep casting spells since you get the discount, and this lets you just kind of never run out of effects. You just keep returning cards to your hand, more stock up, stuff like that, and kind of go down. And then lastly, we have Merfolk. So 1 Kex, 5628, and they are 300-ish Mythic. Came in at like 200, hovering around 300. So Merfolk, one of the engines of the deck is Deeproot Pilgrimage. Merfolk's tap, you get more Merfolks with Hexproof. Counter stuff with Voldaean Hexcatcher. Mockingbird is honorary copies of Merfolks of your choice. Sinode Scout helps you kind of explore, so you kind of have that explore theme with it too. Elves for early ramp along with the Wagon. Wagon plays really cool with the Pilgrimage because you just tap creatures and then you make more creatures. We have Deep Fathom Echo, which if you ask me what it does, I don't know because I've never seen this card get played. 4 mana, 4/4, beginning of combat on your turn, it explores and you may have it become a copy of another creature you control on turn. So just kind of more explore value. And then we have Summon Leviathan. This is a one-sided kind of bounce since all your creatures are Merfolk. So works that way, you bounce your opponent's board, and then whenever a Merfolk attacks, you draw a card with a ward 6/6 body. So kind of cool way there. And that is it for the week. Let me know what you've been playing, what you've been liking. If you want to see my Gruul Delirium list, there's a video on my channel with it. I go over a couple games just showing how to play. I explain card choices, everything like that. Some folks are asking some questions. The deck's pretty much rotation proof minus a couple lands and stuff. So if you're just looking for a deck to kind of keep yourself, I think it's a fun deck. I've played it in RCs, different variations. I think the shell's quite explosive and can definitely win games. So we will catch you next week. Thanks for watching. Have a great one. Welcome back. MTG Joe here. Today we are going to be looking at the weekly metagame breakdown for Final Fantasy Standard Best of 1 Best Decks post-ban. So we've had a couple days now for the metagame to start settling, seeing where things are at. Some folks are already making it into Mythic after the ladder reset. Today we're going to be looking at Diamond and Mythic rank to see what folks are playing. There's actually quite a few cool, not heavily played before or new takes on decks that community kind of brought together. So I'm going to leave out some stock lists that are just continuing to do reasonably well. Things like Mono Black Midrange that have remained unchanged. It's a 55% win rate. You can imagine what the deck is at this point here. If you want to see it, look at literally any other video from the past weeks. You'll find the exact list. So we got a return of some various red decks for those who have been asking me, but I had mono red crafted. What do I play now? So got some ideas there for you. Myself, like I've been climbing with Gruul Delirium. I put out a full video demoing that. as I'm trying to get prepared for both qualifiers and RCQ season with the deck and paper, since they banned my mono red mice deck. So we will take a look. Quick thing before we jump into it, we are 12 subscribers. Yes, only 12 from 18,000. If you'd like this type of content, want to support, it's free, easy, helps out the channel. So like, comment, subscribe. Try not to do that, self-endorsing stuff too often, but we're close to another milestone on the channel. So all these deck lists will be in the video description, along with the link for Untapped, what you're seeing the data from on the screen. If you want to access any of that, follow in the video description. So looking at where the metagame is settling, the Dinosaur Reanimator deck at 11%, Rabbits at about 11%, and then pretty big drop off. Mono Green Landfall, it's got like a 53% win rate. We're not going to cover it today. It's pretty glass cannon-y. Azorius Control, 4.2%, 4% for life gain, 4% for mono red. Then we have various kind of Is It Monument style decks that are kind of popping around, like the PT lists. They're doing pretty mid. Something, again, we're not going to cover too much. And then people are just trying to bring in their Dimir mid-range decks from best of 3 into best of 1. A deck that's probably better in best of 3. The last standard challenge, 7 of the top 8 positions on MTGO were all Dimir mid-range. So it's doing very well in that format there. Just at least from what I'm seeing in Diamond, it's been a lot of like blue-white control. Not necessarily that it's winning, just feels like it's a lot there. Could just be like confirmation bias though. So we are going to jump into it. 25,000 games from the 30th of June through to the 5th of July. We'll cover really quick, but mono white life gain is actually the highest win rate for the week. 61%. Pretty stock list. We see Leyline of Hope that gets you extra life and acts as like the Righteous Valkyrie effect. Night Air and Evios for kind of card advantage. Then you got your Johnny Pridemates, Essence Chandlers, and just a bunch of ways to gain life. Healer's Hawk, Leon and Vanguard, Rune Lurker Bat, Sanctifier is kind of your Soul Warden style effect. These get bigger. Sheltered by Ghost is your only removal. Can have some aggressive curves where you go like 1 drop into Pridemate into Linden, gain a bunch of life to kind of go from there. But between Banishing Light, Sheltered, kind of luck out, get the Leyline in your opener. But pretty linear deck, doesn't have really much long game, very dependent on how your draw goes. Pretty simple deck to pick up if you're newer to Magic, just kind of executing the game plan. So I'm going to cover 3 different types of red-based decks that are picking up. So we have Rakdos Aggro. We have the return of the dreaded Rakdos only basic mountains. These lines are actually really sick, these mountains. But Callous Sellsword as the quote-unquote black card here. So this is an update on the Fling deck. So you have your Scamps, no Heartfire heroes anymore. Swift Spears is your other 1-drops. Mirren Bane Splitter as a pump effect. Auto equips, Felonious Rage for haste, along with Wild Ride for haste, just extra power. Demonic Ruckus in here. And then we have Red Mage's Rapier. So 2 mana with drop select, so it comes in with a 1/1 that gets equipped to it. Then whenever you cast a non-creature, it's kind of like the super prowess, similar to Slickshot Show Off. So think of it as not hasty, not plottable, not evasive, Slickshot Show Off in that place. There's that version. There's this one here, Hidetsuku's Second Right. This one's at 58%. So actually from when someone must have won a game and it jumped the rank. When I pulled these, this one was behind it in terms of the ranking. So someone is playing this and winning some games. So we have here 24 lands, seems a little bit much, but you do have Tursa to kind of loot away at the stuff. This deck is about getting your opponent to 10 life, and then you one-shot them with Hidetsuku's Second Right. Main offenders, Burst Lightning, Higher Claw, Swift Spears, Shocks, Lightning Strikes. You have Viashino Pyromancer in here as a 2-drop that can ping your opponent for 2 damage. Also hit Planeswalkers. You have 1 Rockface Village in here that can haste out. This is a Lizard Wizard. Lizard Wizard, best typing. And then you have Hired Claw in here. No mice, just lizards. We then have, this one is from Sewage Mage, 71 and 40. They came in at, they got to 99 Mythic. And this is Boros Burn. So we have Bolt Waves as your kind of additional 1-drop burn. Your usual 1-drops in here for the Prowessy style shells, Ember Heart and Slick Shot. And then Lightning Strike, Helix, and Boros Charm, all as additional reach. 2 cases, 2 Screaming Nemesis. Case I really like just as a way to kind of refill your hand. You're going to be throwing a lot of spells at your opponent. You don't really reliably trigger Valiant on Ember Heart. It's more just as a prowess effect. So this kind of refills your hand in the grindier matchups. So we have that there. Moving on, we go to Selesnya Rabbits at 59%. So some of these people are playing games as we're pulling this up because I pull these in the order of what they show up on the list. But Rabbits, pretty stock. The only difference I saw with one list was playing a couple Get Lost in there. But the core of the deck is just go wide, kind of swarm, overwhelm, targeted removal. Since you have things like the Hop to it that can make multiple bodies, Knight Errant refills your hand. This deck also kind of punishes targeted removal with things like Paw Patch Recruit. You can get pretty large with Trample with like Valley Might Caller. Valley Quest Caller sets up your draws through Scry and is a Lord. And then Sheltered is kind of your only removal. We then have Azorius Artifacts, 59%. So this is built around Simulacrum Synthesizer. 3 mana, whenever a artifact 3 CMC or more comes into play, you get a construct. Power toughness equals to the number of artifacts you control. Playing it in a United Battlefront shell that lets you find your stuff. Repurposing bays like Birthing Pod that allows you to kind of find your next steps. Soul Guide Lantern for any sort of graveyard shenanigans. Also Torpor Orb shuts off ETBs, which is pretty sweet. And then if you don't need them, you can just go into more Simulacrums. I wouldn't probably spend a Mythic on World Waker Helm. 3 mana. You basically make a map token in addition to the token, and then you create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. So it's a mana sink once you get constructs going. What I've been seeing some decks do is play one of Fire Crystal. Uncastable in the sense of you're not playing red mana, but it gives all your constructs haste, and it's just something you can kind of pod into afterwards. So there's that kind of that element there. One thing cool is 3 steps ahead can copy artifacts, so you can copy your synthesizers as well at instant speed. Dynamites, Dinos is 58%. So this deck here is fairly explosive combo deck. So the best lines are Invasion of Urgamon, which seems like my opponent always has. On 2, into Zombify on 3, you bin one of the big dinosaurs, particularly Gishath or like Ghalta. The Ghalta could put cards into your hand into play. Tali lets you cascade, but Gishath's kind of the biggest way to kind of immediately push both damage and bring out creatures. With Rakdos joins up, similar effect in terms of reanimation, but if you have legendaries, they legend rule themselves when you get like multiples off, say, Gishath or Ghalta, and then when legendaries die, it deals damage equal to their power to target creatures. So it's a way to kind of get them that way there. So kind of like the way it is, if you interact with the graveyard, they don't really play too much removal, if any. Some of them play Bitter Triumph as a way to just discard, have like another discard outlet. We're playing Seas of Soils, Collector's Vault as well. So 3 more community decks. So this one is from Exact Lethal, 76 and 55. They came in at, they've been hovering, like came in at the 300s, about 460s now. Went on a little bit of a bad losing streak here, but this is Grixis Discard Monument. So we got Kefka. Kefka's a sweet one, 5 mana, 4/5, kind of Nicol Bolas Ravager vibes. Enters or attacks, each player discards a card, then you draw a card for each card type among its discarded. 8, you can transform, and opponent sacks a creature. Then whenever an opponent loses life, you draw that many cards. You have kind of the Overlords, kind of mill you into kind of pieces, as well as draw discard. You're playing the Monument of Endurance for value. So it's kind of a take on some of the like Izzet or Croft's Edict, Marauding Mako kind of style. Emmet also draws discards. Tersa, Steamcore all kind of play into that. Laughing Mad is another way to draw discard and then also get some value from your graveyard for flashback, some Cecils for early attackers, and then Bitter Triumph also plays into it, the draw discard of Ill-Time Explosion as well. I think a couple Soulstone Sanctuaries, a little ambitious in the mana base. In a 3-color deck to play 2 colorless lands when you have kind of, you gotta hit your colors in this deck. So a little bit I think, ambitious in that regard. You can kind of just play more Verges or stuff like that. Then we have from Hasekura, they went 71 and 45 into top 200 Mythic with Is It We're Gonna Be Here a While. So it's a Mind Splice Apparatus deck. Flashes in, and then beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on it. Instant sorcery spells cost 1 less for it. And then it's basically just all answers all day. So you win either with Meringue River Regent eventually, or you win with Lindblom Industrial Regency with the Mage Siege, make a wizard, and then just ping your opponent to death. Monumental Facade puts oil counters, so you can move an oil counter from it and put it on an artifact. So you move it here, just get reduction. Things like Syncopate, Scale. You have Thunder Magic that basically can cost 1 at that point and deal 8 damage to a creature. You have just a whole bunch of removal, bounce, things like Fire Magic as sweepers. And then you have Sorcerer's Schemes. So return target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, or exile card with flashback you own to your hand. So you can get cards from exiled as well, and then you add a red mana. This can kind of just keep casting spells since you get the discount, and this lets you just kind of never run out of effects. You just keep returning cards to your hand, more stock up, stuff like that, and kind of go down. And then lastly, we have Merfolk. So 1 Kex, 5628, and they are 300-ish Mythic. Came in at like 200, hovering around 300. So Merfolk, one of the engines of the deck is Deeproot Pilgrimage. Merfolk's tap, you get more Merfolks with Hexproof. Counter stuff with Voldaean Hexcatcher. Mockingbird is honorary copies of Merfolks of your choice. Synode Scout helps you kind of explore, so you kind of have that explore theme with it too. Elves for early ramp along with the Wagon. Wagon plays really cool with the Pilgrimage because you just tap creatures and then you make more creatures. We have Deep Fathom Echo, which if you ask me what it does, I don't know because I've never seen this card get played. 4 mana, 4/4, beginning of combat on your turn, it explores and you may have it become a copy of another creature you control on turn. So just kind of more explore value. And then we have Summon Leviathan. This is a one-sided kind of bounce since all your creatures are Merfolk. So works that way, you bounce your opponent's board, and then whenever a Merfolk attacks, you draw a card with a ward 6/6 body. So kind of cool way there. And that is it for the week. Let me know what you've been playing, what you've been liking. If you want to see my Gruul Delirium list, there's a video on my channel with it. I go over a couple games just showing how to play. I explain card choices, everything like that. Some folks are asking some questions. The deck's pretty much rotation proof minus a couple lands and stuff. So if you're just looking for a deck to kind of keep yourself, I think it's a fun deck. I've played it in RCs, different variations. I think the shell's quite explosive and can definitely win games. So we will catch you next week. Thanks for watching. Have a great one. Welcome back. MTG Joe here. Today we are going to be looking at the weekly metagame breakdown for Final Fantasy Standard Best of 1 Best Decks post-ban. So we've had a couple days now for the metagame to start settling, seeing where things are at. Some folks are already making it into Mythic after the ladder reset. Today we're going to be looking at Diamond and Mythic rank to see what folks are playing. There's actually quite a few cool, not heavily played before or new takes on decks that community kind of brought together. So I'm going to leave out some stock lists that are just continuing to do reasonably well. Things like Mono Black Midrange that have remained unchanged. It's at 55% win rate. You can imagine what the deck is at this point here. If you want to see it, look at literally any other video from the past weeks. You'll find the exact list. So we got a return of some various red decks for those who have been asking me, but I had mono red crafted. What do I play now? So got some ideas there for you. Myself, like I've been climbing with Gruul Delirium. I put out a full video demoing that as I'm trying to get prepared for both qualifiers and RCQ season with the deck and paper since they banned my mono red mice deck. So we will take a look. Quick thing before we jump into it, we are 12 subscribers. Yes, only 12 from 18,000. If you'd like this type of content, want to support, it's free, easy, helps out the channel. So like, comment, subscribe. Try not to do that, self endorsing stuff too often, but we're close to another milestone on the channel. So all these deck lists will be in the video description, along with the link for Untapped, what you're seeing the data from on the screen. If you want to access any of that, follow in the video description. So looking at where the metagame is settling, the Dinosaur Reanimator deck at 11%, Rabbits at about 11%, and then pretty big drop off. Mono Green Landfall, it's got like a 53% win rate. We're not going to cover it today. It's pretty glass cannon-y. Azorius Control, 4.2%, 4% for Life Gain, 4% for Mono Red. Then we have various kind of Is It Monument style decks that are kind of popping around, like the PT lists. They're doing pretty mid. Something, again, we're not going to cover too much. And then people are just trying to bring in their Dimir mid-range decks from best of 3 into best of 1. A deck that's probably better in best of 3. The last standard challenge, 7 of the top 8 positions on MTGO were all Dimir mid-range. So it's doing very well in that format there. Just at least from what I'm seeing in Diamond, it's been a lot of like blue-white control. Not necessarily that it's winning, just feels like it's a lot there. Could just be like confirmation bias though. So we are going to jump into it. 25,000 games from the 30th of June through to the 5th of July. We'll cover really quick, but Mono White Life Gain is actually the highest win rate for the week. 61%. Pretty stock list. We see Leyline of Hope that gets you extra life and acts as like the Righteous Valkyrie effect. Night Air and Evios for kind of card advantage. Then you got your Johnny Pride Mates, Essence Chandlers, and just a bunch of ways to gain life. Healer's Hawk, Leon and Vanguard, Rune Lurker Bat, Sanctifier is kind of your Soul Warden style effect. These get bigger. Sheltered by Ghost is your only removal. Can have some aggressive curves where you go like 1 drop into Pride Mate into Linden, gain a bunch of life to kind of go from there. But between Banishing Light, Sheltered, kind of luck out, get the Leyline in your opener. But pretty linear deck, doesn't have really much long game, very dependent on how your draw goes. Pretty simple deck to pick up if you're newer to Magic, just kind of executing the game plan. So I'm going to cover 3 different types of red based decks that are picking up. So we have Rakdos Aggro. We have the return of the dreaded Rakdos only basic mountains. These lines are actually really sick, these mountains. But Callous Sellsword as the quote-unquote black card here. So this is an update on the Fling deck. So you have your Scamps, no Heartfire heroes anymore. Swift Spears is your other 1-drops. Mirror Bane Splitter as a pump effect. Auto equips, Felonious Rage for haste, along with Wild Ride for haste, just extra power. Demonic Ruckus in here. And then we have Red Mage's Rapier. So 2 mana with drop select, so it comes in with a 1/1 that gets equipped to it. Then whenever you cast a non-creature, it's kind of like the super prowess, similar to Slick Shot Show Off. So think of it as not hasty, not plottable, not evasive, Slick Shot Show Off in that place. There's that version. There's this one here, Hidetsuku's Second Right. This one's at 58%. So actually from when someone must have won a game and it jumped the rank. When I pulled these, this one was behind it in terms of the ranking. So someone is playing this and winning some games. So we have here 24 lands, seems a little bit much, but you do have Tursa to kind of loot away at the stuff. This deck is about getting your opponent to 10 life, and then you one-shot them with Hidetsuku's Second Right. Main offenders, Burst Lightning, Higher Claw, Swift Spear, Shocks, Lightning Strikes. You have Viashino Pyromancer in here as a 2-drop that can ping your opponent for 2 damage. Also hit Planeswalkers. You have 1 Rockface Village in here that can haste out. This is a Lizard Wizard. Lizard Wizard, best typing. And then you have Hired Claw in here. No mice, just lizards. We then have, this one is from Sewage Mage, 71 and 40. They came in at, they got up to 99 Mythic. And this is Boros Burn. So we have Bolt Waves as your kind of additional 1-drop burn. Your usual 1-drops in here for the Prowessy style shells, Ember Heart and Slick Shot. And then Lightning Strike, Helix, and Boros Charm, all as additional reach. 2 cases, 2 Screaming Nemesis. Case I really like just as a way to kind of refill your hand. You're going to be throwing a lot of spells at your opponent. You don't really reliably trigger Valiant on Ember Heart. It's more just as a prowess effect. So this kind of refills your hand in the grindier matchups. So we have that there. Moving on, we go to Selesnya Rabbits at 59%. So some of these people are playing games as we're pulling this up because I pull these in the order of what they show up on the list. But rabbits, pretty stock. The only difference I saw with one list was playing a couple get lost in there. But the core of the deck is just go wide, kind of swarm, overwhelm, targeted removal. Since you have things like the hop to it that can make multiple bodies, Knight Errant refills your hand. This deck also kind of punishes targeted removal with things like Paw Patch Recruit. You can get pretty large with Trample, with like Valley Might Caller. Valley Quest Caller sets up your draws through Scry and is a Lord. And then Sheltered as kind of your only removal. We then have Azorius Artifacts, 59%. So this is built around Simulacrum Synthesizer. 3 mana, whenever a artifact 3 CMC or more comes into play, you get a Construct. Power toughness equals to the number of artifacts you control. Playing it in a United Battlefront shell that lets you find your stuff. Repurposing bays like Birthing Pod that allows you to kind of find your next steps. Soul Guide Lantern for any sort of graveyard shenanigans. Also Torpor Orb shuts off ETBs, which is pretty sweet. And then if you don't need them, you could just go into more Simulacrums. I wouldn't probably spend a Mythic on Worldwaker Helm. 3 mana. You basically make a map token in addition to the token, and then you create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. So it's a mana sink once you get Constructs going. What I've been seeing some decks do is play one of Fire Crystal. Uncastable in the sense of you're not playing red mana, but it gives all your Constructs haste, and it's just something you can kind of pod into afterwards. So there's that kind of that element there. One thing cool is 3 steps ahead can copy artifacts, so you can copy your synthesizers as well at instant speed. Dynamites. Dinos is 58%. So this deck here is fairly explosive combo deck. So the best lines are Invasion of Urgamon, which seems like my opponent always has. On 2, into Zombify on 3, you bin one of the big dinosaurs, particularly Gishath, or like Ghalta. The Ghalta could put cards into your hand into play. Tali lets you cascade, but Gishath's kind of the biggest way to kind of immediately push both damage and bring out creatures. With Rakdos Joins Up, similar effect in terms of reanimation, but if you have legendaries, they legend rule themselves when you get like multiples off, say, Gishath or Ghalta, and then when legendaries die, it deals damage equal to their power to target creatures. So it's a way to kind of get them that way there. So kind of like the way it is, if you interact with the graveyard, they don't really play too much removal, if any. Some of them play Bitter Triumph as a way to just discard, have like another discard outlet. Some are playing Seas of Soils, Collector's Vault as well. So 3 more community decks. So this one is from Exact Lethal, 76 and 55. They came in at, they've been hovering, like came in at the 300s, about 460s now. Went on a little bit of a bad losing streak here, but this is Grixis Discard Monument. So we got Kefka. Kefka's a sweet one. 5 mana, 4/5, kind of Nicol Bolas Ravager vibes. Enters or attacks, each player discards a card, then you draw a card for each card type amongst discarded. 8, you can transform and opponent sacks a creature. Then whenever an opponent loses life, you draw that many cards. You have kind of the Overlords, kind of mill you into kind of pieces, as well as draw discard. You're playing the Monument of Endurance for value. So it's kind of a take on some of the, like Izzet or Proph's Edict, Marauding Mako kind of style. Emmet also draws discards. Tersa, Steamcore all kind of play into that. Laughing Mad is another way to draw discard and then also get some value from your graveyard for flashback, some Cecils for early attackers, and then Bitter Triumph also plays into it, the draw discard of Ill-Time Explosion as well. I think a couple Soulstone Sanctuaries, a little ambitious in the mana base, in a 3-color deck to play 2 colorless lands when you have kind of, you gotta hit your colors in this deck. So a little bit, I think, ambitious in that regard. You can kind of just play more Verges or stuff like that. Then we have from Hasekura, they went 71 and 45 into the top 200 Mythic with Izzet, We're Gonna Be Here a While. So it's a Mind Splice Apparatus deck. Flashes in, and then beginning of your upkeep, You put an oil counter on it. Instant sorcery spells cost 1 less for it. And then it's basically just all answers all day. So you win either with Meringue River Regent eventually, or you win with Lindblom Industrial Regency with the Mage Siege, make a wizard, and then just ping your opponent to death. Monumental Facade puts oil counters, so you can move an oil counter from it and put it on an artifact. So you move it here, just get reduction. Things like Syncopate, Scale. You have Thunder Magic that basically can cost 1 at that point and deal 8 damage to a creature. You have just a whole bunch of removal, bounce, things like Fire Magic as sweepers. And then you have Sorcerer's Schemes. So return target instance or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, or exile card with flashback you own to your hand. So you can get cards from exiled as well, and then you add a red mana. This can kind of just keep casting spells since you get the discount, and this lets you just kind of never run out of effects. You just keep returning cards to your hand, more stock up, stuff like that, and kind of go down. And then lastly, we have Merfolk. So 1 Kex, 5628, and they are 300-ish mythic. Came in at like 200, hovering around 300. So Merfolk, one of the engines of the deck is Deeproot Pilgrimage. Merfolk's tap, you get more Merfolks with Hexproof. Counter stuff with Voldaean Hexcatcher. Mockingbird is honorary copies of Merfolks of your choice. Synode Scout helps you kind of explore, so you kind of have that explore theme with it too. Elves for early ramp along with the Wagon. Wagon plays really cool.
offering real exam questions and answers for.
This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. Use the links in the description to visit their store. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and it's Saturday. That means it's time for Nitsa Notes, my weekly vlog series about limited Magic. We're talking about Final Fantasy today. This will probably be the last video about Final Fantasy because we have the Edge of Eternity's big reveal next week. And that means my Nitsa Notes next week will be an early look at like the archetypes.
What do you call yourself? And they go, the aristocrats!
Hello everyone, it's Seth, probably better known as Saffron Olive, and today it is finally time for some Sephiroth Aristocrats. So this is a deck that I've wanted to build ever since Final Fantasy spoiler season. Actually, I tried to build this deck right after the set released, but it was horrible in the meta at the time.
It is July, which means we are here to tell you which commander cards are most worth buying right now.
I'm Mia, and my hair turned out way brighter than I thought it would.
I'm BZ. I'm about to replay through Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories to see if it holds up. We're the Nitpicking Nerds, sponsored by Card Kingdom. Now, if I'm being serious for a minute, I think Card Kingdom's the best website to buy Magic the Gathering cards from.
I definitely agree, because they have all the cards that you will need. You will get all of them in one tidy package, and they will all be in excellent quality if that's what you pick. There's also very good, near mint, and a bunch of other ones.
Honestly, Card Kingdom for me helps reduce stress when I'm ordering. I have had a lot of orders from Redacted website, which is not a good place to be or to work for, but that place sends me packages helter-skelter all over the place, and I won't get a third of them, and then I have to go complain about it, and Card Kingdom has none of the drama. It's great.
Card Kingdom, awesome. We're also sponsored by Dragon Shield, best sleeves in the multiverse.
Good sleeves.
If you use the code
NERDS
at checkout, you can save 5% of your limited tax dollars on your entire order, which includes blue sleeves, whether you want like aqua blue or teal or dark midnight blue. They have all the blues that you will ever want in a lot of other colors too.
Moxfield is a website. What does it do? I guess you'll have to wait until the middle of the video when we surprise you with an ad to know what it does, but it's pretty cool. And we have a Patreon. They help keep the lights on. If you want to join their esteemed ranks, then you know where to find it. Let's get into it. We've got finance.
Finance.
The cards that we think are most worth buying. That does not mean to go buy 1,000 of them, upset the market, and make everyone sad at you on Reddit. That means buy a couple copies for your commander deck, because we think at the current price, they are more than 100% worth your money.
But if you like specking, hold on just one moment, because if you skip later in the video, we will also have a spec game just for you and us, because we like to compete.
We always play it at the very end because we do love to compete, often for no reason or benefit. So adding some stakes, making it public, that's a great way to go.
Yes, but we are going to talk about the first card. This card has been so good in all of the decks where I have seen it being played, to the point where you're often stealing it out of my decks if you can.
That's true.
It's Vein Ripper at $11, 3 black for a 6/5 flying with Ward. Sacrifice a creature. Whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 and you gain 2 life. This card has been awesome. I'm playing it in Edgar, which obviously it fits in very well, but I was hesitant to put it in other aristocrat type decks because the price was so high for so long because of that Pro Tour. But now it's down to $11 and I am much more happy to splurge for it.
Yeah, this card was the hot commodity in, I think, Pioneer, and I don't remember if this card got banned or if the Sorin Planeswalker that cheated this thing out on turn 3 got banned. But this was like a player everybody kind of knew and had their eye on this for Commander, like as a potential cool aristocrat payoff, but nobody wanted to spend $25, $30 on it. I was like, what? This is 6 mana. Like, you really need a few things to go right before this card starts being good for you. It doesn't just win the game like a Bolas of Citadel or something. But now that it's down to 11, I've seen this card in games be one of the key players. We were on Edie Hijinks with Olivia and Alias V, and this was one of the biggest spells played in the game that we were in.
It's such a disgustingly good spell. If you're not playing tokens and you are paying fairly for all of your creatures, Ward Sacrifice a Creature is a very big price to pay. Yeah, in the early game you might have these disposable things around, like, ooh, this found me a basic land so I can get rid of it. But in the later games, after a board wipe or something has happened, you're trying to rebuild, a lot of your resources are a little bit more taxed if you're trying to play like threat after threat, and if this comes down, another board wipe will absolutely just smash the entire table, or you'll be using more of your resources to kill the thing that's trying to ping you for a ton of damage.
That's the other thing too, is that sometimes the board wipe comes from inside the house because I just want all the creatures dead. I'm going to take my 50 triggers and just win the game on the spot. Vein Ripper is pretty sweet. $11 does feel like a very fair price. I feel now like I'm getting extra bang for my buck with the 11 versus like 20 something.
When I think about power creep, I feel like Vein Ripper is one of those power creep cards because I'm always thinking about things like, ooh, for 6 mana, what can I do? And I thought about like the olden days where it's like, I don't know, Butcher of Malakir, 7 mana vampire, where it's like things die and you profit. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good one to steal. But Vein Ripper just amps that up to another notch with a Viscera Seer in the Edgar deck with like just tokens you have lying around and just any creature dying. It's just like, okay, yeah, you sacked your little Eldrazi spawn or something for mana. I'll have you lose 2 life and I'll gain 2 life. It starts to add up very quickly.
Yeah, I think this goes very, very well with stack outlets. It's probably the best way to play it. I think if you can't proactively trigger this either with a bunch of removal or with a bunch of sacrifice, you don't want it in your deck, but a lot of decks can jump through that. It's not even that big of, it's not even that small of a hoop to jump through. It's a very big hoop. You just walk through it.
Yeah, I think so. There are so many good sack outlets, or if you're just playing 3-for-1 removal spells, like we like to always talk about, the Soul Shatters of the world, the Flare of Malices, and all of that.
This with Flare of Malice?
It's so good.
Get out of here.
You sack your own thing for the cost because, oh, I don't have to pay for that. Also, take 2, I'll gain 2. And then all of you guys sack your best thing. Also, take a bunch, I'll gain all of that right back.
Yeah, this does not blanket damage all opponents like a Zulaport Cutthroat, but you can target one player and knock them out. I think that's valid. That's a valid way to play the game.
Yeah, even if they remove this after, a few creatures die, even after they remove after 1 Flare Mouse, that's still, 8 points dealt to the table, and you've gained 8 life.
Plus the ward.
That is gigantic. Yeah, maybe there's another creature too. I was thinking even just maybe like a different sort of like everyone sacrifice or whatever. But yeah, if you can manage to get a 5th trigger off that too, 1 flare and 1 ward trigger, that's already a 25% life swing in your favor and then 10 damage dealt to the entire table.
There's a lot of good things about this card. It's also just a beefy 6/5, so there is some combat damage to be dealt with this. But before we gush too much on Vein Ripper, we're going to go to For the Common Good, a card from Bloomburrow. It is 99 cents right now. It's XX green for a sorcery. Create X tokens that are copies of target token you control. Then tokens you control gain indestructible until your next turn. You gain 1 life for each token you control. There's a lot of token you control written on this card. The weird thing is that they don't just gain indestructible this turn, which I guess would kind of be useless on a sorcery. Just so important to know that it's until your next turn. So there's some added protection. It's not like no board wipe could ever stop you, but it's like half of board wipes don't work now.
I feel like this is a very cool card. I've been playing it in Roxanne lately, and it has been amazing. If you didn't know, when Roxanne makes meteorites, they come in tapped because of Roxanne. The meteorite doesn't come in tapped naturally. So when you make a copy of a meteorite and you make 10 copies, for instance, they'll all come in untapped and they'll deal a bunch of damage to the table. On its face, I think that this is pretty nice because if you have like Selesnya humans or something, it just says all of your tokens get indestructible until your next turn. You can swing in freely for a bunch of combat damage and you can gain a fair amount of life. If you have a ton of mana to throw into this, you can make a ton of copies of your best token, whether that's like with Populate and you made an awesome token, or you just have a bunch of little mana producing tokens and you make a bunch of treasures or meteorites or whatever.
Yeah, the only problem with this card you might run into is that it doesn't always work. You kind of have to be at parity or ahead for this to do anything at all. If you don't have tokens, then you can't gain life and you can't make copies, and doesn't matter that they would gain indestructible because you don't have any. So once you get going, this isn't a card you really want to see in your opening hand. Once you get going with almost any token, it does give you value. Mana producing tokens are pretty sweet. Not necessarily treasures, but like the Skyclave Relic token or a meteorite or any sort of copy of something like that. Those are pretty sweet. I like those. Clues, food, probably on the lower end. Tokens, like creature tokens, maybe just the best way to go. And then I like the fail case of 1 mana, gain like 7 life, give them indestructible, give your opponents a little bit of a headache, and maybe even play a board wipe yourself on the same turn.
That could be super cool. I think For the Common Good, I don't see it around that often, and I think it should be played a little bit more. I think it's a very cool card.
Yeah, it's not busted, but it's definitely worth $1.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, we got to proportion our excitement to like the price it is. This is definitely worth $1. It's not worth $11 like Vein Ripper is, but this I think is worth $1.
Also with Bloomburrow, I felt like there are a lot of things that ran under the radar. We all freaked out over things like Three Tree City and the Talons and all that, which are very cool cards. But things like For the Common Good, and I'll talk about this maybe in a different episode, but I think some of the seasons just went under the radar.
Oh yeah.
And I think that they deserve a little bit more love. Up next is a card that has hurt me multiple times in recent games. It's Price of Progress at $7.50. 1 in a red for an instant. It deals damage to each player equal to twice the number of non-basic lands that player controls. If you know me, I like to play 3, 4, and 5 colors, and I like playing a lot of non-basic lands, even to the point where in my 2 and 1 color decks, I am often playing as many non-basic lands as I can. So when Price of Progress hits the field, I get at least 10 points of damage usually.
This is, I think, the best burn spell in Commander, especially when you factor in how much mana you're paying for it. All you gotta do is wait a little bit. That's it. And then they're gonna have like 6 non-basics. And I think that's really good for like the level 0, thought here is like, whoa, my burn decks, I'll double my damage, my Torbrand, my Emodane, every number, my Soulfim. Why can I name so many of these replaceable damage doubler commanders? That's cool, that's fine, but I'm just thinking if you're aggressive, I think you should just be playing this card. If you are a deck that wants to get the game over with pretty fast, I think this card's great.
I think it's awesome too. I feel like there's so many awesome non-basic lands in Commander that people are always trying to put in those utility slots, whether those are MDFCs, lands and spells, obviously.
Guilty.
War Room,
Field of the Dead.
Field of the Dead, all of the card draw, Fountain Port, Minas Tirith, some of my favorites, dual lands, whatever. There are so many awesome things to be putting in those slots because basics just kind of don't do as much as we'd really like at a certain point in Commander, and this will punish people. I have to put this in Perforos. I have to snag myself a copy. Maybe I should go to Card Kingdom, go online.
And that's not a deck that has any synergy with non-combat damage. It's just a deck that wants to get the game over with and just kill people. And this is just a faster way to do it than anything Perforos can come up with, so you might as well play it.
Yeah, I just think that I have been hurt by this so much so recently. This plus Sunspine Links in a monocolor red deck just means that all of your opponents are going to take way more damage than you will.
Yeah, I think this is even viable in 2-color decks. We are the people who get hurt by this. In a 2-color deck, I'm pretty sure either one of us play 7 or 8 basics.
Yeah, but I mean, in a 2-color deck, there are so many awesome lands that you can be playing. Even if you don't go I don't want to play the Gain lands or, the Scry lands, the temples and stuff.
I mean, you just don't get punished for playing non-basics.
Yeah, but you're playing things obviously you're playing things like Command Tower, Exotic Orchard. Maybe if you're playing a Precon, you're playing a Path of Ancestry. You're playing Opal Palace. You're playing...
Are we naming the whole mana base?
Yeah, we're naming the entire mana base at this point. You're playing Stump Stomp in your 2-color
Of course. Deck. But there's not a reason for me in deck building not to just do that, not to just max out on powerful lands that give me something. This is one of the only cards that punishes that. So if you're having problems with Field of the Dead spammers like me or dual land spammers like you, get this card in your deck. It will end games. But next we're moving to the card that has probably been hit the most, had the biggest dip recently on our list. It's Tymna the Weaver, aka Cecil Harvey from Final Fantasy. This is explicitly the
Cecil Harvey from the Ages
showcase printing. It's the one that doesn't look like a magic card. It's $18 and it is 1 white black for a 2/2 lifelink. At the beginning of each of your post-combat main phases, you may pay X life, where X is the number of opponents that were dealt combat damage this turn. If you do, draw X cards, and it has partner. I would say the partner is not relevant because normally we talk about these in the 99, but Tymna was a $50 card.
Still is.
It's not that good. It's really not that good. It is not a blow the game wide open, holy crap, they have Tymna, I can't win. It's just a pretty solid mid-rangey combat damage payoff card, and now it is finally affordable. So this might unlock commander decks for people that want to play Tymna plus some goofy partner.
It's just an awesome value piece, and we have seen every other partner, the ones that are being played a ton at least, get a ton of reprints. I mean, Thrasios just got some sort of reprint in some sort of special ages thing.
Yeah,
we see Rogue Rack just got a Final Fantasy, special printing or whatever. Tymna was one of the only ones that was sitting up there when will we get a Tymna reprint? Because it's $50 and all the other copies are still $50. But if you need one and you like Final Fantasy or just need one for your deck and you don't want to shell out $50, it's so nice to be able to have an alternate art at $18. I'm so happy to see that.
Yeah, as someone who doesn't really care for this treatment, I would just take the L and say my commander's 50% uglier, but I have a commander. Now I get to play this deck now.
I think it just makes it a lot more viable for people who want to own these cards. It's just $50 versus $18 is just a very big jump. You could get more than 2 of these for the price of an original Tymna.
Look, Tymna's art isn't even that great anyway, so it's probably honestly a toss-up. Wanted to give that PSA because this is a card that has dropped probably one of the most, or the most since out of all the Final Fantasy spoilers. Next, we're going to go to Skyclave Apparition, one of my favorite white creatures. It is 50 cents, and it's 1 white for a 2/2. When this creature enters, exile up to 1 target non-land, non-token permanent you don't control with mana value 4 or less. When this creature leaves the battlefield, the exiled card's owner creates an XX blue illusion creature token, where X is the mana value of the exiled card. They don't get the card back. This is not Fiend Hunter.
Nope.
Not Banishing Light. No. I think for the most part, Banisher Priest type cards are pretty awful. I would not play almost any of them. Fiend Hunter is an exception for combo-y stuff and the cards differently. That's not what we're talking about. This one is fantastic, and it is the God Killer, because when there's a tricky permanent that you can't answer, like a Perforos or something, get it out of here.
Skyclave Apparition has hurt me in CEDH, in normal EDH. Both places, it's very, very good, whether I have been seeing it in Blink decks, Recursion.
Welcome back to MTG Therapy. In this video, we'll be opening the Final Fantasy gift bundle. This bundle comes with 16 foil and 16 non-foil full art land cards, a spin down life counter, aka 20-sided die, 2 traditional foil extended art cards, a special foil Final Fantasy card storage box, 9 play boosters, and the thing that drives up the value of the bundle the most, a collector booster. I was lucky enough to get this bundle at the retail price of $89.99. The last I checked, scalpers were trying to get almost $200 for this bundle. So let's crack it open and see what it's really worth. We'll have a little poster with Bahamut on one side. And we'll have Clive's imprint on the other. Starting off with the special foil Final Fantasy card box. They'll have the same art on both sides. We'll have the 20-sided die, aka the spin down life counter. We'll have the punch out counters. This side has the +1/+1s. We'll put the collector booster in the back. Let's start with our extended art cards and our lands. For our foil extended art cards, we'll have Avalanche of Sector 7 and Shantoto Tactician Magician. Then we'll have all of the full art lands in foil, starting with the plains, islands, swamps, mountains, forests, and the wastes. Then we'll have the non-foil versions of the lands. We'll have plains, islands, swamps, mountains, forests, and then the reference cards. Then we'll move on to the play boosters, starting with pack number 1. Plains, Chocobo Kick, Garnet Till Alexandros 17th, A Realm Reborn, Tonberry, Tidus Blitzball Star, Torgal, World Map, Fate of the Suncrest, Dragoon's Wyvern, You're Not Alone, Vane's Treachery, Blitzball Shot, Haste Magic, Play booster number 2, Machinist's Arsenal art card, Wastes, Shinra Reinforcements, Summon Leviathan, Play Blitzball side quest, Quistis Trepe, Battle Menu, Ride the Shoepuff, Laughing Mad, Magic Damper, Dwarven Castle Guard, Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum, Black Mage's Rod, Gisal Greens, Red Mage's Rapier, Play booster number 3. Got a Leviathan art card. Robinostri, Royal City, Thunder Magic. Got an Ultima, not a bad board wipe. Card Collection Side Quest, Phantom Train, Fire Magic, Ignis Scientia, Instant Ramen, Aerith Rescue Mission, Cocoon Merchant, Paladin's Arms, Cornered by Black Mages, Balam T-Rexar, Blazing Bomb. On to our 4th play booster. Got a Mountain, White Auracite, got a Squall Leonheart. Ooh, we got a Starting Town, Auron's Inspiration, Demon Wall, Cactuar, Magic Pot, Prish's Wanderings, Ice Magic, Galacat, Hecdize, Airship Crash, Thunder Magic. Onto our 5th play booster. Winder's Federation Center, Light of Judgment, Zeldinked, Fat Chocobo, The Prima Vista, Random Encounter, Judge Magister Gabrynth, Iron Giant, Combat Tutorial, Summon Chocomog, Scorpion Sentinel, Resentful Revelation, Gubu Gardener, GF Ifrit. Play booster number 6. Forest, Ride the Shupa, Luca Stadium, Memories Returning, The Emperor of Palamacia, Chocobo Racetrack, Eject, The Final Days, Adventures in, Slash of Light, Sage's Newliths, Undercity Dire Rat, Blitzball Shot, Mysidian Elder. On to our 7th play booster. Trino Dark City, Choco Comet, got a Wind Crystal, Raise a Chocobo Side Quest, Queen Brawn, Delivery Moogle, Lock Cole, Laporet Scout, Fight On, Coral, Dreams of Laguna, Shinra Reinforcements, Commune with Beavers, Call the Mountain Chocobo. Play booster number 8. Ooh, Together Forever art card. I think this one might have some value, but maybe only if it's the gold stamp. Charlene, Tonberry, Triple Triad, Sid, Timeless Artificer, Samurai's Katana, Thief's Knife, Magitech Armor, Cloudbound Moogle, Syncopate, White Mage's Staff, Sephiroth's Intervention, Fat Chocobo, Item Shopkeep, Quatrub Forayer. On to our final play booster. Island, Black Mage's Rod, The Straw. Ooh, we got Lightning, Army of One, Rydia, Summon Anima, Summon Shiva, Lunatic Pandora, Rook Turret, Magitech Infantry, Ice Flan, Chocobo Kick, Light of Judgment, Vincent's Limit Break. Then we'll have what everyone's been waiting for, the Collector Booster. Missed it by 1. The Wandering Minstrel. Swamp. Torgal Fine Hound. Prompto Argentum. Play Blitzball Side Quest. Renoa Hartley. Demon Wall. Magitech Infantry. Gala Cat. Dragoon's Wyvern. The Water Crystal. Wild Rose Rebellion. Zeldinkt. Ooh, Sephiroth Fallen Hero. And a borderless summon Brynhilder. So those are my pulls from the Final Fantasy gift bundle. I would say if you can find it at retail price, it's definitely worth picking up. If I paid over retail for this, I would have been disappointed, especially if I would have paid $200. For $200, you could basically buy a whole play booster box, which comes with 30 play boosters. One single collector booster isn't worth the huge premium on these bundles. But overall, I'm pretty happy with my pulls from this bundle. The 2 extended art cards weren't anything crazy, but I did get a Lightning, and I also did get a Sephiroth, which I'm happy about. And I also got a Water Crystal and a Wind Crystal. And then on top of that, the Through the Ages cards. I didn't get any super crazy pulls from this bundle, but overall I'm still pretty happy with what I got. I'm still going to be opening Final Fantasy packs because there's a lot of things that I haven't pulled, like a Buster Sword, Ishtola, or even a Vivi. But let me know what you think. Did you pick up a gift bundle? How were your pulls? Let me know down in the comments. But if you made it through this video, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure you leave a like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
अगर आप एनआरआई हैं तो रिटायरमेंट के बाद आपको भी मिल सकते हैं 7 से 8 लाख रुपए।
Boom. Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Welcome back to the lab. We're talking about a few products that I do think we're going to get some additional reprints on. So if you missed out on any of these, or you just want to get some more because they're awesome, stay tuned. This is critical information. Welcome to Poker Market Lab. All right, first up, we're going to talk about the SPC, the Prismatic Super Premium Collection. I think this is an awesome, fantastic product. Beautiful box. You got EV on the box. Fantastic set. Checks all the boxes that we want in an ultra or super premium collection. So there's no doubt in my mind. I'm not going to use the G word guarantee. I've been told I'm using that word too much. This checks all the boxes for me for a product that's going to easily push that $300 to $400 range in terms of price appreciation within the next year or two. I cannot think of a reason that wouldn't. So for those of you who haven't been around a long time, I want to go back to the Charizard Ultra Premium Collection. And that's really what we saw for waves and reprints on that product, to the point where it pushed it down to $70 a pop. I don't even think it had anything to do necessarily with the box itself, because it was, even back then, it had Evolving Skies in it. We knew what Evolving Skies was. It had fantastic sets in it. It was a great opening experience. Great promos. It's Charizard promos, right? It checked all the boxes. It was still really cheap, but it performed exceptionally well over a long period of time. The reason it was cheap, part of the reason it was cheap, is just the market was inundated with this product. So much so it dropped from, I think pre-orders were like $200 to $300 a pop. It dropped to like $70 to $80 on TikTok. So what I think is why I say that is, I think we're going to see additional waves of this. I cannot imagine a world where we do not get additional waves of this product. I'm going to say this often in this video. Just go back to 151 and the Blooming Water situation, or 151 bundles. You know, for a specialty product like that, maybe that's a little bit of a the Pokemon company spending a little bit more attention because it's 151. But I want that kind of proves out this thesis that they're willing to go back and reprint products tremendously, far more than we could ever realize, to make sure it gets in the hands of people. Prismatic Evolutions, we've seen Costco bundles, we've seen multiple drops on the Pokemon Center ETB, which we'll talk about here again in a second. I think we're going to see additional waves of this product. The caveat for all that we're talking about today is that does not necessarily mean that gets you a better entry price than what we have today. So this is sitting at about $200 a pop, which I think is actually a decent price point. So how I want you to approach this, if you're a collector, investor, this doesn't matter, right? We care about that entry price. So say you don't have any of this product at the moment. If you have to have it, I would not wait. This does not guarantee you MSRP pricing. Obviously, if you can use a service like Sleeved, we talk about Sleeved and work with Sleeved all the time in this channel. Link in the description. You get that in-stock notification alert. I loaded up on SPCs heavily through Sleeved. Walmart, I got the max limit from the Pokemon Center. So I think obviously if you have that opportunity, load up. So, do we get, if you have none of this product at the moment, I would not wait for additional waves. I don't think, because it's prismatic, because the market's hot, I don't think you're ever going to see a world where we get a big enough wave of this product that it drops down to 120 or even 150. I think that's just, there's so many buyers between 150 and $200 that would enter the market if we saw a price reduction, that I just don't, there's so much support at that price that the sales volume would just jump up tremendously. So if you want multiples of this, what I would do is, and this I think is worth a different video, is the concept of dollar cost averaging. So if you're going to get multiples, if you're going to get just one and you want to get just one and you don't want to miss out, don't wait. I would get in at $200. If ETBs are 100, this is absolutely going to be a rare, more premium. It literally has premium in the name, and that's not just naming, that's not just marketing. It will be considered a premium product for years into the future. For $100 more, twice the price of an ETB, you are guaranteeing what I think is again, I shouldn't use the word guaranteeing. I think you're giving yourself a better leg up in terms of price performance. If I'm going to spend the money, I want price performance, especially in the short term. I want a scarce product, right? It's an awesome set. This checks that box. So if you're going to get just one, I would not wait, because I think your chances of getting priced out, where this just bounces off the lows here and goes back up and we never see this price again, I think is too high. I think we are going to see additional waves of that, but what we've seen with other reprints in this market is that going to matter for the price? And we really have not seen much in the way of price depreciation because of product coming to market. I think the only caveat there is probably Surging Sparks booster boxes, and even that's what, a $30 drop, still over $200 a box. If you have some of this product, you're looking to get more, what I would do is make sure you have have a box or two. You got to think in your head, how much of this do I want? Do I want 6 boxes, 2? I want 1 to have, 1 to open, whatever that is. Dollar cost average if you get the opportunity. If the opportunity presents itself, we do get additional reprints. Again, I think we will. Then that's an opportunity to back the truck up, and you load up on product at a cheaper price, and you weigh down your cost, your dollar cost average, your average cost of all the product, that specific SKU that you purchased. And then along that same vein, the Pokemon Center ETB, I think this one's a little less of a guarantee. Again, I'm using the G word here. I think this is a little less of a guarantee that we're going to see a reprint. We've seen multiple drops on this product. I think we've had, in my memory, pre-release drop. Did we have a drop the day of release of this? I think we've had at least 3 drops on this. Don't know. We really don't know. Obviously, this is a great opportunity if you do get that option to get more from the Pokemon Center, which is the only way you're ever going to get them at $60 again. Back the truck up, load up. That's however many you can get, maximum 2. Absolutely get them. And again, use a surface like sleeve so you get that in-stock notification alert. Hop on, get in the queue, get your product, get out. Easy peasy. Super duper easy. Pays for itself. 1 drop. This is a perfect example of, if you get the opportunity, the market has already voted on this product in terms of price, right? So even if we get more of this come to the market, right, we are seeing a little bit of a softening on the price of this because of those drops, right? But it's still, there's only 200 listed here. There's no way this is not going to be one of the best performing Pokemon Center ETBs out of any of them. It's going to be right up there with 151 at some point in the future. So this is, again, to be able to get a product that you already have, the market is already supported at a certain price, a high appreciation. I mean, this is almost 4 times that $60 price point. Easy peasy, right? Easy money. All right, Destined Rivals Pokemon Center ETBs. I think this is another one where I'm pretty confident we'll see another drop of these, and this is another easy one. If you can get I think the max was 1 or 2. I can't remember. Whatever that max is, grab them. Again, this is the only problem with Pokemon Center ETBs. If you're looking to scale this, obviously it's as hard to do to buy from the Pokemon Center and scale because of these limits. So if you're looking to scale and you're looking for future growth of these, obviously you're going to have to come to the secondary market and try to pick some of these up. This is one where, again, because of the demand of this product, I would not wait for any of these to get 1 entry point, to get my foot in the door in any of these. I want at least 1. So if I have to come to the secondary market to grab one now to guarantee that I have one on the shelf and have one for my collection, I hate to chase prices, but I also don't want to miss an opportunity. And the only thing I can say to help guarantee, and again, this isn't a guarantee, the only other thing I could say if you're worried about getting product at Pokemon Center is wait until that Pokemon Center drop and that influx of product to market to drop the price and give you a better entry price point on the secondary market. But even that's not a guarantee, right? So I think if you're just worried about these running up, I think these are really best of breed products. And so getting at least 1 at this price point and then hoping you have an opportunity to get another one either on the secondary market or the Pokemon Center at a better price point, and again, bring your dollar cost average down, I think is actually is a pretty smart way to go. And now we're looking at Blooming Waters. The reason I'm talking about Blooming Waters is a couple-fold. I think some of you know where I stand on 151 right now. It's a phenomenal set, but I'm worried. I'm worried about the amount of product that's out there for 151. There's a ton of demand for it, for sure, but I think there's also a lot of people who are storing Blooming Waters. They're storing the bundles, which we've seen just literally hundreds of thousands of them hit the market. I think we're seeing a lot of people store this stuff, assuming it's going to go up, and it will go up long term. But I think, again, I'm cautious. My entry point, I've essentially shut off the spigot on 151. I'm not bringing any more in. That's because I have a lot of it. I think if the market goes sideways in any way, shape, or form, I'm beating a dead horse here. I think 151 is going to have a lot of product because the Pokemon Center, the Pokemon Company has printed so much of it for so long, and it's been gobbled up. A lot of it could hit the market in a short period of time and crash. Not just the overall, I'm not saying the overall market, but 151 in general could really take a hit on that, which could be, now, again, don't get me wrong, could be tremendous opportunity. So back to Blooming Waters here. We are going to get a double pack of this at Costco, I think, for under $100. It's an easy buy if you have the opportunity to do so. I guess this is what I'm really saying is if you're going to get 151, I think you really got it. For me, I want to protect myself. I want more upside than downside, so I'm not going to go to the secondary market. But again, I'm saying that from a position of having plenty of the product. So again, if you just want to get one, I don't think $122 for Blooming Waters is a terrible buy. The per pack price, I think, is right about the same. Actually, it's a little bit cheaper, I think, than the bundle. Not a terrible price, but you got 1,200 boxes listed on TCG Player. We got more coming to the market. I wouldn't be surprised to get a little bit of softening on the price here. It's already, you can see in the past 3 months, it has softened a bit, but that's with a lot of product hitting the market. If we get more, we could see some softening here, and I guess this could be a good, decent product to pick up if you really haven't had a lot of exposure to 151. I think it's kind of, I wish it looked better, to be completely honest with you. Just the amount of dead space in the packaging is just really, to me, is off-putting. The size of it's kind of off-putting, but again, I'm overall a little cautious on 151. I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see additional reprints for some of the later Scarlet and Violet Pokemon Center ETBs, specifically Surging Sparks, possibly Journey Together again. We did see a late reprint of Pokemon Center ETBs for Twilight Masquerade. This was a significant amount of time post-release. So, and given the amount of demand that we're seeing in the market, the amount of times that the Pokemon Company has gone back to, the printers and printed more Pokemon Center ETBs, I wouldn't be surprised to see Surging Sparks ETBs, again, Journey Together Pokemon Center ETBs. Let's see what else. And again, any future set, Black Bolt, White Flare, I think we're going to see the same thing we saw with Prismatic. We're going to see additional drops of those, and I think those are obviously easy pickups, shaping up to be a really, really hot release for Black Bolt, White Flare. And again, the purpose of the video is just to remind folks, I think the willingness of the reprint of Pokemon Company to reprint product, I think, could give you additional opportunity. I would not necessarily wait for that. Even if you have opportunity to grab that product at MSRP, it's such a fight, even in the Pokemon Center, even with, a service like Sleeved, it's such a fight to get product. You want a dollar cost average. That's hard for some people because they don't have the capital to deploy hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars on one product, right? They need to really spread that money around to multiple different products. And I still think you should do that. I think you should diversify as much as you can across sets, across types of products. But if you have to choose, obviously you should be buying as many Pokemon Center ETBs at that $60 price point as you can, almost regardless of the promo, regardless of the set. That's just about as close to easy money and free tendies as you can get in the Pokemon hobby. So that's it for today's video. I hope you're doing awesome. It's a great Sunday out there. Hope you all had a great 4th of July, and we will see you at the start of the new week.
Final Fantasy prices are going insane, and the set is essentially sold out everywhere, but I feel like people are conflating sold out with expensive or rare. Right now, people are scrambling to get sealed products, all sealed products in some cases, or scrambling to buy singles that only seem to be going up in price, though the set is being sold out at record pace and is being mass opened. The thing is, and this is the part that you can clip and show back to me in 2 months if I'm super wrong, I still think that we should all be waiting. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best place to put your deck lists on the internet. Let's start with what I think is going to be my biggest point here. The Final Fantasy set is going to be legal for 3 years. We have got 3 years of shelf life for this product. Now, that's not everything. We are not going to have collector boxes reprinted. We're also not going to have the collector commander decks reprinted, and we're not going to have the gift bundles, the bundles that have collector boosters in them. Those also aren't getting reprinted, but play boxes and commander decks and standard bundles are all getting reprinted. There was a crazy rumor going around about a week ago that we're going to talk about, and we're going to talk about how that rumor was completely untrue. 3 years of Final Fantasy shelf life. That is longer than the entire NFT thing lasted, okay? Do you know how much can happen in 3 years? Marvel has released 10 movies in the span of 3 years before. Don't believe me? Black Widow, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, Eternals, Spider-Man No Way Home, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Thor Love and Thunder, Black Panther Wakanda Forever, Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and The Marvels. And that was just the movies over the course of 3 years. They also had WandaVision, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki Season 1, What If Season 1, Hawkeye, Moon Knight, Miss Marvel, I Am Groot, She-Hulk, Werewolf by Night, Guardians Holiday Special 2023, Loki Season 2, Secret Invasion. A lot can happen. In 3 years, Tom Brady retired, unretired, divorced, re-retired, and then started a career as a broadcaster. My point is that Final Fantasy is going to be around quite some time. We are just a week into a 3-year shelf life for this product. The play boxes and everything that comes in them is going to be opened for the next 3 years. And let's take a look at the play boxes, okay? The play boxes contain, yes, base copies of Sephiroth. One of the most expensive cards right now is your Surge Foil Sephiroth in the special treatment. And while that single card is tied exclusively to collector boosters, look at this. We saw a base copy of Sephiroth in the play boxes. You've got your showcase version art here with Sephiroth and Sephiroth One-Winged Angel on the back available in play boosters. You've got Sephiroth Fabled Soldier as the treatment where the number is behind them version, also available in play boosters. You've got your extendeds, which that's only available in collectors, and then your Surge Foil only available in collectors. But the thing is that you're going to be able to get these copies of Sephiroth Fabled Soldier that are still popping off even right now. Look at this borderless version of Sephiroth Fabled Soldier. $62.40, market price $93. That means that the cheapest one around, yeah, we may have a median price today, but the stuff is going up. We are still at over $90, and it's risen since we had our pre-release weekend. Things are going absolutely nutty right now, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. Let's take a look at Cloud, okay? We got a couple of different versions of Cloud. Now, this one here is the Commander. As you can see, collector boosters, collector boosters, collector boosters, collector edition Commander decks for the Surge Foil full base art there. If you want this variant specifically, this individual look of this individual card, yes, these ones are in the collector booster, and these are really the only cards I think that should super be on your radar right now. The Surge Foils that are locked exclusively to collector boosters, if there's one of those that you're particularly after, probably sooner rather than later. And the Commanders from the precons in their alternates, even the non-foils, are locked to collector boosters. Everything else can be opened in the play boxes. Let's check out our Cloud Midgar Mercenary that's popping off like crazy right now. Base copies, play boosters. Special version non-foil, play boosters. Special version foil, not. Collector booster only. Extended, collector booster only. However, I'm telling you, these are going to be available. Looking at the market on our Cloud Midgar Mercenary, borderless Surge, we're way over right here, $447. But the thing is that right now, even the non-foil versions of this, you've got $71 on the Commander one. That makes sense. But look at this borderless non-foil Cloud Midgar Mercenary, $70. $70 for a Mythic that's going to be on shelves for 3 years. It just doesn't make sense to me right now. So yes, sellouts are a thing, but let's look one more time at what sellout actually means, and the fact that it doesn't mean the play boxes. It just means collector boxes, collector commander decks, and gift bundles. And look, I get why everybody's freaking out a little bit. There are two major things that have happened over the last week that are contributing to this. The first of which is there was a rumor going around from an email from the store MVP Sports and Games. Now, if you don't know about MVP Sports and Games, MVP Sports and Games has a bit of a reputation, without going too far into it, for stretching the truth just a little bit. MVP Sports put out this email that got obviously posted across all the subreddits talking about we're not getting Final Fantasy again until Q4. Now, I was super skeptical of that already. I've been hearing that after they saw the demand for Final Fantasy early in the year, they rearranged a lot to make sure that the printers were printing so that we were going to have Final Fantasy ASAP. This is also the same store that has multiple times been accused of misrepresenting the truth or straight out just lying out their ass. They were speaking with confidence, saying multiple sources have confirmed that Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate is going to be on the same power level as Modern Horizons or Commander Legends 1 with the Jeweled Lotus stuff. Yeah, that ended up being a lie, so I was already skeptical about them saying Final Fantasy we're not seeing again, even the play boxes, until the end of the year. That seems like FOMO. By the way, just a side note, Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate, that set was 3 years ago, almost to the date right now. So think about that when you're trying to contextualize how long available this set is going to be. It's going to be on shelves forever. One day later, after this had already reached a fever pitch and I'm sure has affected the price of stuff and everybody's panicking and buying and freaking out because we're not going to see Final Fantasy until the end of the year, they say. One day later, Nelson Brown, community manager for Wizards of the Coast, says, no, there's more coming soon. The stuff that we said is going to get reprinted is getting reprinted soon. Play boxes, the base Commander decks, and the bundles are on their way like July, so I don't know what MVP was smoking, maybe some Gessel Greens, but obviously that took a hold of the market and made some people panic. I also think that what we have happening here is Magic fans, me included, this is completely me and I'm admitting it, realizing exactly what it means when they said that the Final Fantasy fans have deep pockets and aren't afraid to spend on their hobby. If they've been watching any of my videos, any of the typical knowledge that people would communicate about these sets ahead of time, they were hearing, wait until after pre-release, wait until release weekend. That's when you want to buy singles. Pre-sale prices are terrible. Wait until the weekend after the pre-release. Wait until the release weekend when, you know, Ricky can open his cards up and list his on TCG Player, not just pre-orders for the stores. That's when you should go buy singles. They took that very, very seriously. They sprinted to TCG Player over release weekend, and the prices have just been going up. That's all I heard all last weekend. I was out of town for an event, and people just kept messaging me, walking up to me and saying or texting me, hey, did you see the price of Buster Swords going back up? Did you see the price of Clouds going back up? Oh my God, all the card prices are going back up because those like top 5 to 10 cards, not counting Chocobos, we're not talking about Chocobos here, not counting those top 5 to 10 cards started climbing back up because we had some panic. I think part of it was due to the rumor and the rumor being untrue, not that piece of the information not really getting around. And I also think that it has to do with the Final Fantasy fans not knowing Magic the Gathering and how long some of these treatments might be available. Maybe that's why some of the treatments and locations of finding the treatments isn't as transparent as it possibly could be, because it makes it easier to get the fans all fervored up, so they got to go buy the stuff as quickly as possible. You got to get it on release weekend. Wait until then. I wish you would just wait like 5 or 6 more weeks, because we need to see what's going to happen with this set. A lot of Final Fantasy fans entering the market for Magic the Gathering cards specifically works both ways, though. You are going to have a lot of new buyers buying boxes, opening it all up, and not all of them are going to hold on to every single card. That means more casuals are going to start dumping playsets and flooding TCG Player and eBay even harder than they already are. These people don't yet know, how to go and where to list and how to sell these things online. And so over the next few weeks, I think it's going to go a little slower than we would normally be used to, with some of this stuff that's been extra opened getting onto the internet and finding its way into other people's hands and forcing the price of some of these cards down that we would expect to go down. There has always been a fall before the rise as far as the EV of a set's packs go. I talked about it in the last collector video that I made about this set. I won't go further into it here. All I'm saying is it's never happened like this, that the rise happened so quickly after the initial fall, like days, like hours after the initial fall. It was already recovering and going up past some pre-order prices for some cards. It's never ever done this, and so I just can't understand how specifically the stuff in the play boxes is going to keep these prices long term. I feel like there's still going to be that fall before the rise that we would typically be used to, and that is when we need to go and buy singles for this. So let's talk about the exceptions to everything that I'm saying here, the cards that are not going to follow what I think they will follow. The Chocobos are obvious, right? The Chocobos are super rare. They are the chases. That's what they are. Your top characters is also where you need to keep an eye out. Obviously, Surge foils, those are exclusive to collector booster boxes. We're talking about the availability of play boxes in this set and how that is going to drive down the prices of certain singles in this video. The Surge foils are exempt from that. Those are collector booster only. If you want any of the specific Surges, like I said, sooner rather than later, go get your trades going, start targeting them, because I don't know what they're going to do. Typical knowledge would say they're going to go down and then they're going to go back up. But right now, everything's going insane. And so I think that with Surges, it's safer to hedge your bets. I also think, like I said, specifically the commanders from the precons in their alternate treatments, even the base copy non-foils, base copy, these versions, the art that you're seeing here, but in a non-foil, not Surge foil, non-foil treatment, those are only available in collector boosters as well as the foils and the Surge foils. Non-foil, foil, and Surge foil base commanders from the precons, like Yuna, like Tidus, these two were in the same deck. All of the decks have two of them. Those, Terra, Celeste, Tifa, Cloud, those are going to hold value. Those, I'm personally trying to target a Cloud X soldier in a non-foil version like this as soon as I possibly can, just to be completely transparent. Those are only in collectors. Those, I have a little bit more FOMO of missing the boat completely on those. Cloud is one of my favorite new decks in a long time. I'm not particularly tied to Final Fantasy, but I'm really tied to making my commanders look cool. So I want this version for sure. The commanders, I would make sure that you've got a good target on. The Surges, I would make sure you've got a good target on. Everything else can be opened in a play box. It is crazy to me that this is a $61 Mythic still in its non-foil, that this Summon Bahamut in the borderless is $60 non-foil. That doesn't make sense to me at all. So yes, I do think there are specific cards, especially some of the Mythics, some of the big name faces, some of the bigger played cards, VV versions, for instance. I think that those are going to be exempt from what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about 95% of the rest of this set, even alternate treatments that are going to be available. The other stuff is all long-term speculative stuff, and that's why I'm saying maybe hedge your bet and go sooner rather than later. I'm talking to Johnny and Ricky who want a copy of Cloud Midgar Mercenary and a base copy of Buster Sword to open and play with right now, not 2031 Joel who is selling a Surge foil cat mommy to pay for the energy credits so that I can run my AI cat mommy. That's for the future Joel to worry about. The bottom line here, and I will hold the L if I am wrong, I swear in 3 months I'll make a video that said I'm taking the L. But right now my bottom line is be patient. Sold out does not equal rare. Collector cards are different from playable cards. More Final Fantasy is coming sooner rather than later of the non-collector variety. And 3 years ago, the newest standard set was New Capenna. New Capenna feels like a lifetime ago, and that's how long Final Fantasy is gonna be around. The Final Fantasy set is super expensive, but that doesn't mean that playing Commander with it has to be. What I've got in this video are 3 different decks that are all $30 or less. You can go buy them at the link in the pinned comment or in the description. All of them are headed up by a Final Fantasy Commander, and all the decks are good. They're going to perform, ready to go right as you get them. We've got Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, at the head of a Rakdos spellcasting deck. We've got Hope Esteem at the head of a Mill Life Gain deck. And we've got Choco, Seeker of Paradise, as a Kindred Birds budget brew. Check the timeline down below for the exact deck that you're looking for, but do me a favor, if you like the deck or you think the video is just pretty sweet, hit that subscribe button and share it with a friend. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them and where you can pick up all 3 of these decks that I'm going to show you today. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect your cards, and Moxfield, the best place to put your deck lists on the internet, and where you can find these 3 deck lists down in the description and the pinned comment. Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, is a red, a black, and 2 for a 3/4 human mutant wizard. Says at the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then, if you control 4 or more wizards, which Kuja counts itself, transform Kuja into Trance Kuja. Fate Defied is an avatar wizard that's a 4/6, does not fly, strangely enough, looking at the art, but it says if a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. So you've got this commander that makes these token wizards on one side that can ping each opponent. That each opponent phrase is very, very important here, and flips to make those wizard tokens deal double damage. That's what it's at its core. If you look at the creatures that we're running in the deck, we are running stuff like Coruscation Mage, a red and 1 for a 2/2 otter wizard. It's got Offspring of 2, so it scales up across the game. You can pay an extra 2 and make a 1/1 token copy of this if you have the mana. It says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. That is the ability that we are trying to stack as much as we possibly can. We're running stuff like Electrostatic Field. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals a damage to each opponent. Erebor Flamesmith. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals a damage to each opponent. Firebrand Archer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. There are 28 cards in this entire deck that say each opponent on them, and that is what we're trying to do. We are trying to stack as many of these types of effects on the battlefield as we can. Stuff like Gutter Snipe. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and hopefully over the course of the game, burn all of our opponents down. There are some cards from the Final Fantasy set that we can actually stack in here, like Black Waltz number 3. This is a black wizard, 4 mana for a 2/2 flying death-touching wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Mysidian Elder is a red and 2. It's a common from the set, a 1/3. Says whenever this creature enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals a damage to each opponent. It's those black wizard token abilities that we love the most with this. Queen Braun does the same thing, bringing in a black wizard every time it attacks. Cornered by Black Mages makes an opponent sack a creature and creates 1. Circle of Power lets you draw 2 cards and creates 1. Transpose lets you filter a card, draw then discard it, and create a 0/1 black wizard token, and it rebounds. Doesn't create another token the next time, but lets you draw, discard, you lose a life, and that black wizard is going to trigger along with anything else you've got on the battlefield. We can approach this from the other direction too with some of our creature choices. Thermo Alchemist taps to deal a damage to each opponent, like Unruly Catapult, same thing. Tap it to deal a damage to each opponent, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you get to untap it. So it's kind of doing the same thing, but it's a little bit of a different take on it. Past that, we want to be running instants and sorceries so that we can trigger all of these creatures and creature tokens that we're creating to burn our opponents down. Simple stuff like Vandal Blast, Faithless Looting, cards that are going to let us get to the correct cards. Cards like Disrupt Decorum. We don't really attack or block super well with this. We have a bunch of 0/1 tokens. We get our value from casting other spells. Disrupt Decorum says, okay, everybody fight. And hey, by the way, you can't fight me. Go in each other's direction and please leave me alone to just cast more spells like Siphon Mind. Everybody discard a card and I'll draw a card for each person that did. I get to refill my hand and continue playing the game while you have to get rid of your resources. We are running quite a few wizards in here and create quite a few wizards here, so we can get some kindred synergies with cards like Pact of the Serpent. Choose a creature type, target player draws X card, loses X life, where X is the number of creatures they control of the chosen type. And because we're making so many creature tokens, we can run things like Village Rites or Corrupted Conviction. Drawing cards, sacrificing creatures on the cast, that's something that we're going to be able to do. From there, you'll see a lot of removal in the sorceries and instants. Use that correctly. Wait until threats are coming your way. You are going to be sitting on quite a bit of removal, and so if you stay a little more reactive than proactive with it, as you cast things, people will attack into you, respond. I'm going to cast Go for the Throat, or I'm going to cast Infernal Grasp or Terminate. These are things that will keep opponents from attacking you further down the line. It's, well, they've got a full grip. Just don't come at me. I'm going to remove the thing that comes at me. Play politically with this, and you'll be able to survive the long game, just kind of dragging everybody's life total down while you keep threats away from you. In the artifacts, we've got Black Mage's Rod from the main set. That's another way to create a Black Mage, so to speak. Anything that you attach it to becomes a Black Mage, and so it becomes very valuable in this deck. I also really like the card Sorcerer's Wand in this deck. It's 1 mana equipment, says equipped creature has tap. This creature deals a damage to target player or planeswalker. If this creature is a wizard, it deals 2 damage to that player or planeswalker instead, and it equips for 3. If we're able to flip our commander, or just in the aggregate with everything else we've got pinging, having our wizards be able to tap and shock a player as well, pretty sweet. Then in our enchantments, we want to add to the damage we're doing, so let's have Gratuitous Violence. If a creature you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage to that permanent or player instead. Same thing with Dictate of the Twin Gods, except it's got the F word on it. If a source would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage to that permanent or player instead. I also really like Aether Revolt in this deck. I think people overlook this card because it has an energy symbol on it, but we don't really have to worry about that. It's an enchantment that says, Revolt, as long as a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage plus 2 instead. All of our Black Mages are pinging for 3. They're all lightning bolts now, and all we have to do is cast one of our spells like Deadly Dispute or Village Rites, sacrifice one of our tokens, get all of those pings. We've triggered the ability now for Aether Revolt to be having our Black Mages all do 3 damage per ping. Absolutely ridiculous, and we don't need to read the rest of the text on the card. It's irrelevant. For each deck, I also want to highlight some more expensive cards that certainly push the deck out of budget, but will provide you some cards to sort of aim for in the future that are more powerful but more expensive as a result. Things like Harmonic Prodigy. If an ability of a shaman or another wizard you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. We're doubling all of our wizard token triggers. Things like Agate Instigator. It's a newer version of this effect on a creature from Bloomburrow. It's a red and 1 for a 1/3. It's got offspring of a red and 1, so for 4 you get 2 of these that both say whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. You've got a commander that's constantly spitting out tokens. You've got a bunch of cards that are constantly spitting out tokens. Stuff like Agate Instigator, stuff like Perforos, God of the Forge. There was a bonus sheet version of this in the set that might be grabbable within a good time frame here. That was Kefka Palazzo. Perfro says, as long as your devotion to red is less than 5, it's not a creature. Whenever another creature you control enters, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Just another way to stack the damage in the additive and completely burn your opponents down. I also really like Giggling Skitter Spike in this deck. Whenever it attacks, blocks, or becomes the target of a spell, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. It's an indestructible creature, and for 5 mana, you put 5 counters on it, and it becomes a 6 power machine gun that every time it attacks, blocks, or becomes the target of a spell, it deals 6 damage to each opponent. Pretty nutty. And a newer card I want to highlight just because I've started to build it into a ton of red decks and I've really enjoyed it in my playtesting is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. It's a red and 3 for a 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn, except its name is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. If you do, Go-Go and that creature each get +2/+0 and gain haste until end of turn and attack this turn if able. What I really want to do is copy Kuja Genome Sorcerer. We'll get the ability onto Go-Go, but we don't have to sacrifice either one of them because the name remains Go-Go. It's not copying the name, so the legend rule doesn't hit here. And at the beginning of our end step, we'll get 2 tapped 0/1 Black Wizard creature tokens with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals damage to each opponent. That's what we're trying to do. So any little tricks that we can use to make more of those, we're gonna do. The deck list for the $30 version of Black Mage Pings with Kuja Genome Sorcerer at the lead is down in the description. Let me know if you got any questions about this specific deck or any suggestions on cards you think might be strong in the deck and keep it under that $30 budget. Hope S Theme is a white and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard. It's got lifelink and says at the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. That is a very strong ability. Now, mill is a pretty salty strategy, so you should probably make sure that your play group is going to be okay with it before we dive into this deck. This one really combines 2 pretty salty strategies: life gain, which really freaks people out, and mill, which freaks people out even more. What we're trying to do with this deck, though, first is gain life. Because our commander is cheap at only 2 mana, we're going to be able to resolve Hope and get Hope back out there. And especially since we're just wanting to gain life so that that translates into milled cards, that's where we're going to focus. Cards like Hinterland Sanctifier, whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Similar, Daxos Blessed by the Sun. Whenever another creature you control enters the battlefield or dies, you gain a life. Life Creed Duo. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain a life. This deck has 27 creatures in it, so you're going to be playing quite a few creatures for sure. We want everything that we're doing to be gaining us life preferably so that we can trigger Hope's ability as much as possible. I'm running Odric Lunarch Marshal in this deck. I think that it's strong enough just to give your entire team lifelink every single turn. It's only at the beginning of your end step that Hope's ability triggers, so you want to be aggressive with this deck for sure. But even on your turn, giving every single creature on your side lifelink, swinging out, gaining 10 life, everybody mills 10. We're getting there at that point, and it's not going to take that much more for us to just burn everybody's libraries completely down. We can double it up with stuff like Rock's Faithmender, a white and 3 for a 1/5 Rhino Monk with lifelink. Says if you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. Wall of Reverence, at the beginning of your end step, you may gain life equal to the power of target creature you control. Stack this correctly if you've got Hope on the battlefield so that we gain that life before the Hope ability fires off and we mill everybody based on how much life we've gained. I like Shadowkin in this deck a lot. A blue and 3 for a 2/2 says at the beginning of your upkeep, each player mills 3 cards. You may exile a creature card from among cards milled this way, and if you do, Shadowkin becomes a copy of that card, except it has this ability. Now we're starting to get into some of the mill pieces. I think that if you want to put actual mill pieces in a Hope deck, it's not that bad of an idea, but you want to focus on the ones that are each opponent. Stuff like Ruin Crab, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 3 cards. This can also take the form of letting your opponents draw more cards, get them further through their library of their own accord, and maybe buy yourself a little political goodwill. Cards like Quain, Itinerant Meddler, a white and a blue for a 1/3 Rabbit Wizard. You can tap it, have each player draw a card if they want, then each player who drew a card this way gains a life. So we draw a card, we gain a life. It's contributing toward our entire thing here. I really like Quain in this deck. Similarly, Stitcher Giraffe is 2 blue and 3 for a 3/4 human wizard. It's got a 3 mana activated ability to tap and have each player mill 3 cards, exile up to 2 creature cards put into graveyards this way, and then create an XX creature token where X is the total power of the cards exiled this way. There are ways that we can mill each opponent on top of the mill that we're already achieving with our life gain to hopefully finish the game out. Past that, with creatures, it's life gain payoffs. Stuff like Nykthos, Paragon, 2 white, 4 other for a 4/6 human soldier. Whenever you gain life, you may put that many +1 counters on each creature you control once per turn. Stuff like Angel of Vitality. If you would gain life, you gain that much life +1 instead, and it gets +2/+2 as long as you have 25 or more life. You know what you're going to have in Commander right when you sit down? 40 life. That's going to be fantastic. On our sorcery side, we've got cards like Fumigate, which is going to be our board wipe that's tied to life gain. You've got stuff like Sanctify, which is your artifact enchantment destruction tied to life gain. But we've also got stuff like Fractured Sanity. Each opponent mills 14 cards. Or Fascination, where we're definitely going to choose that second ability. Each player puts the top X cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. Now, I said let's run the each opponent mill cards, but cut your losses. We can sacrifice a creature that's power 2 to copy this spell when we cast it. And I think hitting 2 opponents' libraries for half for 6 mana and a sacked creature that's 2 power or greater is super worth it. This is one of the few not each opponent mill cards that I recommend running in here. Our instant speed stuff is a little bit of targeted removal with Path to Exile, Swords to Plowshares, a card like Restoration Magic, which will help us save our commander's life on a budget, Dovin's Veto and Absorb also playing similar roles there. Watch out to save those for cards for spells that are being cast that's going to remove your commander. This is a fairly commander intensive commander deck, and so you're going to want to make sure that you're casting Hope strategically when you can get a lot of good payoffs and or have a way in your hand already to protect it. Cards like Drown in Dreams going to let us mill our opponent twice. We can choose both things if we have our commander on the battlefield. You've got more artifact and enchantment destruction tied to life gain with cards like Invoke the Divine. You've got a fog effect on Riot Control where it's tying life gain to a prevention of combat damage if they try and swing you down. You've got cards like Congregate that's just going to let you gain 2 life for each creature on the battlefield. You know how often across 4 players there are like 10 creatures on the battlefield? This lets you gain 20 life. You main phase this and then everybody's milling 20 cards. That's insane. One of the more expensive cards I included in the deck is an artifact, and that's the Water Crystal, but it's very worth it. 2 blue, 2 other for legendary artifact. It makes your blue spells cast cost 1 less to cast, and if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many +4 instead. That's so many cards. On top of that, we have a repeated ability to be able to activate it for 6 mana and have each opponent mill cards equal to the number of cards in our hand. Repeated mill on an artifact that's going to add to the mill that we're already doing. This is a fantastic one and definitely worth the like $2 or $3 that it is right now to get this in the deck. In the enchantments, we've got some payoffs for life gain stuff with Griffin Airy at the beginning of end step. If you gained at least 3 life this turn, you create a 2/2 with flying's very strong. Also cards like Teferi's Tutelage, one of the only other cards in here that is targeted mill. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent mills 2 cards. This can just be a fantastic way to finish off one player. Other stuff like Griffin Airy with Angelic Accord at the beginning of each end step. If you gain 4 or more life, you put a 4/4 with flying onto the battlefield. And then you've got stuff like Rest in Peace. Also in the deck is stuff like Soul Guide Lantern. If we are filling up our opponent's graveyards, we don't want to make the Reanimator deck just have the game of their life. So if we're going to be milling cards, we want to pack a couple of pieces in there that let us exile all the stuff that we're milling into the graveyard so that we don't have to deal with it and actually be doing our opponents a favor. Down in the considering section of the deck list on Moxfield, on the more expensive side, I've got cards like Sarah Ascendant. It's $25, but look, this card is a 6/6 with lifelink for 1 on turn 1 in Commander. In a life gain deck, it's absolutely insane. You've got cards like Soul's Attendant and Soul Warden, referred to as Soul Sisters. These are cards that are only $3 to $5, but when you're looking at a $30 budget deck, that starts to push the budget really hard, really fast. So these will be ones on your pickup list that that you'll want to grab sooner rather than later and just continue to stack that life gain effect on top of each other. Cards like Bruvac, the Grandiloquent, I think that this one at $30 is too expensive to buy right now, but if an opponent would mill one or more cards, they mill twice that many cards instead, you can see why that could be very, very strong in this deck. So that may be a legend that you want to keep your eye out for to grab a copy and put into this deck. Beacon of Immortality is basically a win condition, 6 mana instant speed, double target player's life total. That counts as life gain. If we go from 30 to 60 on our turn, everybody's milling 30 cards. That's a lot. And then I want to recommend that you ponder your orb just a little bit and find you a copy of Mesmeric Orb in a deck like this. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, that permanent's controller puts the top card of his or her library into his or her graveyard. That's everything. Everything coming untapped at the beginning of your turn, you count how many things you untapped, you mill that many cards. Repeated mill on an artifact like this for just 2 mana, it makes sense that this one's nearing like $20 right now, but I definitely think it belongs in the deck. And then a card like Boon Reflection, it's around $10 right now, but if you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. You want to stack that effect as much as you can find it and put it into this deck for sure. The deck list for this one is down in the description and in the pinned comment, and if you want to purchase this deck, it's available through a TCG affiliate link down there as well. Let me know what you think of my Hope Esteem budget build. Suggest any cards down there for people that might want to build this stuff that's worked really great for you. We'd love to talk to you about it in the comments. Choco Seeker of Paradise is a blue, a white, a green, and 1 for a 3/5 bird. It says whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, then put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest into your graveyard. That triggers landfall, my dudes and my dudettes. All homies should know that is a landfall trigger mess right there. And it's cool because Choco Seeker of Paradise says whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0 until end of turn. You can see how with multiple landfall triggers triggering all at once, that this could get pretty brutal pretty fast. This deck has 27 birds in it. That's what I am talking about. We've got birds like Saz's Chocobo, an uncommon from the main set. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this bird. All the way to cards like Wingmate Rock, 2 white, 3 other for a 3/4. When Wingmate Rock enters the battlefield, if you attacked with a creature this turn, create a 3/4 white bird creature token with flying, and whenever it attacks, you gain a life for each attacking creature. We've got cards like Kanji Sky Warden. Whenever it attacks attacking creatures with flying, get +2/+0 until end of turn. Whenever it blocking creatures with flying, get +0/+2 until end of turn. We've also got utility removal creatures like Aerial Extortionist. Whenever it enters the battlefield or deals combat damage to a player, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent. For as long as that card remains exiled, its controller may cast it. Ah, that sounds annoying. And whenever another player casts a spell from anywhere other than their hand, you get to draw a card. Hooray! What a bird. There's definitely some fantastic bird choices up and down the CMC. Stuff like Empyrean Eagle, just printed in Foundations. A blue, a white, and 1 for a 2/3. Other creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. That's what we're leaning into here. We're leaning into aggressive bird strategy. We want anthems on all of our stuff that is all flying. Let's talk about some of the few non-birds that we're actually running as creatures in this deck. Valley Quest Caller, whenever one or more other birds you control enter, scry 1, other birds you control get +1/+1. You've got stuff like a Maria Angel that creates a 1/1 bird every time you landfall. Every time you landfall. A bird commander that's made for landfalling. And Maria Angel's fantastic in here. You've got Saz Katzroy that was definitely made to operate alongside all the Chocobo homies. When Saz enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land card. You're probably going to get a bird most of the time here. Put it into your hand and then shuffle, and whenever Saz attacks, you put a +1 counter on target creature, then double the number of +1 counters on that creature, i.e., that's a powerful bird right there. I also put Tawnos the Toy Maker in here. Not a bird, it's a human, but whenever you cast a beast or a bird creature spell, you may copy it, except the copy's an artifact in addition to its other types, and the copy becomes a token. Every time I cast a bird, I get a token copy of that bird if I got Tawnos on the battlefield. Yeah, we'll put that in the bird deck. In our sorceries, we're definitely running stuff like Chocobo Kick. It's flavorful. It lets us return a land we control to our hand as a kicker cost so that we can replay that land and get further landfall stuff. And it just says target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. And if it was kicked, get it, Chocobo Kick, the creature you control deals twice that much damage instead. It's Chocobo flavor. We like a lot of ramp in here. We've got Farseek, Nature's Lore, Cultivate, ways to go and get land so that we can landfall further in addition to just fixing and ramping. We've got specific stuff that takes advantage of the fact that we're a Kindred deck with cards like Harsh Mercy. A white and 2, each player chooses a creature type, destroy all creatures that aren't of a type chosen this way. Everybody's going to get to keep a thing or two. We're going to keep everything. We're going to run cards like Airborne Aid. Draw a card for each bird in play. Okay, that sounds good to me. How about Winged Words? Costs 1 less if you control a creature with flying. Just draw 2 cards. Super simple, but super effective. You've got at instant speed, obviously Path to Exile, Source of Plowshares. We're running targeted removal for sure. But you've got stuff like Dazzling Denial, counter target spell unless this controller pays 2. But if you control a bird, you got to counter it. They got to pay 4. You got stuff like Lofty Denial. It counters unless they pay 1. Or if you control a creature with flying, you counter unless they pay 4. I really love cards like Winged Portent. For 3 mana, you say draw a card for each creature with flying you control. You have the cleave cost of paying 6 to draw a card for each creature you control, but we're all flying creatures around here, baby. We're good with Winged Portent at 3 mana, instant speed, draw a card for each creature with flying we control. And then you've got cards like Rally of Wings. This is basically a win con in here. A white and 1 at instant speed. Untap all creatures you control. Creatures you control with flying get +2/+2 until end of turn. 4 birds attacking. This adds 8 attacking power to the battlefield. We're flying, so we're probably avoiding most of the things anyway. In the artifacts, I really like Chocobo Racetrack. It's a landfall that's going to create Chocobos for us, which is pretty sweet. Side quest to raise a Chocobo in the enchantments is a definite. I also like stuff like Radiant Destiny. We choose a creature type. They all get +1/+1. And if we have the City's Blessing, they get Vigilance. Rally the Ranks, super simple. Choose birds. They get +1/+1. Favorable winds. Creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. But listen to some of the cool things that we can do with a card like Retreat to Emeria or Felidar Retreat. Remember, when our Choco attacks, we're getting to landfall as much as we find when we dig down according to how many birds are attacking. Those lands go onto the battlefield, and Retreat to Emeria says whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, choose one, and we're going to choose creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. For every land that's landing on the field, heck yeah. Same thing with Felidar Retreat. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Those creatures gain vigilance until end of turn. It's just super effective across the board. And then I also really like Bower Passage or Bower Passage. Creatures with flying can't block creatures you control. That sounds convenient for us. I do run 40 lands in this deck. It's a landfall deck. We want to be finding lands. Don't run fewer than 40. I know that's going to be your first inclination. I'm going to cut 2 and go down to 38. 38's fine. Yeah, it is. Just run 40 though. I'm telling you, you're going to have a better time. Let's look in the considering section. I've got some more expensive choices that you can keep your eye on for all of these decks. If you want to build this as the $30 version and you like it and you want to keep upgrading it, go check out cards like Birds of Paradise. It's just a fantastic bird. It's just typically between $5 and $10. But when you're doing a $30 budget build, that kind of card can really kill the budget just by itself. So that's a good one to keep your eye on. Also, Traveling Chocobo. Right now, this card from the main set's a Mythic. It's like $30 at time of shooting this. So I would hold off on this one until that's down cheaper and you can grab it, because it obviously is fantastic in the deck. Stuff like Keeper of the Nine Gales. Tap it, tap 2 untapped birds you control, return target permanent to its owner's hand. It's fantastic, but it's super scarce. This is like a $10 bird. It just hasn't been reprinted a bunch. I also think cards like Safara Sky's Blade, it's only $3, but I would definitely be grabbing this. You can pay a white and tap 4 untapped creatures you control with flying rather than pay Safara's mana cost, and it gives other creatures you control with flying indestructible. It's just fantastic. Raise the Palisade is a fantastic Kindred card. Choose a creature type, return all creatures that aren't of the chosen type to their owner's hands. You can see why that would be good. Just kick all the non-birds off the battlefield. Heroic Intervention is a great card to upgrade into for creature-based decks. Survive board wipes way better with something like that. And then you've got cards like Patchwork Banner and Banner of Kinship. Patchwork Banner is a 3-mana mana rock that taps for any color. You choose a creature as it enters, and the creatures of the chosen type get +1/+1. You can see why that would be strong. And then Banner of Kinship is insane. As it enters, you choose a creature type bird. This artifact enters with a fellowship counter on it for each creature you control of the chosen type. It says creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each fellowship counter on this artifact. That means if you cast and resolve Banner of Kinship while you've got 10 birds, let's say 5, while you've got 5 birds on the battlefield, that banner is going to get 5 counters on it. Somebody wipes your board and you replay 1/1/1 bird. That bird is still going to be getting that +5/+5 from that Banner of Kinship. That is how strong this card is. It's a must answer once it comes down in Kindred decks. And so this at around $5 right now is definitely worth a pickup if you're building birds or if you're building really any creature type based aggro attacking deck. Another scarce card is Soul Catcher's Airy, a white and 1 for an enchantment that says whenever a bird is put into your graveyard from play, put a feather counter on it, and all birds get +1/+1 for each feather counter on Soul Catcher's Airy. This could be really good, obviously, but it's over $10 just because of scarcity, and so I just don't think it's worth picking up right now. Past that, for lands, you're going to want to look at Cavern of Souls if you've got a lot of counter spells in your meta. Spar's Headquarters, just as fantastic fixing, and Three Tree City is always going to be a good ramp land in a Kindred deck. Check the description and the pinned comment for the deck list for Choco Seeker of Paradise, and let me know if there's any cards you would include in here that would help keep us under that $30 budget, but maybe strengthen the deck even more. We'd love to talk to you about your Choco deck down in the comments. Those are the 3 decks. If you're still watching at this point, hey, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you here. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You must have liked something about the video. Thanks for watching all 3 of them. Go check out the Patreon, see if you want to support me directly and get rewarded for doing so. Other than that, I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. When it comes to trying to decide for yourself if the Final Fantasy precons are worth it for you to buy, you could just look at them and go, all right, the red, white, black Revival Trance deck with Terra, Herald of Hope, has about an $80 market value and has about $60 worth of reprints within it. Or you could take a look at the green, white, and blue deck Counter Blitz featuring Tidus, Yuna's Guardian, having about an $86 market value and containing about $98 worth of reprints within. We could take a look at the white, blue, and black deck Scions and Spellcraft featuring Y'shtola, Knights Blessed, having a $125 market value and featuring about $75 worth of reprints within. Or we could take a look at the red, green, white deck Limit Break featuring Cloud X Soldier, having about $132 market value and containing about $118 worth of reprints. We're going to take a look at all those aspects for each individual precon and hopefully help you make a good buying decision. If you would take a look at the timeline, I've got the whole video ordered from least valuable reprints in the deck to most valuable reprints in the deck. So scrub through for the deck that you are individually looking for. But do me a favor, if you get any value from any part of this video before you leave, hit that subscribe or that like button. That would be great. Joel Our Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. Terra, Herald of Hope, and Celes Rune Knight are at the front of the Revival Trance Mardu Legendary Reanimator precon deck from Final Fantasy. This deck has about $60 worth of reprint value in it at time of shooting this and is currently selling for about $80. Those prices are being driven by Archfiend of Depravity. This card's about $3.40. Nice demon reprint here. We also got a pretty sweet Pitiless Plunderer. Currently, a Pitiless Plunderer is going to run you about $3 to go and pick up. And then as far as the cards that are also over $1 in the creature slot, you've got Anger with nice new reprint art there. You've also got Sepulchral Primordial there, about $1 for both of those. New art for all of the cards in this deck. Looking at the sorceries, you've got cards like Reanimate driving some solid value, $7.63 on a copy of Reanimate. Like I said, all new art on these, and the art is also going to drive some momentum on the prices. Ruinous Ultimatum's about a $4 card. You've got Kefka art on it here. Pretty sweet there. This deck just comes with a Rise of the Dark Realms. Pretty sweet. $3.43 market. for Rise of the Dark Realms. We just saw this in Foundations, so it's interesting to get a reprint that soon after, but also sort of helped drive down the price of it before it appeared in a pre-con. We've also gotten appearance of Stitched Together in this deck, $3.41 on that. Plus the other sorceries, you've got about $20 worth of reprints on sorceries, and you've got about $12 worth of reprints on your creatures. Looking at your instance, you really don't have anything reprinted in high value. Bedevil, Big Score, Mortify, Crackling Doom, all pretty low in value and not really moving the needle. Artifacts as well, you've got about $5 worth of reprints on artifacts. The Soul Ring is always going to come in at about $1, $1.20. Talisman of Indulgence here also representing about $1.50, and then Swiftfoot Boots in this treatment giving you about $1 worth of value alongside the new Soul Ring there. So artifacts also not really moving the needle. The one that really is the lands, and you're going to see that's a trend for all of these decks. We've got a reprint of the Graven Cairns, these lands that you can pump 1 mana of a hybrid color in and get a divided version of those 2 manas however you want there. That's what this land cycle does, and they've reprinted those in all these decks. Graven Cairns about $5. It's the cheapest of the ones. It has had some reprints, but you've also got high market in this deck, which is pretty sweet, around $3.61 of market value. Hey, for high market. Sulphur Springs after that for about $2, representing a little bit of value, and then Fetid Heath, another one of those from that cycle. You've got about $1 worth of value on the Fetid Heath. All in all, having about $60 worth of reprint value on a $70 MSRP deck. If you want to take a look at some of the new cards that are in this deck and see maybe cards that could have application in other places, I'd look at the Warring Triad. I really like this if we look at the creatures first. That ability, mill a card, target player adds 1 mana of any color. Millikin is a pretty widely played card in decks who care about their graveyard, and so having another sort of mana rock that's got upside that's also allowing you to mill cards, I could see players wanting this long term. And then as long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, it's not a creature, but it's got Flying, Trample, and Haste. So as long as we've got 8 or more cards in our graveyard, this is also a hasty threat in the air that could like help finish off the fight if we need some more combat damage, particularly towards the end when we're just trying to grind out the finish. Warring Triad's pretty cool. I also really like Mog Moogle Warrior, and I think players are going to want this commander. It's got lifelink 1/2. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card, and if a creature was discarded this way, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. It says then if a non-creature card was discarded this way, put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. I think that people are going to want to play Moogle Commander, and Mog Moogle Warrior is definitely it. I also really like Bannon, the Returner's Leader. This is a 2-mana 1/3 legend. It says once during each of your turns, you can cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. And whenever you attack, you can pay 1 and discard a card if you do draw a card. Any commander that's in these colors that has to do with discarding, cycling, any sort of milling, that's all going to be applicable for Bannon's ability. And so I think that players are going to be interested in that long term. Also really think Gal Feral Youth has got a ton of combo-y potential. Whenever it attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on it, and who cares? But at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gal deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. I could just burn down the whole table rather quickly if you can figure out a way to consistently get at least 1 card out of your graveyard on everybody's turn. So I think Gal has a lot of potential, especially in decks that can grow his power consistently. And I really love Kefka Dancing Mad. It's hefty. It's 7 mana for a 6/6. It's got Indestructible on your turn and says at the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You can cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Then each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. So it's like got Indestructible, so you definitely will get at least 1 trigger of its ability. But for a Kefka named Dancing Mad, I really like that card and think it's going to be sweet. Taking a peek at the sorceries, there was one that I really liked, and that's Rejoin the Fight, a black and 5 for mill 3 card sorcery. It says then starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. So for 6 mana, you're milling 3 cards and you're letting your opponents return some creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield. With the instant slot in this one, the new card Espers to Magicite is a 4-mana instant speed. Exile each opponent's graveyard. Respond to their reanimate. Respond to their living death. I'm going to exile each opponent's graveyard. Then, when you do, choose up to one target creature card exiled this way. You get to create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact, and it loses all other card types. I'm really into this card. I think it's super sweet. And so let's talk about how much it will take to upgrade and make this deck playable. Looking at the reprint-only cards, typically I don't like to cut non-reprints until I've play tested a lot with them. The new cards that they print into these decks a lot of times have under synergies that you've just got to figure out through play. With Terra, there were 5 cards in the reprint cards that I immediately want to cut to replace. So 5 cards to replace in a deck, that is pretty good overall as far as like upgradability to make it worth it to buy and have a strong deck right out of the box. Taking a look at Scions and Spellcraft, the Y'shtola Knights Blessed Precon. This one's got about $75 worth of reprint value in it. It's currently on the market for about $125. And so this is definitely one of the most preferred by the market. This one has got people hyped. Looking at the creatures, we have got like no reprint value on these creatures. Archmage Emeritus is around $1.64. You're going to get cool new art with all of these decks, but is that enough to be worth it? $1 on a Torrential Gearhulk? That's not really enough in the creatures to move the needle in a huge way. Looking at the sorceries, you've got about $3.63 on Crux of Fate. Everything past that is well under $1. Your closest is Vindicated, about 80 cents. Lots of reprints of that card overall. Looking at the instants, we do have one really nice one, and that's Snuff Out. Got a Snuff Out reprint here, $7 on Snuff Out. And then this deck features the Swords to Plowshares from the entire set. So we got that. It's about $1 in this deck as well. Got about $9 worth of instants with a $7 Snuff Out there. And then on your artifacts, you got about $8.68 on Archaeomancer's Map. About $15 total on artifacts in the entire box here. Relic of Legends is about $2. And then you got your Soul Ring, all of the precons. The Soul Ring's about $1.20. Going to represent about that much value in there. This one's got enchantments. The first deck did not have enchantments, but Authority of the Consuls here at $5.32. Going to give you about $7 of value on the entire set of enchantments here. Propaganda represents about $1.77. Pretty sweet there to include those off the rip. And then you've got Sunken Ruins. This is a $22 land, y'all. All of these decks feature this cycle of lands where you use one hybrid color of mana to filter into whatever combination of those 2 colors of mana that you want. Sunken Ruins is one of the most expensive at $22. You've got $32 worth of lands in this Y'shtola deck, and $22 worth of it is Sunken Ruins. You've also got Drowned Catacomb, about $1.55 on that one, and you've got Underground River, representing about $1.87 overall. And then you got Fetid Heath, which is another one of these filterish lands here, the hybrid filter lands, about $1 of value on that, with Desolate Mire being those filter lands where you take one colorless and pump it into 2 colors of mana, representing about $1 as well at around 90 cents. So $75 worth of value total. MSRP $70. That makes it a pretty good deal. But with the market price of this deck being $125 right now, let's take a look at the other ways to assess these and see if they've got value for us. Some of the new cards from this set, from this deck that I think might have some play going forward. I'll start with Hermes, Overseer of Elpis. It's a 1 blue, 3 other 2/4 says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying and vigilance. This card exists, just not as a legend. Now we have a legend of it. And whenever you attack with 1 or more birds, scry 2. The non-legendary creature version of this is run in all the relevant decks. I feel like Hermes is just going to follow. I also really love this Elder Dragon, whose name I'm not going to attempt, but 5 mana for a 5/5 with flying vigilance and ward 2. My boomer brain is just absolutely melting over all the keywords and the mana cost of this 5/5. Also says when it enters and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked. That's just a win condition. Absolutely ridiculous. We also got these 2 partners who, again, I'm not going to pronounce their names, but I really like their abilities. They partner. One's 4 mana, one is 3. They're blue and white. One says whenever you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card. And the other says the second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. I think those are pretty cool commander options in blue-white with a little second spell synergy. And then the legendary creature reanimator lover in me really likes Ardbert here. 3 mana for a 2/2 says whenever you cast a white spell, put a +1 counter on each legend you control. They gain vigilance until end of turn. And then whenever you cast a black spell, put +1 counter on each legend you control. They gain menace until end of turn. Legendary creature decks are going to absolutely love that creature and really, really want it. I'm going to skip to the enchantments. There's no sorceries, instants, and artifacts that I'm really in love with as far as the new cards from this deck. There's some good stuff, just nothing I'm super crazy about. But the enchantments, there's 3 in here that I think are just so cool. A blue and 3 for Observe Stasis. It's got flash. Says enchant creature an opponent controls. Whenever this aura enters, remove enchanted creature from combat. Then draw a card for each tapped creature its controller controls. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and can't attack or block. Sorry, your biggest thing's not getting through this turn. By the way, I'm drawing a few cards. By the way, it has no passives anymore either, and it can't attack or block anymore going forward. Thank you for observing the stasis. I love that one. I also really like Eye of Nidhogg. It's a 3 mana legendary enchantment. It's got enchant creatures. Says enchanted creatures a black dragon with base power and toughness 4/2, flying, death touch, and goaded. So you can put it on your own thing, make it a flying, death touching 4/2, and that always has to attack, or put it on your opponent's thing and force it to attack and not attack you. Then the coolest part here, whenever it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, it just goes back to your hand. You can constantly be turning your opponent's creatures into dragons that must kill your other opponents. Also really love Champions from Beyond, 2 white and X. Whenever this enchantment enters, create X 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. That's fine, but whenever you attack with 4 more creatures, scry 2, draw a card. Whenever you attack with 8 or more creatures, those creatures get +4/+4 until end of turn. You could just play this for 2, homies. You could just play this for 2 and have that enchantment. Whenever you attack with 4 or more, scry 2, draw a card. Whenever you attack with 8 or more, they just get 4/4 every turn because this is just an enchantment. I think those enchantments are really sweet in this deck, and all 3 are interesting to me for other builds as well. And then as far as how much it needs to be upgraded to be super playable, I'm going to have a full upgrades video on all 4 of these decks. Make sure you go find that on the channel. It'll be there soon if it's not already there when you're watching this. But with this one, when I went through it, I only like to cut as much as possible from the reprints when I'm upgrading these decks. From the reprints, there were 6 cards that I wanted to cut from this deck. So 6 cards needing to be replaced, not terrible, especially when a lot of those are going to get replaced with very basic removal, card draw, advantage, ramp. That kind of card is where you're going to focus most of the upgrades when you're upgrading via my strategies anyway. Taking a look at Counter Blitz featuring Tidus and Yuna. We've got a Bant deck here with about $98 worth of reprint value in it. Pretty good overall for one of the least hyped of the 4 decks. Currently market value $86. So right now the reprint value at time of shooting this is more than the actual market value of the deck, just based on the hype and speculation. That is being represented by Walking Ballista at about $10. Your creatures in total, of which there are a lot in this deck, you got about $37 of creatures reprint value in here, which is pretty crazy. Walking Ballista at about $10.17. You got Bane of Progress at around $7. This one just enters and destroys all artifacts and enchantments, which with this deck being mostly creature based, there's not a ton. You could still catch your own in there, but about $7 on Bane of Progress. Then you got Generous Patron, around $5.85. Putting counters on creatures when it enters, letting you draw cards when you put counters on creatures you don't control. Nice little ability there. You got Gyre Sage at around $2.92 here, a little evolving mana dork for the deck. Incubation Druid is around $2.81, nearly $3 on a couple of these mana dorks here. Pretty sweet. You're getting new art on the entire deck, which is awesome. Rampant Rejuvenator giving you about $2.87 worth of value here at time of shooting. Scholar of New Horizons, worth about $1.91 here is the Scholar, one of those over $1 cards. You've also got a Luminous Broodmoth reprint in here, $1.30 worth of value on this Mythic. Pretty sweet. Every other creature in here that is a reprint creature is all under $1, but that Walking Ballista, over a $10 creature, pretty sweet. If we look at the sorceries, you've got a very surprising one. Damning Verdict. This is an $18.92 card. This is nearly a $20 board wipe. Destroy all creatures with no counters on them. That's all you're trying to do in this deck. is put +1 counters, any type of counter really, but it focuses a lot on +1 counters, obviously, because that's going to be your strongest, most supported over time strategy. Damning Verdict is going to let you board wipe in a way that your board is mostly going to survive. This deck also comes with a 3 visits, which is really sweet. $6.87 worth of value on a 3 visits right now. It's because you can go get a forest. It doesn't specify basic forest. That's why this card is always so particularly more expensive of the baseline ramp pieces. 3 visits letting you go get any of the lands that have a land type forest, your triomes, your shocks, those surveil lands. And there's a farewell in this deck featuring the Titanic pose. Pretty sweet. $4.26 of value on a farewell in this deck. Don't choose all the modes, please. We want to finish the game. Farseek, about $1. Again, letting you search up a land type, not a basic land. And on the sorceries, that's where your value really lies. Everything else is under $1 there. On your instance, you've got an offer you can't refuse. New art on all these, but new art on this one as well. $1.66 worth of value there. You've also got a Destroy Evil in here, which is almost $1. Represented on this common, you got an enchantment removal, little destruction spell, nice versatility at instant speed there. Not a ton of artifacts in here. On all of the decks, the Soul Ring represents about $1.20 worth of value. You got new art, different art on all of those, which is pretty sweet. Then in your enchantments, you've got a Resourceful Defense, which is a $9 card. This is an enchantment. Whenever a permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, move those counters on a target permanent you control, and then 5 mana to move any number of counters from a permanent you control to a second permanent you control. You can understand why that would be really good in this deck. Scarce, $9. Nice to have that as a reprint in this deck because you would definitely want it. Inexorable Tide, same thing, $3.33 here. Not bad. Cast a Spell, Proliferate. That's what we're trying to do. And then the deck comes with a Hardened Scales. They've really been reprinting this one, y'all. They've got the price down pretty far. It's $2.50 for a Hardened Scales at this point. Really good in the deck, though. It really makes sense. And then the lands. This is the only deck that doesn't have a land that's worth more than like $1 or $2. Brushland is like $1.80, and that's about where it falls. You got Sun Petal Grove in here that's about $1. And then you're looking at that filter land that is expensive in most of the other decks. That one in this one is Flooded Grove, and it's worth like 20 cents. It's been reprinted so many times. So this one doesn't have that same land really kicking it over the top, but with $30 on sorceries, $37 on creatures, it's got some significant reprint value, considering that it's $98 of reprint value for a MSRP $70 deck that's going for like $86 right now. Looking at the newly printed cards in these decks that I like and think have some playability long term, I want to start with Lulu Stern Guardian, a blue and 2 for a 2/3. Whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you, put a stun counter on that creature, and then you can pay 4 mana to proliferate that stun counter. Just absolutely push that creature into oblivion, never waking up. I like Lulu as sort of a propaganda-ish type ability. That's pretty sweet. Chocobo Knights is a 4 mana 3/3. Whenever you attack creatures you control with counters on them, gain double strike until end of turn. How many +1 counter decks do you know would want that card? Auron's a 4 mana 2/5 with Vigilance. Whenever he attacks, you put a +1 counter on him, and when you do, you exile a creature defending player controls with power less than his power until he's gone. I love tucking creatures under other creatures. This is such a cool ability, and to be able to do it multiple times if you can get multiple attacks off, really sweet removal piece there. Waka, Devoted Guardian, 4 mana 4/4, reach and trample. Deals combat damage. You destroy up to 1 target artifact that player controls, and you put a counter on it. And at the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, put a +1 counter on each other creature you control. You don't have to put a counter on Waka via his ability for that passive at the bottom to trigger. You can just get a counter on him some way through other means in your 99, and then your entire line is going to get +1 counters if that happens. Really love that. And then we got a big version of Sen here, which is super cool. 7 mana for a 5/5 with flying and trample. As it enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Sen enters with X +1 counters on it, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. And then when Sen dies, you put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle this card. Probably won't break the bank long term, but Sen is a really fun creature that I think is cool, especially in +1 counter decks. I like this card, Protection Magic, from the instance. Put a shield counter on each of up to 3 target creatures. Just respond and save 3 creatures for 2 mana. It's no heroic intervention, but I could see building this into some of my more creature-based decks, especially if they want counters and have counter synergy. I could see wanting to put shield counters on them. And then I really like Summoner's Sending and Sphere Grid from the enchantment. Summoner's Sending is a 2 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, you can exile a creature from a graveyard. Nice little targeted removal there against the graveyard decks. And if you do, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying and put a counter on it if the exile card's mana value is 4 or greater. Then you've also got Sphere Grid, which is a 2 mana. I just want to look at the bottom ability. Creatures you control with +1 counters on them have Reach and Trample for 2 mana. Pretty sweet on an enchantment. Then whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you put a +1 counter on it, so it just continues to grow. Pretty sweet +1 counter synergy cards in this deck, obviously, and I think those are going to be the ones that really hold this deck long term. If I'm looking at upgrading this deck, typically I don't like to cut the new cards, so just looking at the reprint cards that I would cut from this deck, there are only 5 of them. 5 cards that I would swap into other cards, more playable, very consistent cards. Targeted removal, ramp, card draw, that's where the upgrades are going to go. Make sure you check out my upgrades video for a full breakdown on how I would upgrade this deck. If that video is not available right now at time of posting this video, it'll be available soon. Go look for it. I'll drop a card up here. The Limit Break deck featuring Cloud, X Soldier, and Tifa Martial Artist. This one has got the most hype. It's currently $132 on the market, and it's got about $118 worth of reprint value in it. Very cool deck here. Looking at the creatures, got a Hellkite Tyrant that's worth about $4.78. Nice little win con. If you've got 20 or more artifacts, we can understand why it's in there. Sweet having a Professional Facebreaker in here. New art. You got new art on all these decks across all the cards, mostly except for the lands, obviously. You got $4.65 worth of value on Professional Facebreaker there. Also got an Armory Automaton, which is pretty sweet in an equipment deck, which this very much is. Cloud wants to pick up a sword and attack things, and that's what you're going to be doing. $3.73 worth of value on the Armory Automaton, and then $2.82 on Bronze Guardian. Another artifact, equipment, attacking based deck that makes sense. You got a Bastion Protector, about 50 cents. And then you got Pure Steel Paladin at about $1, representing some pretty solid reprint value of creatures in this deck. When you look at sorceries, you got a Nature's Lore for $2.56. Not bad. Pretty sweet little ramp spell there. Search your library for a forest, put it onto the battlefield. Really good to go get any non-basic. Vandal Blast is going to give you about $1.58 worth of value right now. Cloud featured in this one. And then Unfinished Business has got about $1 worth of value. Little reanimation spell that also grabs auras and equipments. Makes sense why that's in there. The Instance. We got $20 worth of value on the Instance, and it's because Clever Concealment is worth $18.83. And look, this card features a pretty infamous moment in Final Fantasy VII where you have to put on a dress and sneak into a brothel and pass as a woman as Cloud. And so you got to go around and grab a dress and grab a wig. And that is an entire quest line. That being featured on this card automatically makes it like a meme card, if that makes sense. And then the spell itself is also very powerful. Clever Concealment's quite a powerful instant speed spell, especially for creature-based stuff, and that's shown in the $19 worth of value currently on it. And I'm telling you, that meme version, it's got potential long-term. Dispatch represents about $1.26 worth of value, also being an instant in there that is worth a little bit, though not quite as much as Clever Concealment. The artifacts are where this deck really shines. There's $43 worth of artifacts in this deck, starting with Sword of the Animist, a $9.32 artifact. Great equipment, goes into any equipment deck. It's just such a strong one. $9.32 on that. You got $8.36 on Darksteel Plate. Give the equipped creature Indestructible, and this thing has Indestructible. Conqueror's Flail getting a reprint here. $6 of value on this Conqueror's Flail. You're getting all new art on all these across all of the decks pretty much, so that's something to look into as well. You got Genova here on Skull Clamp, $5.30 worth of value on your Skull Clamp. You You got $4.39 on Lightning Greaves. As you can see, the value of these decks can really add up as they pump these $4 to $6 cards in here. You were gonna need these for the deck anyway. Colossus Hammer, we're down to $2.87 in that $3 range now for the artifacts, but you can see how many I've already shown from one category, and you can know that that's not common. For Trailblazers boots at $2.74. For this kind of deck to have this many solid over $1 reprints. Champion's Helm worth $1.74. Legendary creature getting hexproof and +2/+2. And then your Soul Ring. All of the Soul Rings in all of the decks, they have new and different art, by the way. And all of the Soul Rings are worth about $1.20. That's about the cost of a Soul Ring right now. So the artifacts have got some really, really sick value there. 2 enchantments included, 1 reprint, 1 non-reprint, no value there. And then we're to the lands. Y'all, $30 worth of lands, and it's on a $21 Firelit Thicket. This is the big reprint cycle in these decks. A few of the decks got a really expensive land, and it was one of these. That hybrid mana filtering into whatever combination you want of the 2 colors of mana you could have spent to activate that ability. That's $21 worth of value on this one land right there. Past that, you got a brush land that's worth about $1.80, and then you got a Sun Petal Grove that is worth about $1 as well. All in all, the best reprint value of the entire set, and that's very largely driven by Clever Concealment and Firelit Thicket being both about $20 cards. Taking a look at the non-reprint cards that I really like in this deck, we'll start with the creatures and we'll take a look at Vincent, Vengeful Atoner. 3 mana, 3/3 menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you put a +1 counter on Vincent. But this Chaos ability, whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, deals that much damage to each other opponent if Vincent's power is 7 or greater. Aggro players are going to know any kind of damage spread ability like that is going to be so fantastic. Yuffie, Materia Hunter, 3 mana, 3/3. It's got ninjutsu, but when it enters, you gain control of target non-creature artifact for as long as you control her. And then you can attach an equipment you control to her as well. That's just a lot of enters the battlefield abilities on a 3 mana creature. Then you got Sephiroth Fallen Hero, which this card is one of my favorite in all of the Commander set. 5 mana, 7/5 human avatar soldier. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you can put a cell counter on a creature. Until in a turn, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness 7/5. You could already have your creatures modified, y'all. If you got an attacking line full of +1 countered up creatures, you got a bunch of 7/5s whenever Sephiroth attacks. Then the reunion, pay 3, sack a modified creature to return Sephiroth from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Sephiroth just keeps returning with that ability to make all of your creatures 7/5. I love that creature so much. Then you've also got Proud Warrior here, 3 mana, 3/3, Vigilance, Trample. Other modified creatures you control have Vigilance and Trample. That's the part of this I really love on a 3 mana card. Then when it enters, you can return an aura or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. I just think this is going to be a staple of red and green aura or equipment decks, especially that passive giving everything Vigilance and Trample. I really like that. If we look at the instance, I really like Ultimate Magic Meteor. There's a couple of Ultimate Magics in this deck that you can foretell, and they have a better ability or more ability if you have foretold them or you're casting them from exile. Ultimate Magic Meteor deals 7 damage to each creature, and if this spell was cast from exile for each opponent, you choose an artifact or land they control and destroy the chosen permanents. Really like Ultimate Magic. I think that's pretty sweet. We've also got Lifestream's Blessing, which is this Rishkar's Expertise kind of card. 6 mana. It's one of those foretell cards. It's 6 mana for its instant speed. Draw X cards where X is the greatest power among creatures you control as you cast this spell. You know this deck, it has to do with power 7 or greater. And so Lifestream's Blessing very often should be hitting 7 for you. Then if it was cast from exile, if you foretold it, you're also going to gain twice X life. That's the part I really like. I think that's pretty cool. You don't get anything for free, but getting a little life gain on top of the draw, pretty good for an aggro deck that's trying to turn things sideways and leave everything open basically so that you can attack. There are 3 artifacts that I really like from this deck. First is Summoning Materia, 3 mana for an artifact equipment. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. And then as long as this is equipped to something, you can cast creature spells from the top of your library. The equipped creature's getting +2/+2, has Vigilance, and becomes a green mana dork, and the equip is only 2. I just think that's a ton of value, and a lot of decks are going to find playability out of that. I really like Conformer Shuriken as well. 2 mana for a legendary artifact. Equipped creature has whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player control, so that can't block anymore. And then if that creature has greater power than this creature, put a number of +1 counters on this creature equal to the difference. So your creature is growing, their biggest blocker is completely shut off, and it only has an equip of 2. I think it's a really sweet legendary artifact. And Wrecking Ball Arm, also a really sweet legendary artifact. Equipped creature has base power and toughness 7/7 and can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, and it equips to a legend for just 3 mana. I really think that Wrecking Ball Arm is super cool. When I make upgrades to these decks, I don't like to cut brand new cards. I only like to cut reprints so that we can get some playtest time with the new cards before we decide if we're going to cut them or not. Out of this deck, I would cut 3, only 3 of the reprint cards, because I don't think that they're synergistic really well, or we just need some more common, consistent value stuff. Target removal, card draw, ramp, things like that. Having only 3 cuts is a very low number of cuts that I think need to be made to this, which speaks to its power level and playability right out of the box. I've got an entire video upgrading all 4 of these decks. Go check that out. It's either out or will be out soon if this video came out before it. The MSRP of each of these 4 decks is $70, making the combined total $280. Right now, they are market price about $360 for all 4 decks. There's a lot of FOMO. A lot of people who are worried that they're not going to be able to get these decks, and I just want to encourage some patience on the base level decks. The collector decks are an entirely different subject, but the main commander decks, the base versions of these, regardless of price, they will be higher. Some of them individually will be higher, some of them will be lower, but they will be available. Look at the Hosts of Mordor. This is the most hyped one from the Commander Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth set. It's been over $100 at some points, and it's sort of settled back down. They'll get multiple print runs, will these? They won't get reprints, so to speak, but they'll get multiple print runs. And you can see even right out of the gate, the hype is at a level and then slowly falls off. Let's compare that to the least hyped of those 4 decks, also around that $50 mark. High hype and then fall off. You can grab it right now for about $40 versus the, over 50, nearly 70, $69. Nice. That this would have cost you. Lord of the Rings was printed back in 2023, and so these, as you can see, have this sort of flattening out, falling trend overall. Look at the entire set of the Fallout decks. A ton of hype, over 200 when these came out, but it has slowly fallen, and now you can get all of these for around $160. Now, when they do exit their print run and they are no longer being printed, they will take the time to climb in price. Over the last year, the Warhammer decks in particular have been climbing in price, but you can see for the longest time around $200, just over, under $230 most of the time, down to $180, $170s here, market price for all 4 decks, but then they eventually will fall off. So use these charts as a way of just discouraging yourself from FOMOing out, overpaying for these like crazy. Remember that they are $70 MSRP, even though that price won't necessarily hold, because you saw from the reprint value that they will be compared differently and demanded differently. Not just that, but also character wise as well. If you're still watching at this point, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. If you want to support me even further, go plug into my Patreon. Got a great community over there. You can play Community Commander Night with us every Thursday night, maybe even show up on stream with me. And you can get yourself a free pack of Dragon Shields. Here's one of the designs we have available for you to pick from. If you join at the right level, we got free Dragon Shields, we got a free playmat, the whole 9 yards. Go check it out, see if it's a good fit for you. Other than that, let me know if you're getting any of these 4. If you think any of my analysis is off, I'll see you in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next video.
What up, Wizards? It's Dev. I'm from The Place. Thanks for inviting me into your kitchen while you do the dishes, or maybe more likely your place of work while you pretend to be productive. No matter what you got lined up, I'm just glad that you're here, because today is the big one, the top 25 Final Fantasy cards. Let's see how far I can get my eyebrow up there, right? But either way, today, though, we're going to do things a little bit differently, because normally when I do the top 25 cards in a set, I'm talking about Standard, Modern, Pauper, Pioneer, and also Commander gets invited into the room. But today we're going to kick it out for a day. I'm still going to do like the top 10 Commander cards in the set. That's going to be fun. But for today, we're just going to be talking about the competitive sets, y'all, mostly standard, because I see a lot of people in the preseason here saying stuff to the effect of this set sucks. Right? I see a lot of people basically saying there's no competitive cards in this set and it will not affect standard whatsoever. And I just don't know that I agree. I'm not trying to be contrary, and it doesn't look like the most powerful set in the world to me, but to say there's nothing in it that can affect standard is just a wild notion in my opinion. So today we're going to talk about the top 25 competitive cards in Final Fantasy.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back. And just like Philly D, I just want to go ahead and jump into it because we got 25 cards to talk about. Plus 5 honorable mentions. I'm sorry again. You've been here before. I can't help myself. If you're new around here because you just like Final Fantasy, I can't help myself. There's 25 plus cards that I want to talk about today. There's so much that I think might be viable in standard. And I know for sure one of my honorable mention picks is going to show up in standard. So let's go ahead and run through these real quick. Starting with the most honorable mention-y of my honorable mentions, and that's Black Mage's Rod. I just can't stop thinking about this rod. I really like these 0/1 wizard dudes that like ping opponents whenever you cast non-creatures. They're just cool. And there just aren't a whole lot of amazing black 2-drops in standard. Deep Cavern Bat and Bob, I guess, for whatever reason, Black Mage's Rod made the list, sort of. It's in the HMs, and Bob didn't. Dark Confidant's in this set, but I just really didn't feel like putting reprints on this list. I hardly ever do, in case, again, you're new around here. So I just, I'm not actually sure. In a world where I could play either one of these cards, I might actually play Black Mage's Rod, but I guess Bob is also kind of a 6th honorable mention. But even if Rod doesn't see play in standard, I think it might show up in Pauper. This looks like a pretty good set for Pauper, all things considered. And Black Mage's Rod looks like a fun card there. But I also want to bring up Sephiroth. Like here, I guess you might have expected this to be in the top 10, especially my top 10. I really like Aristocrats. Again, welcome to your first SBMTG video if you didn't know that about me, but I'm kind of one of the Aristocrat guys around here. It means sacrificing creatures, in case you needed a tutorial on it. And this is obviously great in a deck that wants to sack creatures, but I'm just not convinced you're going to hit that 4 times in a turn thing very often. It doesn't work in Raise the Past decks, which are kind of Aristocrats decks, like the only real Aristocrats decks in standard right now. Are those decks. So again, this card's going to have to convince me, which is insane because it's Sephiroth, but still, the hype on this one is a little bit lower for me than you might expect it to be, but I still give it some credit. It could be a standard playable card you ever get it flipped over. That backside. Whew. But anyway, just like your sister, and your dad, he's got a caboose. But I also really like Summon Bahamut. It's not the only wild summon in the set that I've talked about recently. The other day I got on with Power Dragon, my good friend, and we talked a good bit about Summon Knights of Realm, which I think might be better than Bahamut. But I've already talked about that card a couple of days ago, so I want to talk about Summon Bahamut here. You can, get an Ugin Ultimate, maybe, and then go get, 3 or 4 copies of this and just win the game immediately off of Ugin. Maybe that'll work out, but you're probably just going to, reanimate this 9 times out of 10, at which point the question is it better to reanimate than anything else you could be doing that with? And the answer might just be no. It really might be, but, you can't deny the value on this. If it ever hits the table, blows something away, attacks for 9, Giga Flare, whatever it's called, it's just an insane Magic card. So you really got to at least put some respect on its name, which is what I'm attempting to do here. But I also like Fire Magic. I'm going to make this just the HM here because it's a removal spell, right? It's not that big of a deal, but maybe it is in a Corey Steelcutter kind of environment, right? It's cool that in the mirror match, if you're a Corey Steelcutter, you could always play this on your opponent's turn and all your guys will prowess because you played a non-creature spell, but your opponent's guys won't prowess, so you'll keep all your monks and stuff like that, but you'll blow away all their monks. So I guess that could be a good time, but any deck could play this against Cutter, and it leverages pretty nicely against all the random otters and monks and Monastery Swiftspears and stuff like that. So it could be okay as a 3-mana sweeper against them, and it even blows up otters at 1 mana, so I guess that could be cool. But last one, there's also Ambrosia Whiteheart. This just kind of bores me as an honorable mention, but I have to bring it up somewhere in the video because apart from maybe 1 or 2 other cards, this is very probably the most likely card in the set to see standard play. This just like obviously goes in the Esper Pixie deck, and that's like the only thing I really have to say about it. It definitely does that though. I don't know if this full on ends up replacing, say, Fear of Isolation, which has better stats, but we did just get Sun Pearl Kieran in Tarkir Dragonstorm, and it's effectively the same card as Ambrosia Whiteheart. There's obvious differences. One of them flies and blah blah, I know, whatever. But still, for most intents and purposes, these are the same cards, so I imagine Ambrosia will just end up being copies 5, 6, and potentially 7 of Sun Pearl Kieran, and that seems really, really annoying, and like it's definitely going to happen. But honestly, I just want to put this in the honorable mentions because on the real list, I want to talk about stuff like Aerith Gainsborough. Here at number 25, yeah, Aerith Gainsborough, somehow ahead of Sephiroth. I guess that's a form of poetic justice, but I actually think this is better for standard than it might appear, right? There's a bunch of legends up under the curve at this that actually work really well with it, like my fiance, Ellis Okora. I always have to introduce her that way. Still haven't set that date, but there's also Vron, Executioner Thane, which gains us a little bit of life. There's Amalia Benavides Aguirre, which cares about gaining life too. So this works with all of these legends and other, 3 and maybe 4 drop legends in Orzhov as well. So I think this is actually really slick, and it's one of the few Ajani's Pride Mates ever printed that actually has lifelink itself. That's kind of a big deal on a creature like this. But my number 24 is Wandering Minstrel, that guy at the party with a guitar. I've been that guy. Don't be that guy. Nobody likes it, but what I do like is a 2-mana guy with a ridiculous line of text. Note that he has a lot of lines of text on him. The second line, it gives you Chocobo when you got some towns. Who cares? I don't really. I mean, it might be good. I don't know. But the last line of text is like 8 mana. It's like Wooburg to do some stuff. I haven't really read it, but what I do know is that the first line makes all your lands come into play untapped, which is broken. Potentially actually broken, seriously. Potentially even all the way back to modern. I'm not actually sure. I got that take from the internet, but the internet's never been wrong before, so probably. But I know that in standard, this is going to make all your surveil duels come into play untapped, and that's actually kind of a big deal, starting as early as turn 3. Hope he plays Freebird next. But anyway, speaking of lands, we got Zeldinked up next here at number 23, if I'm doing my math correctly. This is actually a really slick Magic card that Red doesn't get access to very often, so it's cool to see it. This could obviously work in landfall decks. There's a lot of really good landfall stuff in this set, but it also just does some cool stuff, man. It puts lands back into your hand at end of turn, so you have something to discard to different effects. There's a bunch of different ways to use this card when you really get cooking with it, and that's one of the things I like most about it. But obviously, just on a surface level, a red ramp in big quotes, is actually really cool, and by the end of the game, this could be like an 8 or 10 power creature if you're doing it right. And if it gets to an 8 or 10 power creature, that'd be a good time to cast Self-Destruct, my number 22 here. Kind of another fling effect, and it's different than fling. It doesn't require a sacrifice as part of the casting of the card, but that can be good and bad. I think Mice or some other red adjacent deck could want to play this, maybe if they felt like it. They've already got 1 mana fling effects in standard, but maybe they want a little bit of redundancy. They put so many chips on the fling strategy that, maybe they want 6 copies of it instead of just the 4. So could work out there, but I also like that this opens up the opportunity to play those red, black, steel, and sack decks again. I feel like we haven't played those decks in forever. You play a threaten effect to steal your opponent's creature, and you fling it back at them. That is just good, clean fun, and they haven't really been available decks to play in a while. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be fun, but mostly I look at this in decks like Mice and think it could have a place. Now, my number 21 might not look as likely to see play as a card like even Self-Destruct, but I have some hopes for Yuna, Hope of Spira. I didn't mean for that to be a pun, but I guess I'll count it. It goes in the basket. But yeah, 5 mana looks like a lot for a card like this, especially when we have some 4 mana things that reanimate stuff in standard. But it's worth noting this is in the same color as Llanowar Elves, and picture a start where you go Llanowar Elves on turn 1, Overlord of the Hotwoods on turn 2, and they blow that away with a Get Lost or some other enchantment removal. And then on turn 3, you can play your Hope of Spira and reanimate at end of turn your Overlord. Get some more, ramp in that case. Plus, it's going to have, trample, ward, lifelink. It's just some cool things about this that line up kind of nicely with some cards we're already playing in standard anyway. I guess my one issue is that it's not really in the colors for dumping stuff into your graveyard, but I guess green can mill some stuff, and maybe you add red or blue so you can discard stuff into your graveyard, it really wouldn't be too hard to break this card, at least in my opinion. And this is where we get back to stuff like Summon Bahamut that we looked at earlier, and of course Summon Knights of Round, because you'll be giving Knights of Round ward, and it will have indestructible, so it's going to be really hard to do anything about it. And the whole time it's just dumping tokens onto the table, you know what I mean? So I think there could be some really good stuff to do with Yuna in this environment, and I don't think that this mana cost necessarily prohibits it from seeing play, especially with stuff like Summon Titan running around. It's just a ridiculous Magic card. Surprised more people aren't talking about this. There's another one where 5 mana kind of looks like a lot of mana, but look at everything this does. First of all, it kind of goes well in Yuna because it mills you the 5 when it comes into play, so that's fuel. But it casts Splendid Reclamation the second turn it's in play, and the third turn it's in play, it ends the game if you have a single creature out. Just in any deck that cares about landfall, or any deck that's trying to maximize these Splendid Reclamation effects that play Aftermath Analyst or Lumra, along with maybe Iridescent Vinelasher and Sapatender, a card we're going to talk about later. There's a lot of cards on screen for editing, Dev. I apologize, bud. Anyway, there's a lot that this card could work with potentially. Not just the landfall themes, but yes. Not just Yuna, but yes. Not just Selesnya value or whatever, but yes. There's just so much the card could do, and I really think this is a great rate, even at 5 mana, for everything the card is giving you. So let's move on to number 19, which is Go-Go, Master of Mimicry. I've seen a lot of people kind of just reading this and being like, well, you have to pay 6 mana to make it do anything. No, you don't. You have to pay 2 mana to copy any activated or triggered ability. And just in Agatha's Soul Cauldron, I feel like this goes off because you can give any creature in the deck Go-Go's ability, and then my brain kind of breaks. To be honest, I don't know if I'm up to the challenge of figuring out what this does in Agatha's Soul Cauldron, but I think the answer is everything. The limit does not exist. I think Mean Girls is correct in this case, as usual, but I guess you could also play this in Teamer if you wanted to copy maybe Roxanne triggers when she comes into play, or maybe you want to copy Dragonback Assault triggers when you get landfall. You just get 1,000,000 4/4s because you got a bunch of open mana in that deck. It's like a mini doppelgang in Teamer. It really just a doppelgang that sits on the board, and it does sit on the board. This isn't quite as removable, at least at this mana cost, as a lot of creatures would be. We've already seen that 3 mana for a 2/4 is a really desirable stat line in Standard. Doesn't die to cut down, torch the tower, any other bolt effects, nowhere to run. This dodges a ton of removal and might actually stick around for a turn or two so you can use its ability. Overall, man, I think that there's a lot to this, and I see people kind of dismissing it as a commander card, and it's going to be really good there, don't get me wrong, but I think it might have some labor in Standard. But my number 18 is the Regalia, best car in Standard, even though I've just got a whole set with nothing but cars in it. I thought we were done with Ether Drift stuff, but here's the Batmobile. It's a 4 mana 4/4 haste that's virtually guaranteed to ramp you a land the turn it comes into play. Any deck can play it, and it's incredibly easy to crew. Like a Murex token or Fountain Port token can crew this. A Carrot Cake token can crew this thing. I mean, basically everything except these little 0/1 wizards that are going around can crew this, which is sad because that means they can't drive. But it is sad when you think about it, but one way or the other. I got to get off of that. Let's think about the Regalia. This can get any land, all right, for you. And that's really good. It can get you, again, one of these dual surveil lands that creates a couple of different colors, and you get an awesome Enter the Battlefield trigger. Just a lot of really cool things about this, but the deck I want to play it in the most is just Oops All Colorless. We build this deck more or less every season, and it always kind of sucks, but it's getting better. Not only did we get Ugin a couple of sets ago that made the deck way, way better, but now we have Summon Bahamut and Regalia, which will ramp us into Ugin and Summon Bahamut. The deck is coming together. It really is. And this card could be a big part of it, man. I don't know. There's a lot to like about this, and I'm not absolutely sure that it sees Standard play, but it is a pretty pushed looking Magic card to me. But my number 17 is another colorless card that I really like. It's Poo Poo UFO. Amazingly, I don't have any real jokes for this one. I wanted to be better than that. This is just a 2 mana rock, man. It's 2 mana for a thing that ramps you. And not only does it ramp you, it lets you ramp on your opponent's turn. There just aren't a whole lot of Magic cards that do that. It gets landfall on your opponent's turn. If you got any landfall stuff sitting around, that's pretty sexy. You can get double landfall triggers if you drop a Fabled Passage off of this, but it also blocks. It just blocks every turn of the game, man. It's a 0/4. You can block with it and then use its ability to flap a land down. Flap a land down? I'm sure I meant to say slap. But anyway, man, this is just a solid Magic card that, again, could go in these all colorless decks that I like to build, but it's way less of a meme than I've made it sound like, and it's way less of a meme than the name makes it sound like. This is actually a pretty serious Magic card at the end of the day. But so is number 16, Venat over here, not Venonat. I know it's easy to get confused, but it's not a Pokemon, it's a Magic card. Venat looks like it can draw you a ton of cards, and there might be a bunch of stuff in white right now that at 3 mana is going to draw you a bunch of cards. So I'm not sure that it's going to be better than like Enduring Innocence or Takasia's Welcome or Caretaker's Talent, but you could make the argument this has a much better top-end sort of late-game mode than any of those cards, even Caretaker's Talent. You know, it's going to cost you a bunch of mana to flip this over, but once you do, you've got a large indestructible creature that makes other creatures indestructible and makes them bigger every single turn, which is some real inevitability. It's the kind of mid-game engine that, you know, or late-game engine really, that these mono white decks and these white X decks in mid-range really tend to like. So again, I kind of like the top end on this a good bit, and there are plenty of things that you could put in your deck to trigger the card draw effects off of this. So again, not just a commander card. I think this could actually see some play in standard. But number 15 is where we take a real step up, not only in my confidence in these cards, but hopefully in your confidence in my ability to do a video like this. Number 15 is Sabatender over here. Another card that I could use the Pauper argument for. Even if it doesn't see play in standard, Pauper just does not see a lot of cards that can do something like this at this efficient of a cost. Only 2 mana is a steal for this. You know, Iridescent Vine Lasher may cost 1 mana, but it's a rare. So when we get to standard, we can play both of those cards in the same deck and play them on curve with one another in 2 different ways, right? We can go Vine Lasher into this, or we can go this into Offspring to Vine Lasher, or we can just do all those things, which would be insane. So there's just so much to like about a little dude like this, you know. Earlier I argued redundancy on Self-Destruct, and I'm not sure that certain decks would want redundant fling effects, but all those decks that play Vine Lasher definitely want a redundant effect with Vine Lasher. So all 4 copies of this are going to go into some sort of Jund landfall. And, you know, we've already looked at Titan earlier. Not sure he makes the cut, but in those decks, you're going to want a Splendid Reclamation effect. So whether it's Titan or Lumra or Aftermath Analyst or all of them, I'm not actually sure, could be, right? Something is going to make it to where with your Sabatenders and your Iridescent Vine Lashers on the table, you can just hit a Splendid Reclamation effect and suddenly deal 12 to the opponent. And Sabatender makes that a lot more likely than it was just a couple of weeks ago. Now, my number 14 might look a little weird to some people, but I actually think this is destined to see plenty of standard play. It's Zach Fair over here, just a 1-drop that allows you to protect your most important creatures. It might not be as good as, say, a Selfless Savior, but Selfless Savior's not in standard, and this is just one of the better effects that we do have in standard like this. But apart from being able to save certain creatures, and there's one in particular that I think he's sort of meant to save, both in terms of flavor and in terms of function, I think that he's really good with like the number 2 card on the list. We'll get there when we get there, but there are plenty of options for Zach Fair to save. And when he does so, stuff gets his counters. Even if he only has the 1 counter on him, I guess that's fine, right? But, you know, if he's got any more than that, then suddenly he gets really good considering he's just a 1-drop creature. You didn't have to invest too much in the first place. He's also a soldier. That might matter because there is kind of a blue-white soldiers deck right now. There's just kind of a lot to this guy. I think people aren't talking about him enough. Good card. Number 13 on the list is Terra Magical Adept. Yeah, you'll note that if you're a fan of the channel, you've already seen me call this card overrated when I was talking to Power Dragon a couple of days ago, but this is the perfect example that overrated does not mean bad. Now, this is one of those cards where the back is cracked like chiropract, but honestly the front half is what I dig the most about this. It's a 3-mana 4-power creature that might die to some removal, you know, it dies to Burst Lightning and stuff like that. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the fact that even if it does die to a removal spell, it's still milled a bunch of cards and got an enchantment out of your graveyard. There are plenty of enchantments to get out of your graveyard, not just all these summon creatures, but a lot of value enchantments. In, say, the Delirium deck, if you want to play a 2 of this, then this can get back, you know, a Fear of Missing Out, and that is a really good hit off of a card like this. Really, just the front half is what makes me like this card. It's a relatively decent rate for what you're actually getting, so with that in mind, if you ever do get the back half, it costs an awful lot of mana, but 2, this should maybe potentially end the game. Now, Terra may be cute, but I'll tell you who I really like. Her dad. Her dad is hot, y'all. This is Esper Origins over here. Another card that I see a lot of people kind of underrating or just flat out calling bad, and I'm just not sure that I agree in this case. It costs 2 mana on the front half. You get Surveil 2, you gain 2 life. So the 2 life, I think, is actually a huge part of this card because it'll help you play it through aggro assaults. I mean, when you really tally the entire value on this up, when you play it out of your yard, you're paying 4 mana for a 4/4 that basically says Surveil 2, gain 2 life, definitely draw a card because you're a smart person. And when you Surveilled 2, you left a permanent on top of your library. You did that, right? So definitely draw a card and then ramp 2 and then overrun effect that probably ends the game. And have we really progressed to the point where that's not enough? Look at everything this card actually does for 4 mana, and all you have to do is get it in your graveyard somehow. You can even cast it if you feel like it. That's not like that's terrible. So again, there's just so much to like on this card, and I want to put it in my top 10. I want to put it in my top 5, but honestly, I'm questioning my own judgment a little bit because it seems like everybody else that's on YouTube is calling the card bad, and I'm just not sure I'm there. I think there really is something to this thing. We might be seeing it. But let's get really serious with the honorable mention for the top 10 here. It's Chocobo stuff. Can you say Chocobo stuff in a serious voice, like with a straight face? I think it's actually really tough to do that. But yeah, I think the Chocobo stuff in this set is actually nuts, dude. Like, I don't know that Birds is real on day 1, but this set definitely gave us enough. Just side quest Raise a Chocobo might actually be the best of the new Birds cards. It really might. You can like bounce this back to your hand, play it again, get more Chocobos and stuff. It shouldn't be too hard to get 4 birds. I think it's more likely you control 4 birds than you get 4 death triggers off Sephiroth. I don't know. We'll see. But there's all kinds of stuff in here. There's obviously Saz's Chocobo, which is really, really good if you get it on turn 1. But if you're doing a little bit of ramping, you can get it on turn 2 or 3, and you might still be fine in your aggro deck. But there's also Bartz and Boko, dude. Like, this card looks wild to me. It just comes down and blows something up. It seems good on your 4-power guy, but even Choco itself looks like a good Magic card to me. It gets you a bunch of like landfall triggers whenever a bunch of birds attack. Like, there's actually some wild bird stuff in this set, but there's some good bird stuff in standard already, right? We've got like Mockingbird, which can copy any of these Chocobos. That seems kind of neat. Wandering Chocobo, that was the one I meant. There's still more bird stuff in this set. Wandering Chocobo looks good for repeating like landfall triggers and stuff, but yeah, man, we got like the 3/3 Aven Interrupter. That's the name of the thing. It's a 3 mana 2/2 that can like sort of counter spells and just plots them and stuff. You know, we got some decent 1-drop birds. We got Empyrean Eagle out of Foundations, which gives all of our birds an anthem. Like, there's so much we could do with birds that I kind of can't wait to get in there and brew the deck up. I'm not sure any of those birds make the cut, but there are enough new bird cards in this set that we might see 1 or 2. And I got through that entire thing without saying like bird brained or early bird catches the worm or 2 birds with 1 stone, or like I've completely resisted all of those puns. Give me some sort of metal. We're in the top 10 here, and number 10 is a card that was going to be on my sleepers list, and then I realized like everyone's talking about it. It's Nibelheim of Flame over here. This is the kind of card that makes Gruul Monsters a deck just like all by itself. You know, if I go like turn 3 Pugnacious Hammerskull into this, I'm blowing up all my opponent's little Corey Steel Cutter tokens or whatever. It really doesn't matter. And then later in the game, I can just cast it again. Draw a bunch of cards. I probably don't have too many left in my hand at that point. So a sweeper that you can cast twice and also draws cards on the second one is why is that? What I was going to say, why is that not a card more people are talking about? But again, everyone's kind of beating me to this. I think we all realize that Nibelheim of Flame is a very real card. Not to mention it's really good with like lifelink and death touch creatures for pretty obvious reasons. Even if you just choose like a 1/1 death touch, dude, you just blow away your opponent's whole team. So that could be fun. That said, my number 9 is another sweeper. It's just Ultima. I mean, I feel like this has to be on the list somewhere, and I do think it's powerful enough to be in the top 10, man. Not only is this just destroy all the creatures, but it's also destroy all the Corey Steel Cutters if you can get to it. And I think that definitely makes a big difference, but it can blow up a lot like job select artifacts and stuff like that. It just completely nerfs the Simulacrum Synthesizer deck, and it also does some work against any sort of sacrifice decks because it nerfs death triggers as well, which I hate. You know, I was really hoping that maybe after Sunfall rotated in like a month or two. It's not going to be too long. Sunfall's going to rotate like early August, and then maybe we could play some Aristocrats, buddy. Even though we lose like Elisol Core, we still have a bunch of different Blood Artist things. Maybe we can make it work. Sunfall's gone. Ding dong, the witch is dead. But nope, Ultima stops death triggers because the turn ends. I hate it, thanks. But I still have to acknowledge it's a really good Magic card, so here it is. As far as number 8 goes, let's talk about equipment stuff. I'm cheating again. I did this with the Chocobos, but I think equipment might actually be very real in Standard, especially considering stuff like Cloud. Obviously, I should say, Cloud would just be on the list if I didn't have an equipment stuff place, and I'm not sure most of this other stuff would be, to be honest. So if you just want to pretend this entry is Cloud, you can, but there's other stuff like Robon that I don't think people are talking about enough. This is like the best way to equip stuff for free in Standard, and that's going to matter with things like the Buster Sword, for instance. If you can get this equipped for free, it suddenly becomes a much, much better equipment because it's actually a pretty good freaking equipment. But all the way down to stuff like Freya Crescent, a sort of Llanowar Elves for equipment stacks that takes equipment pretty well because it flies during your turn. And I'll even give a shout out to like Coral Sword. I think the ability to play this at instant speed and make like your Aldebert Steiner, get a little bit larger with the lifelink, and now it's got first strike and all that. Honestly, I think that Coral Sword is halfway decent, but we already have like the Umezawa's Jete knockoff, Lost Jete in Standard. We have, Dire Flail or something like that for 1 red mana. We have decent equipments in Standard right now. And, we're getting a lot of really good stuff in this set. I haven't even mentioned Furion yet. Furion or whatever his name is. He's great too. So there's just so much good red-white equipment stuff in this set that it might finally be a Standard deck. But my number 7 is a card that will wreak havoc in Commander. I think this may end up being one of the most played Commander cards of the set. But again, we're talking about competitive environments here, and I think that Luiso's Sacrifice could be better in more formats than just Commander, to say the least. This could be a Standard playable card, as well as potentially a Pioneer or Modern or even Legacy playable card. I'm not sure what Legendaries you're playing, but just focusing on Standard alone, there are plenty of, say, blue and white small ball legends that only cost 1 or 2 mana that you really wouldn't mind sacrificing to this, but both because they could give you some form of value, or just because they weren't that much of an investment in the first place, and you get to counter the sweeper in your mostly aggro deck. There's plenty of ways to put together, like, say, an Esper aggro legends deck that plays a bunch of 1, 2, and 3 mana legends, and all you have to do is throw one of them away to counter the Sunfall or Temporary Lockdown or whatever it is. That seems like a fantastic deal to me for just 1 mana. But do note that you can cast this dry. You don't have to sacrifice the thing if you got the mana open, and 3 mana to counter not only a non-creature spell, which is probably what you're going to use it on a lot of the time, but say a Planeswalker ability, or, a triggered ability of some kind. There's a lot of those, and we know that because people still to this day play Tishana's Tidebinder. I'm not sure this is a better card than Tidebinder because it doesn't put a creature on the table, right? But at the same time, what this does do is counter most spells, most spells, non-creatures for sure, but also a bunch of wacky activated and triggered abilities. This has a lot of use on a potentially 1 mana card, and that is something that I think transcends Commander. Don't be fooled. This isn't just an EDH card. And the same thing is true of these adventure lands. Now, mostly these look great in EDH, but weirdly, I think these are better in Standard than people are giving them credit for. And I'm not sure why they're not getting enough credit in the first place, right? These are lands. You can just play them as lands. That's opportunity costs and all that. We've had this talk before, but especially the black one, the one that kind of does a Village Rites impression and lets you sacrifice artifacts too. That's not too bad. It's sorcery speed, so but if you want an instant speed one, I actually think the red one might be the best one you can play in Standard. I just don't know why like a mono red deck or a red X deck wouldn't play 1 copy of this, because instant speed might actually be kind of a big deal for something like this. And you've also got plenty of non-creature stuff like burst lightnings and effects like that, pump spells, right? Monstrous rages that can proc the 0/1 guy's ability. You can even attack with the 0/1 and then monstrous rage him and get in for a bolt volts worth of damage. So I think just the red one is probably the most likely one to see play in Standard, but the white one might go in mono white to get back Caretaker's Talents and other important enchantments. You can make a case for it. The blue one might go in Jace decks as another huge mill piece if that's what you want to do with it. And even the green one looks okay in these kind of like Teamer Doppelgang lists that go super duper late. This creates a threat late that can then be doppelganged or whatever. So there's just a kind of a use case for every single one of these in Standard. But my number 5 is a pretty big swing here. It's Zodiark Umbral God. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people write this card off. We've really made it to that point, haven't we? I'm not trying to be a dinosaur, but back in my day, not trying to yell at clouds here, but a 5-mana 5/5 indestructible that removes creatures when it ETBs? Like, how's that not a busted creature? Look, I know this says rounded down, and that is pretty sad, but this is still probably going to remove a creature or two from your opponent's side of the table when you play it. I know it's a bunch of black pips. It's not the easiest card in the world to cast color-wise, but once it's on the table, how is it bad at all ever? So I just think this instantly becomes the best, black 5-drop in Standard, and that's in a format with Unholy Annex and Aclazats and stuff. I just don't really know what most people do about this once it's on the board. But my number 4 is probably the most argued about card in the set. Is it Standard playable? Is it only meant for Commander? It's trash, it's great, it's broken, it's fine. There's a lot of people have a lot of opinions, and I'm going to take a stand on Vivi over here. Vivi, I really do think, is one of the better cards in the set for competitive play, period. I don't just mean Standard here. I again mean Pioneer, Modern, and yeah, I'll say it, even Legacy. I mean, we just had Nadu take over a format not too long ago, so it's not unheard of for a 3-drop creature to just be broken. I know that Nadu isn't quite as removable as this thing is. Vivi's a tiny little guy, and he starts life as a tiny little guy, and he'll probably always be a tiny little guy, but it's definitely the kind of tiny little guy that if it's not immediately dealt with on site, takes complete control of the game. Ultimately, my take on this is just like any card that has the ability to make this much mana this quickly in a game of Magic, turn over turn, obviously has the potential to be busted. We'll wait and see if it is, but I think that a lot of the folks out there just saying like this is a no chance card for Standard are wrong. We'll see if it actually does see Standard play or not, but ultimately, there was a reason that this wasn't on like my overrated list or anything. This is a crazy Magic card when done correctly, and to be honest, I just don't think it's that hard to do it correctly. Now, we are in my top 3, everyone, and I gotta say that as much flack as this set has taken in terms of power level, there are definitely 3 cards in this set that I think were for sure designed for competitive environments specifically. I think one of these you could make an argument for Commander, but again, all of these I think more than any other cards in the set were specifically designed for 1v1 formats. And number 3 is Cecil Dark Knight. Now, Cecil is a 1-mana 2/3 Death Touch, which will brick wall all kinds of aggro decks. It doesn't look like it's great against aggro because of that ability, but in case you've never seen a Jackal Pup, this is like the most pumped up version of a Jackal Pup to ever exist. And there's actually a mono black deck in Standard right now that wants to lose life. We just saw the Last Ride. We have this and Skittering Surveyor, and even stuff like Dark Knight Sword, which works pretty well with it, but also hooks up to, Deep Cavern Bat and other lifelink creatures like Carsey Revenant really nicely early in the game. So we got a real deck coming together right now in terms of mono black aggro, and Cecil is a keystone piece in that deck. And once you get down to a certain life total, he suddenly becomes a 1-mana 4/4 lifelink, so that'll help you gain some of that life back if you're suddenly in a battle in the trenches with that mono red deck. And Cecil does just happen to be one of my favorite characters from any Final Fantasy ever. I love this dude, but they definitely did him justice, and you can't say that about every card in this set, but you can say it about Cease. But my number 2 is Tifa Lockhart. This is the thing I was talking about sacrificing Zac to earlier. Both in terms of flavor, I think that's really, really funny, but also that'll protect your Tifa, which you probably want to do because once this thing is out, it's got a massive target on its back. Most opponents are going to be well aware of what this can actually do very early in the game. Oh, and by the way, when you sacrifice the Zac, he puts his counters on her, and that's crazy because, if you can put counters on her or maybe even just play a pump spell, and suddenly you'll understand why she's so much better than Mossborn Hydra, right? Whenever you play a land, you get to double the number of counters on Mossborn. Tifa does work a little bit differently, and it seems worse because she doesn't get counters, but it's a little different because let's say I cast a giant growth on Tifa and then play a land. Well, that means that even, again, dry, she'll just be an 8-power trampler that turn. Insane. Like if I play Tifa on turn 2 and then turn 3 play double giant growth, what is she, 7 power, I drop a land swinging for 14, it's just, again, maybe even play another giant growth or something, or some pump spell. This just goes super well, not only with pump spells, but stuff especially like Snakeskin Veil. Again, your opponent's going to put a target on this immediately and they want to blow it away. So if you can target it with Snakeskin Veil, it gets a counter. That's going to help its landfall ability, and you'll also be able to, of course, counter whatever they're trying to kill it with. I think that's going to be really important. Protecting Tifa is going to be super important in this environment, but I do think this is a super standard playable card. And again, maybe even beyond standard into older formats, because once you get around to, all the tricks that can increase this thing's PT before you drop a land, and how many lands you can actually drop in a turn for that matter, you don't have to just play one land in a turn. You can say, let's say on turn 3 that I double giant growth this and then play a Fabled Passage. Do I win the game yet? Is that a turn 3 win in standard? I think it is. So again, there's just too much that you can do with this, right? I just think that this can get out of hand very, very quickly, and it's going to be a playable card for sure. I did that all in one take, and I'm not sure I nailed it, but I think I said everything I need to say about Tifa. If you don't know, now you know. Tifa's crazy, and you will be seeing this lady. But number 1 on the list is Starting Town. Look, this is just, I think, by far, by actually a fairly big margin, the absolute best card in the set. Again, not just for standard, but I think you can make an argument for this definitely in Pioneer. If not modern, this is just kind of another mana confluence for all intents and purposes. Only, this you can tap for a colorless mana, so it's not just City of Brass. It's like better than City of Brass in that way. It may look kind of bad, but we already play all these decks in standard with the dual lands that come into play untapped if you play them early. This is basically exactly the same, but it makes any color of mana, which makes all these 3-color aggro decks we've been Magic Christmas landing for the last 10 months an actual reality. And not only that, but I think this plays fine outside of just 3 and 4 color aggro decks, right? Mid-range decks and even control decks that want to play a bunch of colors can play a card like this to great effect. It might end up doing a couple of damage to you, and yeah, we're in a kind of fast format right now, at least theoretically, but I don't think that stops Starting Town from being just about the best card in the set for nearly any format, really. But that is it. Wizards, Warriors, and Red Mages. That is all we've got for this one, but let me know how you felt about it. If there's anything that I haven't mentioned, it might be on the sleepers list, so maybe check that first. There's some good stuff over there, but let me know if there's even more stuff that maybe I didn't get to that could be playable in standard here, because honestly, I kind of left off a couple of cards. I could have made this a top 33, I think, if I wanted to, but I feel like that would have been weird. Anyway, y'all, just hit me up with the opinions in the comments section and do the YouTube stuff on the way out. Make sure you hit the button shaped like a thumb, sub to the sandwich if you haven't done it yet, and of course, you can check out the Patreon, $1 a month, and there should be a Patreon poll live later today after I upload this, so get in there if you want to vote on the first standard deck of the season. But like I said, that's all I've got for now, but I really want to know your take on all this stuff down there in the comments. So I'll see you down there, y'all. I'm Deb from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind. What up, Wizards? It's Dev from The Place, and we got one more top 10 list for you to round out this Final Fantasy preview season. We've already done the top 10 sleepers, top 25 competitive cards. That means today it's time for the top 10 commander cards in the main set. Now, usually when I do the top 25, that incorporates Commander and Standard, Pioneer, Pauper, all the formats into one big list. But I wanted to do it a little bit differently this time, and it has the effect of, making my Standard homies a little bit happier because they have a list all their own now. It's not just like, oh, it's good in Commander, it's good in Commander, it's good in Commander, which is what top 25 lists sometimes devolve into. Didn't have to worry about that this season, but since we kicked Commander out of the room for the big list, I felt like I still needed to do a top 10 Commander cards. Now, I know that this channel isn't necessarily known for Commander content, but I was on Shuffle Up and Play this last season, so I think that my opinion is valid on Commander. And that is a huge joke. Don't take it too seriously. But ever since I was on Shuffle Up and Play, I've been building a lot more Commander decks. Just in the last couple of months, I built 6 or 7. So I definitely have the bug. And that means in YouTube rules, I get to have an opinion, but it also means that you get to ridicule my opinion in the comments section, and that might be really fun. But despite the fact that my opinions on Commander can be a little bit silly from time to time, as some might put it, that doesn't stop me from being excited about a bunch of cards in this set. So here we go. Top 10 Commander cards in the main set for Final Fantasy. And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech. And we're back ready to pop off with some honorable mentions. I got 3 of them this time around. And I know this is a main set list, but one of my HMs had to be from the Commander set, and it was almost Celeste. I'm really excited to brew with her, but in the end, I cannot deny how much I want to play Papalimo Totolimo. Mr. Potatoes over here lets us play an Orzhov Spellslinger deck, and I'm definitely putting this one together. I've already ordered copies of Monastery Mentor and Sedgemoor Witch to really make this thing do some stuff. There's a lot more that you can do in Orzhov Spellslinger than just make a bunch of tokens and stuff, but it's just something that we don't often get to do, and I'm really excited to do it. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about like a Commander card that's in the Commander set, other than just to tell you that the deck is definitely getting built, and don't be surprised if you see me play it one of these days. Especially considering there's plenty of like in the game combos in the stinking thing. You know, you got Bolus's Citadel plus Sensei's Divining Top to keep you playing the top card of your library and gaining life and dealing damage to everybody. It just seems like the best time you can possibly have. Good dude here, but something from the main set that's a little more honorable mention-y is Grahatia. This thing might cost 5 mana, but it's actually not a terrible way to draw cards in white. Now, we got a lot of really good ways of drawing cards in white, so I'm just not sure if this makes most cuts, but maybe in an artifact-centric deck. Now, it could potentially go in like an Elysil Core Aristocrats build, a black-white deck that wants to sacrifice stuff, but I think it might be a little bit too expensive, even in casual Commander, for decks like that. It's artifact decks. I'm a little bit more excited about this in, with a Commander like, say, Jan Janssen, or Jan Jansen, or however we want to say the guy's name. Something that wants to sacrifice artifacts anyway, and then that puts more artifacts on the table, which can die in combat to blocks and stuff like that. And Grahatia should be drawing you a bunch of cards in that situation, but you could put this in Brea as well. Just about any deck that cares about artifacts, this could go in if you can afford to cast it. So this is just not a card I see a lot of people talking about, and that's why it's in my HMs. I think people should be talking about it. Drawing cards is really powerful, and being able to draw it 4 times in a turn cycle seems all right. But the last honorable mention this time around was Sid. I think he's a cool guy to brew around, and people are going to have fun, but I'm actually not too sure about his power level. The thing that I ended up putting as my last HM was Excalibur 2 this time around. Now, this is actually one of the more recently previewed cards right up towards the end of preview season. Might be why I'm not seeing too much chatter about it, but just kind of bugs me. There's a lot of life gain decks in Commander that could easily leverage this, and it turns your Soul's Attendants and Soul Wardens and Hinterland Sanctifiers and all your dorky little 1-power like life gain guys into real threats at any point in the game. Now, you could throw this on your Commander if your Commander's like Amalia Benavides Aguirre or something like that. Maybe this could even be a secondary win condition in like a Hope Estheim deck. We'll get to that later, but this is just one of the better looking equipments in a set full of really good equipments, at least to my mind. Won't be the last that we talk about today, and honestly, I think the equipment that's on the main list might surprise some people. It's not like the Masamune or the Buster Sword. Something a little bit weirder, but this is a lot weirder. It's still a sword, but it's really, really cheap to cast, fairly cheap to equip, and again, you can throw it on like any little creature over the course of a game, and it can probably end up getting a lot of charge counters. So I actually have some real faith in this to boost the life gain decks to a point where they can actually win games from time to time. But let's get to the main list here. My number 10 is A Realm Reborn. Not Realm from FF6, but a realm like a place. It could get confusing because Final Fantasy characters have names that mean things. But anyway, this, I will say, if there was ever a main set standard legal card that was obviously designed for Commander and not much else, well, there's a lot of examples, but this is definitely one of them. It costs a lot of mana, but that might be more negligible in a format like Commander, and this makes all all your stuff tap for any color of mana, so it could pay for itself the turn that it comes out fairly easily. Note that it also makes your lands tap for any color mana, which like could be relevant, but especially in a deck like Bellow Bard of Brambles, where you have a ton of artifacts and enchantments. You want a double spell, but all your stuff costs like 4 mana or more, right? So this will make it a lot easier to double or even triple spell on certain turns, and that's really important for a deck like that. But this could also go in a number of tokens decks, maybe green-white tokens-y builds, but also stuff like Chatterfang, you're making a ton of tokens in that deck, and all of them can now tap for mana, so you can pay more stuff that makes even more tokens. I don't know, maybe I'm going overboard and the card is just a little bit win more or too expensive for what you're actually getting out of it, but I think this could have a slot in multiple commander decks, and I mean, look at the card, that's pretty obvious. But my number 9 is Tella Great Sage. This could be your commander, and I think you'd get some real good use out of it, but obviously any number of Locust God or Niv Mizzet, take your pick as to which Niv Mizzet I'm talking about. It could be any of them, really. This works really well in, but there's a couple of more niche commanders this works nicely in. There's stuff like Zaphi, for instance. Zaphi could be your commander and Tella in the 99, or the other way around. I mean, like, they're actually kind of similar cards when you get down to it, but, both of them want you to cast relatively large spells and get benefit out of that. So again, whether one's in your 99 and the other's your commander, it doesn't really matter. They work nicely together. But there's also Magnus the Red. Magnus the Red is really interesting with Tella, and I think you do want Magnus to be your commander in this case, because you could also play stuff like Young Pyromancer, Third Path Iconoclast, get a lot of tokens that way, and Tella could just be one of the ways that you're getting tokens. But interestingly, Magnus also makes all of your really expensive instants and sorceries way cheaper to cast once you do have a lot of tokens. So that means you can cast Meteor with Tella a lot easier if that's what you want to do. So I don't know, there's a lot of really cool stuff about these two guys together, and I think that it might actually rejuvenate Magnus the Red, a guy that's always been really cool but overshadowed by other Izzet commanders. But for number 8 here, I'm going to cheat a little bit and just talk about 2 cards at the same time. Both Kuja Genome Sorcerer, who I'm very excited about and we'll talk about in a second, but also Black Waltz number 3, which I'm going to talk about first. As a matter of fact, this is going to be the first commander deck that we build this season. I've already asked the patrons what commanders they want to see, and Black Waltz number 3 smashed everybody else from Papalimo to Hope S-Time and a couple of other creatures, man. I think that there's a good reason why a lot of people are excited about a Gutter Snipe that just gets to chill in their command zone. Just like Papalimo, Totolimo, I was talking about how you don't really get to do Orzhov Spellslinger very much. Rakdos Spellslinger you get to do a little bit more often, but not to this cool of an effect. I mean, just making sure that you basically always have access to your Gutter Snipe, you don't have to like wait to draw it, is pretty cool, but this goes well in a deck with Gutter Snipe and also like the million other creatures, Coruscation Mage, whatever, that care about you casting non-creature spells. So Rakdos Spellslinger dealing damage to everybody, it just seems like the time of your life. But Kuja can do something very similar, He himself doesn't really care when you cast non-creature spells, but he makes a little wizard guy every turn that does care about that. And once you get him flipped over, well, suddenly all of your wizards and such deal extra damage whenever they pop off. So that also seems great in a deck full of those same cards. Coruscation Mage and Black Waltz number 3 and Gutter Snipe, who I believe is a wizard, and yada yada. You got Harmonic Prodigy to really beef up the power level of both of these cards. Harmonic Prodigy also works with Tella, interestingly enough, but it has gone up in price by a couple of dollars over the last week or two, and that's a pretty big percentage increase for a card like Harmonic Prodigy, by the way. It's like $6 now, but I think that the main reason for that is the existence of these two guys, so not really surprised that it's gone up. Harmonic Prodigy is looking great with this set, but just in general, Rakdos Spellslinger looks like a fun deck to play, and just like I said with Tella and a bunch of his cards I had to bring up when talking about him, you could put, Kuja in the 99 of Black Waltz number 3, or again, vice versa, and I think you'd be having fun either way. But my number 7 is Matoya Archon Elder. Probably the coolest song in all of Final Fantasy belongs to this lady, but there's a lot of really cool songs in Final Fantasy, Laughing Mad's great. But anyway, Matoya, I'm not sure that she's going to be the best commander in the world, but she could be your commander. There's a lot of ways to surveil at a pretty good value in commander. Just some kind of normal cards you can play in your main deck is stuff like Gossip's Talent. Now whenever you play a creature, you draw a card, you scry one and then draw a card. Gross. Retreat to Coralheim. Land drops, now scry one, draw a card. Does that sound good enough to you yet? In case it doesn't, because I honestly wouldn't blame you. Maybe Elrond. Either Elrond is in the 99 of Matoya, or again, the other way around, I think is more likely in this case. You play Elrond as your commander, Matoya in the 99, and suddenly whenever you play a creature again, you are now drawing cards. That seems pretty powerful. But even though there's a lot of commanders this could work with, I would like to bring them all up. My favorite is probably Kinesos, which doesn't scry itself, but does scry more whenever you do happen to scry, and plays nicely on curve with Matoya to get you set up. So there's some stuff I liked about the two of these dudes together. You just don't see a whole lot of good decks that care about all the tentacled guys, and Kinesos does, and I think Matoya might go really well in there. But my number 6 is that other equipment that I promised you, and again, it's maybe not any of the ones you expect. It's Machinist's Arsenal. It kind of costs a lot to get out and a lot to equip for that matter, but at least it has job select. I like that about it. It could, first of all, go nicely in just about any Boros Equipments deck, which on EDH right now are the decks it's going in the most. But I think there's a lot of options beyond just equipment for a card like this. So an obvious one is probably Mendicant Core, which is a cheap commander that cares about the number of artifacts you're playing. You're probably playing a lot of low-cost artifacts and filling the board with them, or maybe getting tokens or something. And Machinist Arsenal is going to pump your guys like an Ancestral Mass for artifacts, basically. And you know how good Ancestral Mass can be from time to time. This can make even just the 1/1 that it comes on into an enormous dude, but once you start getting, trample or flying or unblockability or even lifelink on one of these things, and you're starting to do some really, really good stuff. Which is why I think it might go nicely with Sidri Galvanic Genius, right? This is kind of an Esper Artifacts Matter commander that can animate artifacts for a really, really cheap cost. But in terms of Machinist Arsenal, what's really neat about it is that it can also give your artifact creatures Death Touch and Lifelink. So if you're getting through with like a 10 power creature, which you can because of Machinist Arsenal, giving that creature Lifelink is a huge, huge deal. I guess back to like Jan Jansen or Jan Janssen or whatever. Again, that's one that can create a lot of artifact tokens over the course of the game, and it also gives you little guys to staple the arsenal too. So there's a lot you can do with this in a lot of different commander decks. I just want to point it out because it's another one I don't really see enough people talking about. This card is very good. But now we're halfway down the list, and we're going to start looking at some really bomb cards like Ishtola Rule. There is, of course, the Precon Commander Ishtola, and that card looks like a lot of fun for a guy like me, but I actually think that this might be the more powerful Ishtola at the end of the day. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, especially about Commander, but getting a couple of insteps and, blinks too every turn is just so outrageously powerful that this should do something. But it also works with Atraxa, not the 7-mana one, but the other one that's been in the top commanders for the last 2 years on EDH for the last 5 years. If that made any sense. I feel like Atraxa is always going to be one of the most popular commanders for people to build on EDH for a number of reasons, but again, getting extra in-step proliferate triggers is crazy, so you'll probably play this in Atraxa as well. And it obviously goes nicely with Conjurer's Closet. Again, you're just getting a bunch of blinks every turn, so there are a ton of creatures just in mono blue that you can blink to great effect with this, but once this ends up in the 99 of decks, then suddenly it can blink a lot of other creatures too. So I expect a lot out of this. We'll see if it ends up ruling Commander with an H. But anyway, we'll move on to number 4, which is just the crystals. I don't have a whole lot of tech or like decks that these could go in or whatever this time around. It's just a really good cycle of cards. I think the black one is the best, but I might be wrong. I'm often wrong about Commander, but I also really like the green one. I guess we'll put that in number 4. Then it gets a little bit harder. I think the red one is middle of the road, but still really good. They're all still really good. Like, even though I'm going to put the white and blue ones as the 4th and 5th ones, that does not mean that they won't end up seeing play. These are all exceptionally powerful cards that just have, medallions stapled to them, plus other things the color wants to do. So in a way, it's almost like, why would just about any Commander deck not want, 1 or 2 or 3 of these, depending on how many colors they're playing, I think if you're playing fewer colors, like in monocolored decks, these are obviously much, much better, especially depending on what the theme of your deck is. But, you probably got some +1/+1 counter stuff in green, so the green one's just good. The black one is basically always good, almost no matter what your game plan is. So again, I like more or less all of these, but I do like some more than others. But let's get to the top 3, y'all. And speaking of the white and blue crystals, they might not be my favorite in terms of like power level, but they both go really, really well in Hope S time over here. This might be the commander I'm actually most excited about building, despite the fact that Kuja, Black Waltz #3, Hope S-Time, Papalima Totolimo, Celeste, there's a lot of amazing commanders that I actually really want to build in this set, like genuinely am excited to build, but Hope S-Time looks like one of the more annoying, but also one of the more unique. You just don't really see Life Gain and Mill meet very often, and they're both two of the most maligned and least powerful things you can do on average in a game of Magic, but Hope changes that greatly. Not the fact that they're hated strategies, but the fact that they're not actually that good. Hope suddenly makes both of these strategies together insane. Just with a Beacon of Immortality, please do not come at me in the comments section. Doubling your life does in fact count as gaining life. If you have to Google it, it's right there. I'm telling you, that will prove my point. But anyway, it does work with Beacon and other effects that double or triple your life total. And that seems really, really dangerous. But just in this set, there's Elixir, which is kind of like an Elixir of Immortality, but there's a much higher upper limit on the amount of life it can actually gain you, and so you can probably do some gross stuff with Hope and an Elixir. But then there's more obvious stuff, like Rock's Faithmender, which doubles the amount of life you gain, Alhamaret's Archive, which does the same thing, plus extra stuff, Bruvac, which doubles the amount of cards that opponents mill, so just in a couple of turns, if you're doing it right, I'm pretty sure you can knock everyone else out of the game, and this is a very cheap commander that's in the right colors for protecting it, so I actually think this is kind of dangerous. But my number 2 more or less absolutely has to be on the list, and I think a lot of people are going to be shocked it's not number 1. It's Vivi Ornitier over here. I don't know that this is the number 1 commander card in the set, but it's definitely at least the number 2. And this is usually the part of the video where I talk about all the cool spells, the non-creature stuff that you're playing with Vivi on the table, but it's pretty obvious that you want to increase his power somehow, so you can use pump spells and stuff, so it becomes mana positive a lot faster. There's obviously ways to break this with non-creature spells, but as far as a lot of the creatures you can play alongside him, I haven't heard as many people talk about those. So first of all, Nimizit Visionary, that seems kind of fun because whenever he pops opponents, you get to draw cards off of it. Cool. Bergie probably goes in the 99 of this card because, whenever you cast a non-creature, you freaking make mana, so that can make you more mana, and Vivi already makes you mana, so the two of these things together are just making more mana than a group of elves. But apart from that, I guess there's Archimage Emeritus. Again, you're casting a lot of non-creatures. You probably want to draw cards off of them. O'Hare Axonil will make it deal more damage. That seemed cute. And then Quicksilver Elemental. If you're not hip to this yet, this card has actually gone up multiple thousands of % ever since Vivi was spoiled because this is really good alongside Vivi. You can basically give Quicksilver Vivi's ability until end of turn, and then you can switch it to another creature back to Vivi again for just 1 blue mana, and that will mean you can make more mana because it's a different Vivi this time, and it doesn't know that it's already used that ability this turn. So if you have even one other creature, you can keep bouncing Quicksilver Elemental back and forth between Vivi and the other creature and making effectively infinite mana. So the reason the card spikes so hard. There are a lot of really good creatures you can play alongside Vivi, and I know you probably don't want to play too many in your deck, but there's more than enough to want to play at least a couple. But ultimately, this is the best commander in the set, which is reflected when you look at the EEH rankings. A lot more people building a lot more decks with this than any other commander in the set by a huge margin, and it's pretty easy to see why people are really excited about it. But a card that I think will probably see more play across more decks at least is number 1, Luiso's Sacrifice. Now, the decks that people are talking about this the most in are Rogrock, because he's, cheap commander to sacrifice, but also like Thrasios. This has partner and is cheap, so you should have 2 cheap commanders to sacrifice to Luisos. So again, that makes the card a little bit better, at least in theory, but I just think the card is generally good, and you don't have to sack your commander to it. You probably have other legendary creatures in your 99 of your commander decks. So I see a lot of people, basically saying that, well, you have to sack your commander to it. What if you built your deck around your commander? That's a totally viable thing to say, but again, I think most of the time you've either built the deck around a commander that can be sacrificed easily or for some value, or again, you've got a bunch of other legendary creatures in the deck you don't mind sacking. I actually expect this to do some work in Standard, but Commander is obviously the format for a thing like this. And even if you have to pay full price for it some of the time, you won't really feel bad doing that, especially if it ends up countering like a fastest Oracle trigger or something like that. Or just the sweeper, or the removal spell that's trying to target your most important creature, or whatever it is. A single blue mana for not necessarily a hard counter, but a very efficient counter is something a lot of people are going to be sleeving up, believe me. Unless I'm wrong, Commander is probably the format that I'm most likely to be objectively incorrect about, but honestly, I'm not sure there is an objectively incorrect with Commander. Everyone plays in a different pod with different people and different brackets, if you even use that system, different budget levels. Everyone has a billion different Commander decks, and they're all different power levels with different cards. So again, you're going to have a different experience, even in the same pod some of the time. So again, my experience is such that I think all of these cards are not only somewhat powerful looking, but just fun and exciting to want to build around. So I can't wait. On that note, let me know what your cards that you're excited to build in EDH are from Final Fantasy, because there's obviously kind of a lot to choose from. And when you're done with that, do all the YouTube stuff, y'all. Hit the like button. It's shaped like a thumb. You can't miss it. You can also hit the sub button. I don't know what that does. Give it a shot. Report back to me. Let me know. But there's also a Patreon. It's $1 a month to get involved. You can vote on what decks we do this season. I've already said we're going to do Black Waltz number 3 first because of the patrons. But right now they're in the process of choosing our first standard deck of the season. You can get in on that action for the next couple of days if you throw $1 in the Patreon pot. Link in the description. And of course, there's going to be a bunch more polls in the next 6 to 8 weeks as we move through FF season. But aside from that, I'm basically donezo for this one, so I will catch you cats later. I'm Dev from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.
I want to build something iconic.
It's a brand new day.
Anyone who's ever accomplished anything iconic has had to do some questionable things.
What up, Wizards? It's Dev from the place. Still feeling that old-time jubilation because we just had 7 cards banned in Standard yesterday, and although it seems kind of counterintuitive, losing 7 cards actually gives us a lot more cards to play with in Standard. It feels like half the rares in the format were just unlocked because we lost all these cards, and now them brew juices are flowing. Gross, I know, but at this point I'm doing more work than an oyster shucker at a Joe's Crab Shack. I have been all over the format in the last 24 hours, looking at cards that I kind of always wanted to play, but never really got the chance to play. I know everyone's kind of scrambling for the best new deck in Standard because that's just human nature, I guess, or at the very least the nature of Magic players for sure, but instead I've been combing over looking at some spicy cards that I think might actually have a place in the format for the first time. I could be doing like the top 8 best decks to play after the bans and stuff like that. I think there's some pretty obvious answers here. If you want that list right now, it's stuff like Jeskai Oculus. That's awesome. I guess Founding the Third Path rotates, but whatever. You've got stuff like Caretaker's Talent that you might want to play again. Not too much rotates from that thing. I'm going to look at my notebook, don't mind me. Enduring Curiosity, we get to resolve that card again. It costs a whole 4 mana, but we don't have to worry about playing 4 drops so much anymore without all the mice and the omniscience combos running around. There's stuff like Insidious Roots that seems to be doing really well in the format even before the bannings, but do beware because Tyvar rotates and it's one of the best cards in the deck. If you wanted to play Unholy Annex, I guess you could do that, but again, I guess Archfiend of the Dross rotates. I don't know how much it's going to hurt the deck, but that is a thing that's going to happen, so play it while you can. Simulacrum Synthesizer doesn't seem to lose a whole lot of much. You know, these big scorecards aren't going to rotate or anything, so if you want to play a solid artifact deck, that's probably the one. Collector's Cage is still available in the format. Not too much rotates out of that pile either. That's another one that was doing surprisingly well just a couple of months ago before Is It Cutter started to wield its ugly head. And then Agatha's Soul Cauldron. There's a build with Vivi that was doing really well even all the way up until the World Championships, or the Pro Tour rather. So these are all decks. All the ones that I've named, there they are right there in writing. Those are all decks that I think you should probably be playing right now. They're really, really good. But that said, there's cards that I want to focus on above these decks. And I want to focus specifically on cards that aren't rotating in this video. There's a lot of good stuff that does rotate. You know, if you wanted to play Phyrexian Obliterator for the next month, I guess you could do that. Jace the Perfected Mind Mill is great, but it's gone very soon, I guess, to the happiness of a lot of folks out there. Venerated Rod Priest. I can't wait for this card to get out of my Standard, but I haven't seen it in forever. Kind of worried that I will be seeing it a little bit more over the next month. It's actually a really good deck, but there's also stuff like Vraska, Innkeeper's Talent. If you've never seen this combo before, then good for you, man. Innkeeper's Talent leveled all the way up basically makes it to where Vraska comes into play with enough counters to ultimate, and then when you do ultimate her, Innkeeper's Talent makes sure they get enough poison counters to kill them right then and there. It's a dumb combo, and I haven't seen it in months, but could be back for another 30 days. Apart from that, maybe it's just a race to see who can ramp out Atraxa or reanimate Atraxa the most efficiently. Could be a thing. She's still in the format for a while. Urabrass Forge is still in the format. Maybe we see a return to the red-white sweeper-based Urabrass Forge deck. And finally, Goblins. Kind of a weird pick, but Goblins was doing surprisingly well on MTGO a few months back after it got a couple of pieces. It's still going to have Krenko and a couple of other important Goblins, but it does lose, I think it's called Runvelt or Rebel Belt Horde Master to the upcoming rotation, and that's going to hurt that deck a good bit. So get them Goblins in while you can. Again, there are cards that I could focus on that rotate, but we just don't have long to play them. Instead, in this video, we're going to talk about 10 cards that aren't going anywhere anytime soon that I think we should give another chance to. Let's talk about 10 cards you should be playing in post-ban Standard.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back. Wouldn't that be crazy if we were actually Beck the whole time? Gained a couple of pounds, lost a little bit of hair, still a loser, baby. Anyway, we got 10 cards to talk about today with surprisingly no honorable mention. I guess if you want an honorable mention, it's all that stuff I just talked about a second ago. Rotating cards. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get to it here because kind of got a lot to cover today, and I've kind of already covered a lot. So with that in mind, let's check out number 10. Kind of on the same tip as Goblins, dovetailing from that. I think another creature type that's underserved and did really well earlier in the format is Lizards, represented here by Gev's Scaled Scorch, but you know, there's also Hired Claw. That's a really good one drop that kind of still sees play even before the bannings in mono red decks. So try that out. Iridescent Vinelash is a cool card. They've got the thing that's kind of like a Burning Tree Emissary. I forget what it's called, but like the 2-drop Lizard that makes black-red as long as they've lost life this turn. That guy's awesome too. They've got Card Advantage Lizard too, man. Like Lizards is really good. So if you're looking for the top of the line best aggro deck in Standard, maybe look no further than this now. It was definitely never a weak deck, and I don't think anything's changed. Actually, I do think a lot's changed since the banning. You know, maybe we go from mice being the best creature type in Standard to suddenly Lizards takes the crown. It's like a Mario Kart finishing podium. Anyway, number 9. Let's go ahead and get to that. Is Ugin. You remember that Ugin that came out in like Tarkir Dragonstorm that kind of was quickly forgotten about? You know, but I do think the card is actually pretty good, and there's multiple ways to make this build. If you want to, you can make it mono green and do kind of a ramp thing. If you wanted, you could go mono white and play a bunch of sweepers in the deck. That tends to be fairly effective. If you wanted, you could go Selesnya, just do both. Porque no less dos, but there's even like a oops all colorless kind of build in Standard right now to really take advantage of his ultimate, right? If you want, you can play things like Heateron Archive and the Iron Crag, which will ramp you a little bit into the Ugin. You can play Karn Silex and Filigree Silex to blow stuff up if you want to. Some of those will rotate, but you know, it's still a good idea if you want to do that. And then finally, Bahamut just dropped in Final Fantasy, and that seems like a pretty fun card to either ramp into in the Ugin deck or just go get a bunch of free copies of Bahamut and win the game off Ugin's ultimate, which was not necessarily that easy before, you know, but with a bunch of Bahamuts now, I'm pretty sure you'll force scoops with that. So altogether, I think that Ugin probably did get better. If mid-range is viable in Standard again, right, then I think that Ugin might be the best sort of top-end mid-range engine that we currently have access to, especially considering we're about to lose the 7-mana Nissa that was completed, the 7-mana Kaya that's just really hard to get through. You know, typically, those are really good late-game plays for a mid-range deck to kind of just hold the line with, but I think that especially upon rotation, Ugin instantly becomes like the best expensive walker in Standard, and there are plenty of cards you can play that are relatively high card quality that can support him. And don't you sit there and try to tell me Hedron Archive is not a quality card. That card's awesome. Anyway, let's move on to number 8, which is Raise the Past. Now, this does lose a somewhat important card coming up. It loses Elisil Core. We all, myself included, and maybe I'm the most affected in this, lose Elisil Core. My fiance, we haven't gotten married yet. Maybe we will right before rotation just to solidify things. We're still in love. Anyway, Elisil Core is gone very, very soon. That's going to make me a very emo boy, but the deck still has a bunch of really good cards, you know. If you want things that like trigger life gain when creatures come into play, it's still got Hinterland Sanctifier. It's still got the 2-mana Bat. That thing's pretty good. Life Creed Duo, that's its name. Thank you, brain. It's got Case of the Uneaten Feast. That's a good card, even though it's not a creature. Still awesome and particularly good in Raise the Past as like a 2-of. It's like, you know, a secondary. If you don't find your Raise the Past, I guess it could work, you know. But yeah, either way, the Starscape Cleric deck is really, really good. Even before rotation, you know, it kind of folds to control decks and some graveyard manipulation. But with everyone talking about how good graveyard decks might be now, which I kind of don't get their argument, not really, but still, everyone talking about how good graveyard decks might be right now, from Reanimation to Agatha Soul Cauldron to the Insidious Roots and, you know, onward. I haven't really heard many people talk about Raise the Past, and I think you need to take a second look at it. This is another deck that can effectively just win the game on turn 4, and even if you don't win the game on turn 4, you got a bunch of like pretty cool, like really fun creatures. You're gaining a bunch of life, so if people are trying to find the best aggro deck, kind of helps against that, right? You've got removal against the Screaming Nemesis, so you don't really have to worry about them as much. There might be something to Raise the Past. It was already kind of a solid deck in terms of like, I'm going to win the game now on like turn 5 or whatever. It was already kind of okay at that, and it's got some decent resiliency going for it. It can win the game by attacking sometimes. I've always liked this deck. Obviously, you know the kind of guy I am. You know I like this deck. And I just wanted to shine a special spotlight on it because I think that it might be real now. But let's move on to number 7. I spent way too long on that entry. I really like Raise the Past. Number 7 is Outcaster Trailblazer. If you're looking for something to replace Up the Beanstalk, there's not only Trailblazer, but I guess you could try Garrick's Uprising. I've actually seen it as a 1 and even a 2 of in certain MTGO builds as like copies 5 and 6 of Up the Beanstalk, right? Especially when you're playing a bunch of big creatures anyway. But Trailblazer makes mana. It's really good in multiple copies especially. And, you know, you can basically play it for free on some turns. It will provide a lot of card draw throughout the game. And for what it's worth, ramping into large threats, Terror of the Peaks, and other 5-drops, and even all the way up to like Vaultborn Tyrant might be a slightly more viable strategy nowadays, considering that mice aren't breathing down your neck on turn 3 and Omniscience isn't killing you on turn 4. So again, maybe this opens up a ramp, and things like Outcaster Trailblazer are really, really good in ramp decks. You can play this as early as turn 2 off of Alana War Elves, and then start getting real advantage off of it as early as turn 3. So I think it's a pretty dangerous card, and I think Garrick's Uprising is too, but for my money, I think I like Trailblazer a little bit more in this slot. Let's move on to number 6, which is yet another attempt to find a spicy new aggro deck, one that didn't even exist last month, and in this case it's Tifa Lockhart, the newest card in the entire video actually. This thing just came out and hasn't had much time to really do anything in Standard, but you know, that said, if you're a patron, you know that this deck just won the most recent Patreon poll. Problem with that is that that poll was like 8 days ago. And I've been waiting. The reason for that is I've been waiting for the ban announcement to put out a Tifa deck. Basically, I wanted to see how many cards we lost. Turns out we lost not just Monstrous Rage, which you might have assumed was in the deck, but also Heartfire Hero, which I'm not sure you would have assumed is in the deck. We're playing Self-Destruct in there, just in case Tifa's power gets huge enough to kill them on turn 3. Sometimes it happens. But, you know, Self-Destruct really helps with just throwing a Tifa at them. It was also really good with Heartfire Hero, but now we have to play Cacophony Scamp, which I guess is fine. But either way, I was trying to figure out what Standard would look like before I put the Tifa deck out. But now that we have a better idea, there's still a lot of tricks with Tifa. You know, things like Turn Inside Out and especially Wild Ride are incredible with Tifa. You know, it takes a couple of turns, but starting relatively early in the game, you can play a Tifa into a Wild Ride into a land drop, and that is crazy. Suddenly she's like 8 power or whatever, and tramples and swings that turn because Wild Ride gives haste. There's still plenty of pump spells that are really, really good with Tifa, and considering that we're not all just trying to beat mice on turn 2 or 3 now, maybe people will lay off some of the main deck removal and give Tifa a little bit more breathing room. But even if they don't, we got stuff like Snakeskin Veil and many other cards in Standard to protect her, make sure we can hit those big turns. So maybe some kind of red-green landfall deck, or at the very least a very low-to-the-ground Tifa build, could be a reality in Standard now. This is a very powerful card. Now, my number 5, I keep talking about aggro decks, and I haven't really put a 1-drop on the list yet, surprisingly, so I guess let's fix that, because Paw Patch Recruit was already a really, really, really good Magic card. Unlike a lot of the other cards on the list, you're not necessarily going to build a deck around Paw Patch Recruit, but now that we've lost Heartfire Hero, I think this is one of the better options in Standard, for real, for 1-drop creatures in a really aggressive deck. Despite what I've just said in that Tifa entry, I'm just not sure that all the aggro, all the removal is going anywhere. People, until rotation at least, will still play the, Torch the Towers and the cut downs and the go for the throats and all the small ball removal spells that we're relatively used to. So with that in mind, I think that Paw Patch Recruit gets much, much better than a lot of other 1-drops, because even though this doesn't have any sort of protective aspect to it, if you are going somewhat wide, or even if you just have one other creature out, then Paw Patch is going to put some counters on stuff whenever any of your other creatures get targeted, and I think that's actually kind of a big deal, especially in a Tifa deck. That's kind of cool, but it could also work well in, weirdly, a mice deck. It's not a mouse itself, but still, putting counters on stuff like Emberheart Challenger is relatively important. So, I don't know. I think this card is quite good, and if you want to try rabbits, you can. We actually just lost to rabbits on stream the other night, but I guess if you know me, you also know that me losing on stream isn't anything special, but that was like one of the only games we lost all night. We were playing with Naya, Sarah, Farah, and Legends. That deck was so good. We won like 6 in a row. It was awesome, but we did lose to rabbits, mostly because Beauregard Mentor is really good, but also because Paw Patch is really, really good. I really think this is among the best 1-drops in Standard right now. I hate to repeat myself, but I think it bears repeating. My number 4 is Doppelgang, for sure, and I think this is off of a lot of people's lists because like Invasion of Arcavios rotates. There's a lot of the reason why people thought Omniscience might not get banned is because Invasion of Arcavios rotates, but neither one of these decks, Doppelgang or Omniscience, really needs Invasion to win the game, much less Doppelgang, you know? You're not always copying Invasion. Sometimes you're copying any other thing on the entire table, Roxanne, Ancient Cornucopia, whatever, and you're winning the game effectively that way. Or maybe you play the one Vault board in your deck. Some people are playing Dragonback Assault in these teamer decks, so you can copy it, or you can copy a bunch of the dragons or whatever. It's just, again, the deck does not need any of the cards that rotate to stay a thing. And again, if we're talking about like long ball, kind of slow burn mid-range decks in Standard, this one might actually have an even better like late game plan than, you know, an Ugin deck. And I would say that that's actually not a very controversial statement. Doppelgang is an extremely powerful card that once it gets the time, once it gets rolling, is almost undefeatable once it gets itself into position. And even though it might need a few more turns after it gets into position, those turns feel more or less fruitless, you know, for the opponent that's playing against it. So just don't forget that Doppelgang exists. The card isn't going anywhere, and it's always been powerful. Every time a new set comes out, you got to be thinking if a thing is a good target for Doppelgang. We got a lot of stuff that is. My number 3 is, in a lot of ways, the card that I am most scared of moving forward in the Standard, and that is Reenact the Crime. And I think that's exactly what the card is going to do. Very fitting name, because even though we've lost Abuelo's Awakening, this is a 4-mana way that does not rotate to get that Omniscience out of your graveyard on turn 4. And in case you're not familiar, the turn count's very important when it comes to the Omniscience deck. If we back it up to, say, turn 5 for Yuna or something, then that's a little bit more breathing room in the format, but Reenact only costs 4 mana, so it's effectively the same thing as Abuelo's Awakening in some ways, and it is not too hard to make sure that you discard the Omniscience that turn, and it's not too hard to make sure that you discard it for effectively no mana, so, or mill it or whatever, you know. So I think that Reenact is actually a really dangerous card moving forward, and if people keep trying to make the Omniscience deck a thing, it won't be Yuna, it won't be Repair and Recharge. I assume it will be Reenact the Crime that is the likely culprit here. But if number 3 is the card that scares me the most, I think that number 2, let me word this perfectly, is the card that is the most newly powerful card in Standard, right? This card was already really strong, showing up in a couple of different lists, but now I think it's all the way powered up, and it doesn't have all these other aggro decks getting in the way of it. Fear of Missing Out is a ridiculous Magic card, ladies and gentlemen, especially paired with some other cards in the format, but kind of solos some of the time just by itself. But this makes the Gruul Delirium deck kind of tick in and of itself. It's the strongest card in Gruul Delirium, which just picked up some pieces. It's playing Terra from Final Fantasy now, but it's got Patchwork Beastie and stuff too, Wildfire Wicker Folk. It's a really strong aggro deck, even though it's kind of a fair aggro deck, and I've always kind of liked that about it. But it now doesn't lose anything, but it was playing a sort of pump spell that is in this deck on the level of Monstrous Rage. It's the one that can give their creatures double strike if they have Delirium, and that can be a serious spell in the Delirium deck. It wins the game a lot of the time when the deck is just kind of curving out and going aggro mode. So this might be, in some ways, now the actual best aggro deck in Standard. There's a bunch that are vying for that title, but Gruul Delirium was already doing fairly well even a week or two before the bans in MTGO leagues and challenges and stuff. So just because of Fear of Missing Out, I expect this deck to do a lot even better nowadays. And for what it's worth, Fear of Missing Out is also amazing in the Jeskai Oculus decks, which kind of moved from a Control-y package into a Jeskai package that plays Tursa Light Shatter. Now it can play Joshua if it wants to. It was playing Inti a lot of the time, and Fear of Missing Out, a lot of sort of aggro-y cards that let you discard the Abhorrent Oculus and then helping hand it back. So I think that Fear of Missing Out plays a pivotal role in two of the most, again, newly powerful decks in Standard that were already strong before, and we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of now. But I guess the last thing I'll say about this is, even though it's a part of two such powerful decks that I think will be popular now, it could still be the backbone of a lot of decks that we necessarily don't have access to right this second, right? Again, a Tifa deck could maybe leverage this card well, and a bunch of other aggro decks too. So Fear of Missing Out is an incredible piece that has not quite gotten its due, but it's been in the background of Standard since it was released, and I think now it's ready to finally step on stage. But if number 3 is the one that I'm most scared of, and number 2 is the one that I think just got the biggest power boost, number 1 is the one that I think is maybe the spiciest, which of course has to be number 1 on my list at least. It is Prof's Eidetic Memory. It doesn't necessarily replace Up the Beanstalk, but you know, it does do that thing Up the Beanstalk does that we're talking about in the ban announcement, where even if it's answered, it's still got some value. And in this case, it can not only provide the drawn card the turn it comes into play, but it can also provide counters the turn it comes into play. And that has been especially good in specifically this like Vivi Agatha Soul Cauldron combo deck that's trying to, you know, give other creatures Vivi's activated ability, but also passes around counters so it can make Vivi's power higher, thus getting you more mana. Card works in a couple of axes with Vivi. You know, it's a non-creature spell, so it triggers Vivi. That's very sick. Draws cards. That's awesome. No maximum hand size is great in Izzet decks. This does a lot just in the Vivi Soul Cauldron deck, but in general, I think that in kind of a, this is going to sound weird, but a blue-based aggro deck, or even maybe like a Dimir Tempo deck, the likes of which we've seen fairly recently, I think Profs could be a pretty, you know, key card. And yes, 3 out of the last 4 cards have been from Murders at Karlov Manor. That is an undervalued, underappreciated set, and I think I'm trying to show that here, but Profs is one of the most undervalued, underlooked at cards from an undervalued set. So again, I think we maybe need to go back now that we've lost incredible card advantage, you know, mid-range engines like Up the Beanstalk, and take a look at this one, which is not necessarily similar to Beans, but it's a 2-mana enchantment that draws a card when it comes into play and provides value for the rest of the game. And in this case, that value can be easily gamed in such a way where you're putting, you know, 2-3 counters on a creature more or less every turn, and that is big stuff. So I've always really liked this card. I think it's relatively cheap to get set up, and especially now without such a really fast aggro deck in Standard, again, maybe you have some breathing room to play a 2-mana enchantment, thus sacrificing your turn too, right? So I don't know. I just think there's a lot to this. You could also play a 2-drop, a 3-drop, wait till turn 4 to play Profs, and then, you know, double spell. There's a lot of ways to leverage this card that I think are actually really good in a Standard where you can actually get to turn 4. You know? So again, I've got some hopes for this one, and even though it might not be the spiciest card in Standard, I do think that it's one that people don't look at enough. But that's basically Itsky Lewitsky. Make sure to let me know what cards you're excited to be playing now. I know that my list may be not as spicy as you would have thought it would be, but there's a lot to talk about in Standard right now, and I'm sure we'll get to some spicier picks. You know, I talked about some cards that might be on your list, like Dragonback Assault just came up. Is that card good now? I don't know. Let's find out together. I've been kind of looking at the initial results for the first couple of days of the new Standard on MTGO, and the results are really, really neat. We'll talk about some of those tomorrow in Wednesday's video. So make sure you're subscribed if you want that content. Trying to get to the next 1,000. We just got to, I believe, 137,000 subscribers, guys. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. But trying to get to 150. I need the 12,000 of you watching this who aren't subscribed to get in there and give it a shot. But anyway, y'all, make sure you like the video. It's the button shaped like a thumb. You can't miss it. Also, check out the Patreon. I promise, patrons, I will get that Gruul Tifa video out this week for you. We'll get more deck techs before Edge of Eternity spoilers drop. I have to promise you that, and I mean it. But in any case, the Magic world moves fast, and I appreciate the support. If you're already a patron, if you're considering becoming one, it would mean a lot to me. It just takes $1 a month to support the channel, and it helps out a lot. But that's all I've got for now, y'all. Just hit me up with your opinions and thoughts, and especially the cards you want to play now in Standard, down there in the comments, and I will catch you cats later. I'm Dev from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love, and be kind. Of the card in another banning, a card we'll talk about later, and there's even a little end note about this in terms of design philosophy moving forward towards the end of the article. We'll talk about that later, but they focused a lot on the fact that Quarry Steel Cutter is just difficult to answer one for one, right? If they get the Monk, then you can take out the Cutter. That's good news for you, but they still have the Monk, you know? So if you took one card to answer the Cutter or the Monk, they'll just get another Monk if they still have the Cutter, and there's problems inherent just in the design of this card and how cheap it is to get on the table in the first place. And again, they kind of focused on that a little later down the road with a different card they banned. So it looks like going forward in design philosophy, they're going to try to get away from these cards that are not necessarily difficult to answer, but difficult to answer on a one-for-one basis. Now, at the end of the day, personally, I did think Cutter needed to go. I was on the fence about it last week a little bit, but then the Pro Tour happened and I was like, all right, get this trash out of here. I think most people are of the opinion that this is one of the top cards that needs to be banned. So I'm glad that they listened to us, at least on this level, but they listened to us on a level I didn't think they would. Let me say that, man. It's almost not fair that I support this band. I honestly would have supported even more bands. I'm just that kind of guy. I like bands in general. I like when they shake up standard and all that. So, I'm not necessarily an unbiased voice on this. I support, spoiler alert, every single band they made today. So on a personal level, this section of the video is going to be basically the same for every card we talk about. Do I want this to be banned? Sure, why not? Get it out of here. Now, Monstrous Rage banned as well. This is the card that I kind of figured would be most eligible for the hammer. Like almost certainly. And here we are. I did not expect that they would do what they did. Put it that way. I thought there was a chance that Monstrous Rage would be the only card banned, and last week this time I was thinking it might be the only card in Standard that literally needs to be banned. It just invalidates blocking, combos too well with Double Strike, which is a real concern when Manifold Mouse is just scurrying around in the format. So this just does too much for the aggro decks. It invalidates not just blocking, but like having other creatures like on the other side of the table to do basically anything against aggro. You don't want to swing sideways because you want to leave open to block, but when you go to block, you're just going to get run over, and it's only 1 mana. This is maybe the most powerful pump spell ever printed in a lot of ways, and Wizards even acknowledged that in the ban announcement. They basically said they got a kick out of the idea of having a pump spell be really, really good in Standard, and it was for like a year and a half. So I think we've all had about enough of that, and Wizards says, cool, we'll pull the plug on it. They also had a fun little line in there where they said that it's banned in the interest of decreasing the least fun, aggressive play patterns in Standard. I like that they just came right out and said it. That's the first step to recovery. Now, aggro does still have its options for really good pump spells. They just keep printing them. Monstrous Rage wasn't the only one. There's Wild Ride, which saw a little bit of Pro Tour play, even in decks that only had 3 copies of Rage. You would think this would be copies like 5 and 6, but no, it was actually just 3 Rage and 2 copies of Wild Ride in a few lists, including the one that showed up in the finals, if I'm not mistaken. So this card is actually a really, really good sort of pump spell for any of these mice decks. You'll still be able to get in for a bunch of damage with Double Strike off Manifold Mouse, but you just won't be able to trample over. And I do think that's kind of a huge deal. You'll still be able to use Turn Inside Out to get a bunch of, value and a decent pump spell out of the deal. Dreadmaw's Ire is halfway decent. Like, there are good red pump spells in the environment, but one of the problems is that we mono red players also lost Heartfire Hero. Now, they do have Cacophony Scamp still in the format, but it's not a mouse. It doesn't have the Valiant trigger, which is a big deal with things like Manifold Mouse and Rockface Village and whatnot. So it is kind of a massive deal to lose one of the 3 blind mice from the mice package in Standard. And it's not just the mice decks that take a hit, it's also like these Callous Sellsword decks, which are sometimes one and the same with the mice decks, but often you'll see 4 Cacophony Scamp, 4 Heartfire Hero, 4 Callous Sellsword, nowadays 2 Self-Destruct. And I think those decks take a massive hit by not having Heartfire Hero. But just in general, the mono red decks are probably going to go back to playing Swift Spear until it rotates, and then they're going to have to find a different 1-drop, and that's actually way, way easier said than done. Will we see maybe goblins see some play for a while? Are lizards back on the menu as like a really good Rakdos, low to the ground aggro deck that doesn't have to play any of the cards that got banned, and it's kind of fine. So again, it's not that aggro is like completely off the menu, but this sort of like really overpowered kill you on turn 3 aggro is not necessarily a thing of the past. I want to warn you of that, but it's definitely not as much of a reality as it was yesterday, and that is massive. I don't necessarily think, again, I'm trying to be cautious here and advise you to be so as well, that I don't know that mid-range is just the best deck in the format again now, and we can pick back up all of our 4 and 5 drops and just play with them again. There are still some real decks in the format that'll kill you relatively early in the game through combo or aggro means. So as much as I want to say, the king is dead, long live the king, let's all pick back up our Bizas and go for it, I'm just not sure that we're quite there, although I do kind of hope that mid-range Magic is back, and there's reason to believe that it could be, even outside of banning just the mono red cards, because they also banned Abuelo's Awakening today. Now, I was kind of hoping that they would hit the payoff. Like Foundations is a set that's going to stay in standard for, they say, at least 5 years, and the at least is sounding more and more ominous as the days go on, man. Omniscience is going to be with us for a long time, and there's still a lot of ways to, be able to get it out. And this keeps them from sort of being able to print, decent 4 mana reanimation that can hit enchantments and stuff like for the next 5 years. So we'll kind of see how all that works out. They said themselves, we had kind of hoped that making the enchantment into like a 1/1 creature would provide some counterplay options, which makes a lot of sense with most enchantments in the format, but not necessarily Omniscience, right? So again, I was hoping they would hit the payoff and not necessarily the setup here, but looks like we still have Omniscience in standard. For now, at least. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But in any case, I guess they're hoping that stuff like Yuna Hope of Spira is more easy to interact with, because it is, and it costs that extra mana, which is kind of a big deal. I think we still have, Repair and Recharge and Campus Renovation. Like, there are 5 mana things that can reanimate enchantments in this standard, but is a whole extra turn not good enough. Well, I will say, when you cut the legs out from under the best aggro deck in standard, Yuna becomes a better choice, So I'm a little bit worried that the Omniscience deck is still really good, but I think they think that slowing down the Omniscience deck by a turn is going to be a big deal in calming it down. That said, if you do play Yuna Hope of Spira, now you're Bant Omniscience, so you've got Lawn War Elves and other ramp effects in green to get that combo on turn 4, right? So maybe it's a little less reliable. Maybe there's that. So all I'm saying is that there's definitely still ways to get Omniscience, multiple ways to get Omniscience on like turn 4 in standard, that I'm a little bit wary of this banning, but I'm still happy at the end of the day that they did something to address the Omniscience threat, because this is still a deck that kills you on turn 4, and sometimes in more ways than aggro. I'm not going to say that definitively, but in some ways, in more ways than aggro, this keeps mid-range decks out of the format. Mid-range deck can sweep the board, play their Biza, remove that guy, and then they're kind of fine until they can drop an Overlord of the Mistmoors or like something huge, right? But when it comes to, the mid-range matchup versus Omniscience, it's more or less hopeless, because you can dirtle all you want, they're just going to kill you on turn 4 or 5, right? So I'm, again, not too sure about which card they banned to take out the Omniscience decks, but I'm glad something was done. And by the way, if you did want to build mid-range again, well, you've just lost one of your best card advantage options. Up the Beanstalk is finally banned, I guess, question mark. It hasn't really been too big of a force in the format lately, but obviously it's got a world championship and a pro tour under its belt. This deck has done more than fine over the last couple of years, and Beans itself has been banned in Modern for 2 years now, so we finally get a standard banning. This card was not going to rotate. I keep seeing some sort of confusion about that. This card had a whole other year left in standard to kind of dominate, and I imagine it would have. There's a lot of reasons that they gave for this one, one being that I like this line. They expect that the deck building puzzle of Up the Beanstalk has been solved so many times at this point that we expect it would become more monotonous than engaging as time rolls on. And I thought that was a good line, honestly. A lot of introspection on that one. They are absolutely right. But in any case, they also said that they've kind of been feeling the crunch, the Beans crunch, while designing cards that'll be legal and standard with the card for the next year or so. Every time you make a 5-drop or a cost reduction card that technically costs 5, but you can pay less for it, you have to remember that it triggers Beans. And if anything, I'm going to be happy that I don't have to take that 3-second pause during every previous season video where any card that's a 5-drop or higher for any reason, cost reduction be damned. I have to be like, well, it does trigger Beans. You have to say it, or the whole comment section is going to be like, Beans? I should just leave it. I should never say Up the Beanstalk. I guess it's over now, but what I should have done is never said that anything triggers Beans and gotten a bunch of engagement in the comment section. But anyway, man, Beans is gone, and honestly, I'm pretty happy about that. This card has definitely had its day, and even though this does hit a couple of decks in the format that kind of did nothing wrong, Golgari Graveyard, which just plays a bunch of like drafty like 5/5s that technically cost like 7 mana, but really they only cost 1 black, you know. That deck is actually really fun and really good, and again, did 0 things wrong in its entire life, but it does have a really good win percentage, even in a world full of Corey Steel Cutters and mice and stuff. So maybe if we didn't ban Beans, that deck would become amazing. There's also the like Tolarian Terror, Eddie Merc Crab, Storm Chaser's Talent, This Town Ain't Big Enough, this card deck. That deck lost 2 cards, and again, it never really did nothing to nobody, and I kind of feel bad about that. But again, Beans needed to go. We need other sources of card advantage that can actually, you know, not necessarily outclass this, but we need to not worry about this as a source of card advantage, so we can actually open up other sources of card advantage we haven't played with at all or in a while, you know. Like I imagine maybe the Caretaker's Talent deck gets slightly better after this banning, but again, we'll have to wait and see. Either way, I'm pretty happy about this one. This is also a card, by the way, just like Corey Steel Cutter. This is the other card that they basically said, well, it generates value the turn it comes into play, so even if you can blow it up, they still drew a card off of it, right? Or maybe they got some sort of enchantment into the play of the battlefield effect off of it. You know, there's a lot of ways to generate value off this, and the moment they draw a second card off of it, well, you can play Get Lost on it or something, and they just paid 2 mana to draw 2 cards and get 2 map tokens and a card out of your hand, which is a crazy deal on their end. So, you know, it's just a little bit too much to actually have to deal with on a 1-for-1 basis. So, again, another card like that, and they even sort of address this later on. Let me read this little paragraph here because I think it's really important. We need to scrutinize and be careful with the rate of cards that are challenging to interact with favorably. With the increased power level of decks in the larger format that is 3-year standard, decks are very capable of turning a small advantage into a snowball that ends the game. Strong cards that leave resources behind when dealt with, like Corey Steel Cutter and Up the Beanstalk, reliably create that first small advantage. Identifying these cards and evaluating their strength in the context of their interactional requirements is a task that play design is incorporating into our process going forward. So it looks like we just won't be seeing as many cards that are hard to interact with or leave behind value when interacted with. And I think that's actually kind of one of the biggest parts of this announcement. Now, as part of that, they also address that, you know, 1-drops are too powerful, and the larger a format gets, the more things coalesce around the best 1-drops in the format. And honestly, I kind of think that even though this was left unsaid, you know, a lot of people have made the comment, myself included, that Standard is a lot like playing Modern nowadays. You know, it's not a turn 4 format, it's a turn 3 format. Sometimes a turn 2 format, depending on what's going on. If a opponent goes Heartfire Hero into Manifold Mouse and you can't answer that, they've still got 5 cards in their hand and one's a Monstrous Rage, you're basically dead right there. So, you know, the fact that they also addressed that they're not going to print as many basically busted 1-drops. They acknowledge that when you power creep the 1-drop slot, things get a little bit nasty. And even though this is a huge Standard environment, basically every card that costs like 4.5 mana or greater is locked out of seeing any real play. And that is not a thing that they want. So it also seems they're going to address 1-drop design moving forward and maybe not power creep them so much, which again, I think is good news. A return to fair Magic is something I've wanted for a few years. But we're not done with bans. I brought up This Town Ain't Big Enough just a moment ago, and they banned that card out from under a lot of decks here too. I kind of like this ban in a sneaky way. I think that maybe the better ban would have been Storm Chaser's Talent. Make sure that the Izzet deck is gone for good, even though it's still got Vivi and all that. Take away a couple of really important tools to it. And I guess This Town Ain't Big Enough is a fairly important tool for the Izzet decks. It gets that loop going with Storm Chaser's Talent where they can keep getting cards back from their graveyard. They can get the This Town Ain't Big Enough back from their yard, do it again, keep interaction on their side of the table, you know, make some tempo happen while still forwarding their game plan, which is something that Wizards acknowledged here was a little too powerful for some of these Izzet decks. Now, at the end of the day, I do think it's interesting that they addressed how powerful they are making 1-drops and didn't ban maybe the most powerful one-drop in Standard. I think that Storm Chaser's Talent is up there with Heartfire Hero in terms of like the best one-drops you can possibly play. And it is interesting too that this card kind of works on both axes that they talked about, play design moving forward is going to address. Not only is it a busted one-drop, but it also leaves behind value even if interacted with. And in this case, it usually costs more mana to interact with than it costs to play in the first place, which is kind of a huge no-no for Fair Magic. So again, I'm a little surprised that Storm Chaser's Talent didn't get hit here, maybe even alongside this town, but I guess they figure they only have to ban one of these two cards, and maybe they'd rather ban the lower rarity one. That's a weird... I don't know if that's the case, but still, Storm Chaser's Talent is a ridiculously powerful Magic card, and I can understand why they made the choice they did, because this is the best interaction with it in Standard, but again, I may have liked to have seen something else. Just like the Omniscience ban, I would have liked to have seen a different card maybe banned here, but it is what it is, and I think that this will kneecap most of the Izzet decks moving forward and take away like their most annoying late game loop. They can be an aggro deck, but they can't be a mid game or a mid range like late game engine deck at the same time, and that's what this town gives them the ability to do. So I'm kind of glad they've wiped that. But of course, hitting this town also hits the Pixie decks pretty hard. I am a little surprised that they didn't hit Nurturing Pixie or any of these cards that they printed in the last few sets, but maybe that's what they decided. If we hit Pixie, Fear of Isolation, the one from freaking Tarkir Dragonstorm, or Ambrosia Whiteheart from Final Fantasy. If we hit any of these cards, there are more waiting in the wings to kind of take their place. So let's hit their best options. Not only this town ain't big enough, but also, and this is really interesting considering Orzhov Pixie has been more popular on MTGO lately than Esper Pixie, they have also hit Hopeless Nightmare. Now, this also goes to the, plays into the busted one-drops argument they would make later. It kind of plays into the card that leaves too much value behind, argument in a way too. But yet another really, really good one-drop from this environment. And it lets them ban a card that, again, is lower rarity. They don't really have to care about the wild card situation or anything like that. But Hopeless Nightmare is, again, just like Storm Chasers and Heartfire Hero. This is on the short list of best one-drops in Standard, especially when you get to play it like 5 times in the same game, which is really, really common. And it only costs a couple of mana to do that if you've got Nurturing Pixies. Just really strong plays, modern because of Standard because of the mono red menace, and in some ways because of the incredibly efficient like low to the ground Pixie package with Hopeless Nightmare, Nurturing Pixie, and a couple of other incredible like 1 or 2 mana cards.
Every millisecond counts. Less latency, lag, packet loss, no disconnects to more wins. Experience the future of gaming with the world's first...
What up, Wizards? It's Deb from The Place, and today we got a Final Fantasy Standard deck tag for you, if you can believe it. Sorry for the delay between the first one and this one. I think we did Cecil or Cecil, if you want to be a jerk about it, like 3 weeks ago now. But there's a reason for the delay. A lot has happened in Standard, by which I mean the bans. To be clear, the bans were a lot happening in Standard. So after Monstrous Rage and Heartfire Hero got banned, both of which were in this deck, by the way, I decided to go back to the drawing board with 3 builds I hadn't really tried yet. And in the end, I decided that 2 were worth showing off. I kind of felt like I owed you 2 decks anyway for making you wait so long, because I know you wake up every single day, you go straight to your laptop. Is that new SB MTG deck up yet? You probably don't do that. And for the record, you shouldn't do that, but I still feel an obligation to you in some ways. So here's 2 Tifa decks with no tasteless booby jokes, I promise.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back. Make sure you check out the Patreon to vote on what decks we do around here. I promise the next one won't take me this long, but let's get to it because we are all here to see Tifa. Who wouldn't be? One of my first loves in life. Not my first love. That goes to Janet Jackson, as anyone of a certain age can attest to, but Tifa's one of my early loves, and she definitely did something to me, because for the last 13 years, I've been married to a spunky brunette with natural gifts, is probably the best way to put that. So Tifa definitely had some sort of effect on me. But I'm not special. Basically, me and every other nerd born at more or less any point during the 80s has had a crush on this lady right here for the last almost 30 years at this point. So a lot of us were really excited to see her get a Magic card, and even more excited when we finally saw what she does, This is a really efficient, very aggressive creature. That's pretty exciting to put into a Magic deck, but how do you actually use her in this format is the question. There's a lot of ways. Maybe the most popular one that I've seen this season on the arena, the one I've played against the most at least, is a sort of mono green landfall pile that plays not only Tifa, but also side quest Raise a Chocobo in the 2-drop slot, Saz's Chocobo in the 1-drop slot. These are all really, really fun cards. It even plays Mossborn Hydra in the 3-drop slot as copies 5 through 8 of Tifa. This is a fun deck to play, but I don't know that it's quite as powerful as some other ways you could try to leverage Tifa right now. And by powerful, I really mean fast. I think that Tifa really wants to be in a deck that goes as low to the ground as possible and kills your opponent by turn 4 if it can. And it isn't to say that a mono green landfall deck can't do that. I just think that Gruul has a better chance at doing it most of the time. And I'm not talking about the Gruul deck you might be expecting here. Another deck I've seen in the arena a lot this season that plays Tifa is the red-green landfall deck that plays both Rydia and Gladiolus all the way at the 6-drop slot, and both of these cards I don't love for the kind of Tifa deck that I'm envisioning here, right? And Rydia's pretty cheap, but a little low impact, especially in an aggressive deck, and Gladiolus is really big impact, but way too expensive for an aggro deck. So instead, I'm playing a deck that looks a little bit familiar. As a matter of fact, I'm playing 2 decks that look kind of familiar. One, a sort of almost mono red pump spells pile, and then the other one, a Gruul Delirium deck. Both of these I actually think fit in Tifa really, really well, and they prove the point that you don't need a bunch of random and honestly, again, kind of low impact ramp spells in order to make Tifa work. But let's look at that first deck and pump up the jams. Tifa obviously works super well with pump spells. All you got to do is play a spell that boosts her power and then drop a land, and suddenly she's enormous. If you happen to get a second land drop that turn, then she can probably kill in one shot, depending on what you actually targeted her with. So, she works obviously very well with ramp spells, but I think she works even better with pump spells if you're trying to go fast, and that's what we're doing in this deck. So with that in mind, I'm playing 4 copies of Turn Inside Out here. This is +3/+0 at instant speed, so if Tifa gets in unblocked or something, we can play Turn Inside Out, and then we can maybe pop a Fabled Passage or some other kind of, fetch land that we're playing in the deck. And that will double her power after the Turn Inside Out. So even if she's blocked in that case, she's still going to be getting in for an awful lot of damage. So this is one of the better instant speed pump spells in the entire format. And sure, we could just play Giant Growth, but with such a huge target on her back, I like the idea of getting a 2/2 from time to time. But Tifa also works really, really well with Wild Ride, right? If you've got a Tifa, you can play it and then Wild Ride, and then drop your land for the turn, and suddenly you're getting in with a really, really big Tifa. Wild Ride's also great with a bunch of our other creatures in the deck, making sure that they get haste and become decent top decks. If you've got a Wild Ride sitting in your hand, any creature off the top of your deck is live, and I like that about it too. But we'll talk about the other creatures in just a minute. There's a batch of spells that we're playing that are important, not just for Tifa, but for protecting all of our creatures here, because we've got a pretty low creature count overall in our deck. So when we stick a creature, we got to make sure it stays out. And for that reason, we're playing 4 copies first of Royal Treatment here. Now, you could play Snakeskin Veil here, but I like the extra Ward 1 that this card provides for ostensibly the rest of the game. That can be really good for throwing them off curves. So, big fan of Royal Treatment, but we're also playing 4 copies of Overprotect, which is a little overpriced, honestly, at 2 old mana, when we could be playing Tyvar Stand or Snakeskin Veil or another 1 mana protection spell. But that said, Overprotect gives +3/+3 and trample, and not every creature in the deck, almost basically every creature that isn't named Tifa Lockhart, doesn't have trample. So this can make sure that we get in for huge damage on some turns. Some turns it can increase Tifa's power, and then other turns it can protect our most important creatures. One of the better spells in the entire deck in a lot of ways. Let's play all 4. We need these things, man. Tifa has a massive target on her back the moment she enters play, but so do all of our other creatures, because they're all really good too. We're playing 4 copies of Slick Shot Show Off because it's that kind of party. Now, the bird is especially nasty with all the pump spells and the protection spells in the deck. If they go to target this dude, then suddenly if we Royal Treatment or Overprotect it, it gets this massive boost in power and gets in for even more damage and gets a removal spell out of their hand. That's a really hard play to get through for a lot of opponents, but even stuff like Wild Ride, the pump spells in the deck, Turn Inside Out, these all give a +5 power power boost to the bird all in one go with haste too. So just a ridiculous card that I'm not sure why more people aren't playing. I've seen mono red a few times since the bannings, even though it doesn't have monstrous rage. And I've been a little surprised that we're not on the bird nowadays. It's still a really, really solid card. And in a deck with a bunch of pump spells that tries to get the opponent as quickly as possible, I think this is the best 2-drop that we can play. All that said, we are playing at least one creature that all the mono red decks are still on, and that is Emberheart Challenger at a full 4 of. This is just about the best aggressive 2-drop in the entire format, so we're going to run it, especially with all of our protection spells, all of our pump spells, our instant speed stuff, right? This will get Valiant a lot and is basically our best card advantage engine. So at only 2 mana, this thing is still a steal. It is just about the best 2-drop in Standard. At least if you're trying to get them, and we are, so let's play some 1-drops too. That's how much we're trying to get them. We're going to play 4 Paw Patch Recruit here. I've seen this popping up a lot too in Standard. Right now, there are 2 best aggro decks in Standard as I record this, one of them being a sort of return to the Boros Recruiter deck, if you remember that. Sometimes it's Jeskai, sometimes it's just Boros. And then a Gruul aggro deck. Interestingly, that plays like Innkeeper's Talent, plays Emberheart Challenger, still plays Manifold Mouse, and now plays Paw Patch Recruit. I was under the suspicion that this would be one of the better 1-drop options after losing Heartfire Hero in Standard, and here we are. This thing is actually ridiculous. Has some synergy with Tifa as well. If it puts +1/+1 counters on Tifa, then suddenly she's going to get even more power every time you drop a land, which is sick, but it works with all of our creatures, all of whom have giant targets on their backs. So if we can go slightly wide, have 2, 3, 4 creatures on the table, then suddenly, no matter what they try to target, something else is going to hit them really hard in the mouth. So really like Paw Patch now. It's basically a Savannah Lions that can offspring, which is nuts. Again, if you want to go wide, this will help you do that, give you a kind of late game play. There's too much to like about this card. This was the easy 1-drop. I knew I wanted this in the deck the entire time, and it didn't really change even after the bans, but I did want to play another 1-drop. And that's where things got hard, especially considering I want to keep this deck as rotation-proof as possible. There's one dual land in the mana base that rotates, but when rotation happens, we'll also get Stomping Ground and Edge of Eternity, so that card's better than the land that rotates, probably, so it's kind of a wash. But I wanted to keep the main deck non-lands as rotation-proof as possible, so I couldn't play Cacophony Scamp. Sucks. That card would be awesome in this deck. Monastery Swift Spirit. That sucks. Card would be awesome in this deck. I even looked at like Toadstool Admirer. I think it's the name of the card. It's like a 1 green mana guy with Ward 2 or something. I really overturned a lot of stones here, but the thing I ended up on was Burnout Bastronaut. There just aren't too many 1-drops in Standard that can turn into a 4-power double striking trampler, but this dude can do that in this deck, thanks to Overprotect. If we have full speed, this guy has double strike and menace for what it's worth. Double strike and menace is already a really, really good combination, but when you throw in the trample from Overprotect, things get really, really nasty. And just when you rip this guy off the top of your library, cast Wild Ride on him, and get in for 8 that turn, you'll feel pretty good about that too. There's some great plays with this dude in the kind of late game. This is one of those 1-drops that gives us kind of resiliency. Like it can work out as a, late game option some of the time. And that is really not something a lot of 1-drops can do in your aggro deck. So I really respect the double strike on this. And you even kind of learn to respect the fact that it can fire breathe a little. So this is actually kind of a slick little magic card that I wouldn't be surprised to see more of when rotation hits. Now to finish off the main deck here, we're playing 2 copies of Burst Lightning. First of all, we don't need too much removal in this deck. We don't care what they're doing. We're not in the business of caring or blocking or whatever. We just want to mostly use Burst Lightning as a piece of reach. That last couple of points of damage, that last 4 points of damage when we can't get in on attacks anymore. Lightning's great for that and for taking out early threats when we need it to. So I want access to it. I don't want to play too many of them, right? But I'm also on 1 copy of Self-Destruct. Found room for that. Could have been a 3rd Burst Lightning, but Self-Destruct is such a cool option. You can use it on Tifa if her power gets huge. You've dropped a couple of lands that turn. There is a way to do it. Don't worry, we'll get to it in a second. But, if you get Tifa's power huge, she's obviously awesome with Self-Destruct. But she's also, she's awesome with everything. But Self-Destruct is also great with, say, an Emberheart Challenger that you've cast a Wild Ride on and its prowess. Or maybe you've cast a couple of spells on it and its prowess, right? So, if you get any creature's power big enough, it can serve as a suitable target for Self-Destruct. Even without Heartfire Hero in the format, it's still a fun and pretty game-ending card to play sometimes. Now let's take a look at the lands. The mana base is the same for both decks. They both run 23 lands, and they run Karplusan Forest even though it rotates. But again, Just swap it out with Stomping Ground. We don't get access to Copperline Gorge because of the rotation-proof aspect of the deck, but we do get to play Starting Town in here, even though that is, in this case, a lot of pain lands, and even when the shock land come in, that's going to be a lot of pain from our lands, but still, we don't care so much. We're trying to decrease the opponent's life total faster than ours, so we can take a little damage to our lands. The most important lands of the deck are the Fabled Passage and the one Escape Tunnel that I'm playing because I just can't help myself. This can target a Slickshot Show-Off, it can target an Emberheart Challenger, most notably it can target a Tifa, but it can even target a Burnout Bastronaut that has the double strike, It'll get in unblocked and you can cast your pump spells and stuff and just take a giant chunk out of your opponent's life total without having to worry about blocking. Again, I'm trying to invalidate blocking, and even though I don't want to be on all 4 copies of Escape Tunnel, I figured it'd be a nice option to have access to 1 copy of. Let's look at the power rankings for this deck. Both decks are going to have pretty low looking power ranking numbers. That's because they're glass cannons, and that's kind of how rating systems work. This thing has a final score of 62, but the numbers it's high in, it's really high in. We play a surprising amount of really, really powerful cards in the deck, so that number's high. Speed is obviously high. Offense is obviously high. Game 1 is, I think, obviously really, really high. But the numbers that are low are obvious too, right? We're not a very resilient piece, except for, maybe the Burnout Bastronaut plus Wild Ride off the top of our library play. We don't have a whole lot that can save us late game. But apart from that, we are not a very versatile deck. We're trying to get them, and we're trying to execute our plan, and that's it. We really don't have a whole lot for whatever happens on the other side of the table. We're just trying to plow through the entire thing. But I guess the other kind of not great score here is really board. Game 2 and beyond is not great here. I think our sideboard is just kind of okay. Screaming Nemesis is the best card in there. And we do have a couple of matchup specific cards. Don't worry, we'll get to the sideboard later. I didn't skip it. It's the same for both decks, but we'll look at it after the second deck. But spoiler alert, I don't love the board in here, and especially after rotation, we lose things like Lithomanic Barrage, which would be really nice options to have for blowing up Kaitos and stuff. But for what it's worth, I don't love our sideboard options post-rotation, but, we still have some pretty decent things we can play. I wish the consistency was slightly higher, and if you want to classify this as a Tifa deck and not just an aggro deck, your whole point is to get in with Tifa for $1 million every single time. I don't know that it's super consistent at that, but it is consistent at winning games as an aggro deck, especially in best of 1. So if you like that idea, give this thing a try. But let's move on to pile number 2 here, which is, I guess, the more interesting of the two. This is the Gruul Delirium deck. This one, too, plays 3 copies of Tifa Lockhart. She's legendary, guys. You know what I mean? This is an aggro deck, so every single card counts, and drawing the 3rd copy of Tifa when you've already got one on the board and another in your hand is just really not what you want to do. All your draws count, so lower the land count, play fewer legends. That's my tip as an experienced aggro player. I like to turn creatures sideways, but I think that 3 is more than enough for both of these decks. And when it comes to this deck especially, we've got to jam some card slots into making sure that we can hit Delirium some of the time. So with that in mind, let's play maybe the best reason, second best reason for making Tifa a Delirium deck, and that is Fear of Missing Out, man. This card's kind of popping up everywhere in Standard right now. It may not be in the decks that finish at the top tables every time. Decks like Blue-White Control, Mono-White, especially Dimir or Vivi's Soul Cauldron, right? There's a bunch of really, really good decks that I think are in like A tier at the moment, but a lot of the B tier decks from, Yuna to Oculus and beyond, we just looked at an Alesha deck that plays 4 copies of this card on channel yesterday. There's a lot of things that are into Fear of Missing Out, and it's kind of easy to see why, but when you're attacking with at least an 8 power Tifa on a turn, then you'll probably want to play Fear of Missing Out. Why not attack with that same Tifa twice? But the actual best reason to play Delirium in your Tifa deck is Violent Urge. Again, we want to invalidate blocking as much as possible, and nothing quite does that like the combination of Trample and Double Strike. If we can make this pop off and give Tifa Double Strike, then she can do some actual crazy damage. And this doesn't even have to target the Tifa, even if you're just like targeting Fear of Missing Out with its own ability moving into your combat step, then suddenly 2 attack steps with a 3-power Double Striker is 12 damage if left uncontested. So that's pretty disgusting, I think. And even if they want to block it with something, they're usually going to have to, face down a 3-power double striker for 2 attack steps. That's easier said than done. So again, we are trying to invalidate blocking in this deck. And even when it doesn't target Tifa, it does that. Like, let's say it targets a Wildfire Wicker Folk instead. This is an artifact creature, much like, Fear of Missing Out is an enchantment creature. So if either one of these go into your yard, it counts as 2 different permanent types towards Delirium, which I'm sure you already knew. But it's important to point out here so the comments section doesn't feel the need to, you see. We have to have a pretty decent spread of different card types in this deck. We've got ways of getting instants and sorceries in our yard, obviously, but our creature base needs to be somewhat diverse so that we can also get some, creatures in the yard that aren't just creatures. And Wickerfolk is really good with that. Again, if we target this with Violent Urge, then suddenly it is a haste double strike, 4-power guy. That is really tough for a lot of people to deal with. I just like the fact this is an aggressively costed, somewhat high power for the rate you're paying. A hasty dude. Off the top of your library, that's fine. So I've liked Wickerfolk for a while here, and I've been excited to play it again in a sort of Delirium build. I just didn't think it was going to be the Tifa build. This card kind of always impresses me. And honestly, when you do have Delirium and you cast the Violent Urge on it, it does even more damage and it tramples. So again, trample and double strike. Ridiculous combination. A lot of reasons to carry this card in the deck. But I wanted more 1-drops. I like 1-drops in my deck, so I am again playing Burnout Bastronaut here. We don't even have to cast Violent Urge on this in order for it to pop off, but if we do, it can still pop off. Why not? If we don't quite have speed up to 4 yet, then this can still give Bastronaut double strike after, say, a Wild Ride or something like that, which is indeed a very Wild Ride. This is just a dangerous card some of the time, and again, even if you don't have a pump spell for it, if it's got double strike, the Fire Breathing is kind of dangerous. So I just like this guy. Now, I'm on 3 Audacity in this deck to start the pump spells, I guess. I wanted another enchantment in here to help like trigger Delirium or proc Delirium, whatever word you set up Delirium. So we needed more enchantments. I think Audacity is pretty good, A few of our creatures have built-in trample, like Tifa, for instance, but it's still good on her because if we throw down an Audacity on that Tifa and then play a Lamb, well, now she has 6 power, which is pretty great. If somehow she dies, we draw the card too. I like the card draw aspect of this, which kind of helps make up for the loss of Emberheart Challenger. Not enough, but a little bit. I mean, even just throwing this on a Bastronaut is pretty cool. By the way, forgot to mention that if Bastronaut has double strike, it can be a great thing to target with Fear of Missing Out to get a double attack step with it. Pretty great, but you can also just throw a Audacity on a Fear of Missing Out and get in for 4 trample every single turn, both attack steps. It's 8 trample in total. So, just Audacity is a fine Magic card. I didn't play it in the first deck, but again, we're trying to spread the love in terms of card types here, so I think Audacity works. But I'm also on 4 copies of Wild Ride. No turn Inside Out here, but Wild Ride is a sorcery. You might be saying, but this is a sorcery. Yeah, it's a Delirium deck. Again, we want as many card types as possible, and I felt like that was a reason to play this card over instant speed pump spells. I mean, if we're forced to play sorceries, we might as well play the best one this deck could possibly play. Wild Ride's great, but don't worry. If we target a dude with Wild Ride at sorcery speed and our opponent goes to go for the Throated or something for the next 3 weeks, glad when that card rotates, we can still protect it. We've got the full 4 of Overprotect and the full 4 of Royal Treatment in this deck as well. Our dudes might not be like as fragile or important, and sometimes we want them to die. A Wildfire Wickerfolk or a Fear of Missing Out, those are important card types in our yard, so we might want them to die. But that said, when you want a creature to stay on the table, these are really, really good, and most of our creatures we kind of do want to stay on the table. And to finish this main deck off, we're playing 3 Burst Lightning in this deck and no Self-Destruct, which I guess is the real story here. Look, we're not playing Slick Shot Show Off, we're not playing Emberheart Challenger, we're not playing Turn Inside Out, so I just don't think that it's as good in this deck. I want to fling things as much as the next guy, but we should play fling in a deck that it goes in, and I'm just not sure that this is particularly the one. We're still playing Wild Ride and Tifa and stuff, but for the most part, I just don't quite think Self-Destruct is there here. Now again, the mana base is identical between both decks, but I especially want to point out the fetch lands in this one, right? Not only is Escape Tunnel great with Fear of Missing Out, that's a fun little combo there, but obviously you want to play fetch lands in Delirium. Well, good news is you also want to play fetch lands in Tifa, you know, so perfect combination. Squash them together, make them kiss, and the baby's going to be pretty, and it is in this case. So wanted to point that out especially, but we haven't looked at the sideboard for either of these decks yet, and that too, just like the mana base, is identical between them. So let's look at the board here. Now we played one copy of Burst Lightning in both boards. That'll give one of these decks a full playset, Delirium, and the other deck a third copy for when we need them. We've also got one copy of Self-Destruct in both sideboards. That'll give the first deck 2 looks at this card,